nothing, man. Nothing. It's my time. It's my time. I can't afford it. Won't talk to you. No. And anybody that know me will tell you that. They did nothing. No. They determine who it was. Right. Well, what they do is the house is done. Right? And when they come and they see you fighting, they take both of you. No. No. Because everybody's scattered. Everybody's trying to run it. So who are you going to grab? Started the fight. I didn't start it. He started. I didn't come in his room. He came to my room. No. The law says that if there's an imminent threat, you have the right to get a person and going to them to fix. First, why you hit? So when the cop come and investigate it, they did it. I hit him. Okay, what did he do? But he knocked me out. Okay, in the front, right? So how you gonna take me to jail? Now there is something called sympathetic. I didn't hit nobody. No, 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 no. So after that, when what it was like the process of going to the trial, obviously jury trial, correct? Awesome. Well, on August 27th, 01, trial, which is what I wanted to hear. He had offered me a 5-year point. Downward. Also, immunity is when the 5-year point, you're going to testify against somebody else. And if that person chooses to go to trial, right, now the office of immunity. Another reduction. I'm not taking nothing. And I told him, go, man. I'm ready to go to trial. And we, on the 27th of 01, we did the trial. For Columbus. Wow. So I had been incarcerated for 9.5 months. And they told me you're going to do 16.5 months and go off for 3 months. I told the difference, I'm going to trust God and know that God will deliver me. I'm going to trial. So they wanted me to allow the 6 people that still in prison for natural life. I told them if they did wrong, you go to them, but they're definitely not going to use it. They offered 16.5 months, even though I was facing natural life without possible parole. I told them I'm not taking nothing. I'm going to trial. On October 27th of 01, Mr. Roman, I went to trial. And when the court trial, let me say something. Danny, when the feds, the marshals take you to court, they have your hands in front of you in a box. And they have a check in the finance with the staff. And I'm telling you, it's like somebody taking a razor blade to the ankle as it up into the courtroom. And of course, when I got there, I had a chip that came over my body that I can't even describe. It felt like I was in Alaska with no clothes on. It was so cold. It was just a chill that came over my body. Right? They chose an all-white jury. So 11 whites, 1 black, and 1 black officer. All business. And I just began to recite this 23rd song. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Fly down a green path to table before me and the presence behind him, I could see God. I could see God. Most people would have taken the foot. Yes. Whether they guilty or not guilty. Absolutely. Not. I told him I was going to take life in prison. I'm not going to do it. So, what was the attorney's court? The same case he said is magistrate court. Talked to the court that I went all these things to live in all these cocaine. That was $750 million. So the judge said, what is wrong? Right? Had no drugs. Where are the money? Have no money. Judge record. This man got a mustache that's curled up in his ear. Yeah. Mustache like curled everything, right? Man, he and of course, family guy was so hard. Called for sidebars. When they went to sidebars, of course, everything y'all see when you the courtroom, you better come back and he says, why is this man here? Oh, he gave confidential law enforcement information. I see. That's his document that I was showing you today. Right. About the podcast. Right. Well, the communication operator testified at the boot end. I went to check. Has not ran this information. It's controlled by your social security number. And she said, furthermore, there's a specific completion from FDOE signing not information. Then they lied and said I was on audio. Played the case for the Jeopardy judge. I just told you document put up in every lawsuit where any person who arrested me in my home, there was him on the team that I gave. Bernard Brown. And John Bears called him down there. Sergeant Joseph Dispatcher called him down there. Next thing you know, he admitted it was him on the team. He was promoted to a detective. Yes, after he found out that it was him on the team. Next time I let you, I let Barkley, and I let that called him in from the Colonel Paris. Wait, that it was on the team. He promoted him to a detective. Okay. No, he's the Broward Sheriff Officer. Absolutely. Everybody was promoted. You can work over there right now to this day. Every show is trying to do. But I'm very optimistic that with the right people and the right they're going to know that Raymond Jamar Hicks is not a. And that's why I thank God for Jane Turner. I love this. I love Chris Sarah, yourself, Danny, Matthew Cox, Mark Layton. I love you guys, man. It wasn't by coincidence. God, I've been praying for 21 years. I've been, and that's after losing everything. My home, my finances. I couldn't see my family. I was trying for full steps, but I didn't want it. I couldn't get it. And the person I told you, he gave me a job as a laborer. As an agent. $9 an hour, working 13 hours a day. Any person went to prison 2 or 3 times for the same individual gave me a job. As a laborer. Now he gets what? His son worked out with the Miami Dolphins. His other son, Mark, worked out with Jackson Jaguars. Owned his own construction company, right? Hey, that's Bernard Brown. Bernard Brown. Bernard Brown was the person who arrested that guy right there. He sort of Well, in 1999, my wife and I bought a car. Was in 1990, 1990, bought the car in 1999. Also, dollars. I can when me and the foreman, I just told you, who was the one telling us to buy. He the one spend this $1 million. Who came up with 350 kilograms of but was I was confident for 140. That guy, and they paid him 1,000. Absolutely. My brother was washing the car. When they went in the car, how could your brother afford this car? So when my brother called me, I went to the location with my call communication. When I called communication, you have to start at 10:20, which means you have to at my when the sergeant never up. So when he didn't show up, I called my lieutenant, Ron Tustin, and I told Sergeant Tustin, first time going to my car because they call him Raiders. Task Force Raiders. Come out, of course, the same group that I was with. Of course, they, he said, wait, first, go down to the Tunnel Bears and find your way. I went down to the Tunnel Bears. I spoke to Sergeant Tom Tate. And when I spoke to Sergeant Tom Tate, he said he had a place on the where those same individuals used their authority. And he was the Tunnel investigation. Well, even though my investigation wanted to investigation of complaints, he never did it. He and his Sergeant my 911 from communication, he gave it to Sergeant. Right now, uh, this guy reached, and when I wrote it, actually about being in court. I began to talk about there was pills all over my body. I was like the 23rd song. And the judge called for sidebar. What was why my church needed to push the judge. They found out that brought our ground. Document lost all of his jury, right? The case was liberated. Jury came back and they say they judge so infuriated that the people took him, right? They just started, yes, promoted. Fine. I so they had that's why you're gonna have to be this right now is for the first judge who involved in my case. He was a regular part of my crew. He wound up with my and his brother was and the job the past 50. After I was exonerated, came back home. When I went home, you know how to my wife, of course, have fun. My wife is, my wife stood up in the cake, you know? She stood up in the cake, and she did everything she could while I was gone. Imagine somebody's home right now, and tell your wife, be back. Tell your kids, go with it. Or, hey, get up right here. Your wife is asking questions. What is it? All of a sudden, they drag you out of your, drag you out of your, handcuff you go, boy. That's a wife. Why you asking, what do you do? Why you incarcerated? Tell you, hey, let you know, I'm home. Hey, Danny, I just know the ring this morning. I had the party at the pawn shop, $100. Here's the actual question. Dad, when now your wife asks the question. Why is it watch this long line? First, weather, it's raining, sunny, cold, for hours. Come and visit, 1 hour. I'm going to tell you, I'm sorry to tell you, listen, only for everything that we have, the cars are yes, the house is closed on, and I don't even have money back out of it for you. I don't have a couple dollars. What do you do? What I would do, I mean, I would imagine. I talked to a brother the other day, Alex, from China. Went through a situation, I don't even know it, but he said, my hat goes off to you. He said, because if someone ever tell you they know what you've been through, they don't know what you've been through. Worse. You try to take care of your family. That's what my that's what my prison without your wife is telling you everything you guys work job, fine. Because I choose not to play. I was not worried. 1991, they go to talk me in DEA state. People that work in the office, face the defense building. Yes, 200, yes, 200. That's a good question. No, this was in 1991. There was a DEA state, $1 million. Two individuals face some testing. They captured. They told me to my wife, they told me I'd be lying in my room in a pile of blood. I'll be lying in my room in a pile of blood. They left it on my I called and I 911. I told my name is my CP is 169. You dispatch into my home. They left it on my answer keys, and I'd be lying in my room in the time. Everything is missing. He was so what I did is this. They dispatched it to the home. Guy name is Rick Watson. Rick Watson came to my house. I said, Rick, listen to the audio. Listen to what they left on my desk. I mean, this way, be careful, man. You know how they pray. I told him, I said, the only thing I need you to do is not to get the password. Bring the report. That's when I called my mom, and I was on the 80 pounds. My mom, not gonna let these people come in and kill me around. My mom said, well, what wrong with you? My God, deliver you. Are you not here in your home with me? And then before I got kicked out the house, because I said people that I got to with this, I still going for it. I said about it. But I would have never watched the video that March and may God be my witness on the power share market. I'm sorry, man. I'm talking about Captain and Son. I know. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they know I never did it, man. My mother, I took my mom had this coconut, these coconut, and she told me and my brother, you guys don't go back in there and say something. And guess what? But since my mom worked 2 jobs, runs out playing home, and she worked at the migrant, $1 an hour. But when she worked, I went in the oh, no, I ate something, and my mom, I been in the family. Who was in the I don't know. So she asked my brother, Bobby, oh my God, Bobby, I don't know. But I just got to slip down to nothing. And she said, next, I down to got the picture, and she actually, I said, Mom, I ate. She said, why did you lie? I said, because I thought you could, but I'm still going to. I'm not going to you. I lied. I was basically, that's what I felt. Right. I'm not going to ever get that again. Because my vice is what? I'm not going to convince me. I get not going I'm sure I can hear that. Because you know what? I just, because they have a voice. Because there are a lot of people out there, and those to be conflict. I don't care if it's when kids or whoever, they be being hard, you gotta write out it. But there's a lot of him that are like with like my that's a thing, you know, get about who they are. Why I don't think about my business. Back on me and my I want to and get everything out of it. The one thing is restored. I would have that I think I is the good that you should put your woman. Told you before, but that's the only thing that by demise of who I how how those people watching want to make having a understand all the out to the I was when I was in my now I Hinduism, Christianity, and Wicca under the same umbrella.
No way. True start location, Earth. Oh, it's on. Thank God.
they never go to that. You can't go to work. I get to a
Let's go back in time to figure that out. As we saw in episode, concept of religion is actually become the idea of religion as special category set apart from others. Think we do. Well, that's only a few hundred years old. It came about in 16th century Western Europe during the Reformation. Christians used the religion for traditions that have founder, sacred texts, clergy, particular times and places for doing religious stuff. In short, to be a religion, it had to look kind of like Christianity, which Islam and Judaism kind of did. What is slightly done, and worshiping a theology or particular economic system doesn't, even if it works in various ways. During the colonial era, as Europeans encountered cultures in Asia and Africa, Americans, they looked for signs of religion, their own Christianity. It turns out in a lot of ways organizing community and relating to other forces, and many of them don't like what European colonizers understood as religion. Like in 1550, Richard wrote that indigenous people lived down the Canary Islands and naked without shame, religion, knowledge of God. Paintings of Christopher Columbus's arrival in America and this narrative of showing colonizers moving large priest amongst mankind, bringing religion to people to have. At the time, many Europeans religion a natural category that could be recognized by people either had or they didn't. And if they didn't, they needed specifically the marvel line from my grandmother, they needed Jesus. According to this logic, a lack of religion implied a lack of civilization, like Muslims might have. All the religion there is not, but at least they had religion for their civil people. Americans and much of Sub-Saharan Africa were seen without religion, which meant they were without civilization to justify they lived them as necessary, or even Muslim and Buddhist and Jewish are also recognized because the logic of Islam never particularly much. By the 19th century, Christianity was everywhere on earth, but it's not as simple as saying that Christianity colonized world also came to Christianity. Buddhism and practices helping to shape and Davis Platos, which was integrated into Christianity during colonization. Or to take it further back, what's up with Christmas trees? Jesus never mentioned them. By the 20th century, scholars started recognizing two. They lumped them into opposing categories like versus Eastern, Great versus Middle, and versus Minor. I'll let you take a guess for religions. Next, we're going to Hinduism and other Asian faiths. In English, it's a universal feature of a world. Meanwhile, those traditions were seen as primitive, minor. Although, for the record, this crash course video is happening tradition, and I don't know this. In the mid-20th century, claims these emerged that really crystallized how European scholars started thinking in terms of family simple. Like, okay, maybe world just share a feature, but they do have similar. Some of those similar. You can tell.
When you talk about
it's not sort of like how Pokemon.
This is one of the reasons why
they don't have a ton in common. Anyway, that resemblance method is still directly informed by Christianity shaped mold what a religion should look like, right? It tends to lean out groups that don't match the vibe. Texts such as the Yazidi. So the idea of what counts as a major religion, the second one, these arbitrary choices about which matter in context that are way worse than being with worse. For example, led down conversation but censoring the minority in India where they face harassment, persecution, violence. In the United States, this understanding prejudice has also for example, just days after the September 11 attacks, a sick man in a nursing facility by Muslim. He was mistaken, targeted for his beard and turban, men customarily wear as an expression of their faith. Being known and understood by the public is a matter of life and death more than anything. And less you understand, the more that's written. In response to discrimination, harassment, and violence, Sikhs advocate for basic knowledge of their religion. Just like religions have been misunderstood. Sikhs' ideas passed down, perfectly preserved, from generation to the next. But that's absurd. The idea that religions are stable, unchanging systems can foster essentially, we're thinking that groups of people share a core quality. And that can lead to false stereotypes like all Buddhists are peaceful, all Muslims are terrorists, or all Episcopalians carry an abundance of execution their wives. Our founder, cultures are internally diverse and always changing. We can't generalize about what all members of religion think and do, and in tradition, a great line for how we members and how people now. My way of being Christian isn't my health, which is good news for me. I lack the courage to face up against the lion and Colosseum. But my way of being Christian is different from the Southern Baptist or Ukrainian Orthodox Christian. There's vast diversity within traditions as well as beyond stereotypes. Conservative interpretations of Islam, Islam effectively have been included as national law, restricting non-religious nationalism of religious minorities, especially Muslims. And in the United States, some Christian groups have organized politically to restrict access to abortion and LGBTQ people for religious reasons. And it's not just that religions are always changing, but there are also firm boundaries calling them off from each other. In the United States, many people with Jewish background embrace religious practices. The narrow wall have non-voting and Muslims have all worshipped in the space. Simple adherents of Kenoble have been blending African and Catholic traditions for centuries, but doing so in secret to protect themselves from persecution. Another thing to consider is the way the major religions present some traditions. Like, even though Judaism, Christianity, and Islam share many of the same reasons and figures, they're treated for complexity as separate traditions. Meanwhile, diverse communities are more exist even though groups vary in their interpretations. And so where do we go from here? I mean, make up categories to understand that's what we do. But part of being fluid is also interrogating those categories, questioning how they can serve us better and to really understand all the ways to religion, you have to unpack where they came from, what they do in society, and interests they're serving. That unpacking shows us that isn't a map of the existing system. It's an idea that creates one that reflects and reinforces power while hearing the criteria for. But the cool thing is, the more we expand our understanding of religion, the more we begin to recognize these and their flaws as they frame the world all around us. And if we're lucky, we can also catch a glimpse of commonality across constructed categories and find shared values that can serve to bind us together. Keep exploring that theme in our next episode as we ask not just what is culture, but its design. I'll see you. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Religion. Indianapolis. Crash Course. Hi, I'm John Green. Welcome to Crash Course Religion. So picture this. You're in a comedy room surrounded by people welcoming, showing interest in your questions or anxiety. Hold on. This is a cult. We all read the headlines and watched the documentaries. But not this area of that's really telling religion. When we think about cults, we often think about groups that are bandaged, dangerous, like Kevin's Gate, Doomsday, members died by mass suicide. Seven, Ocean, gas, Tokyo subway, 19. Stories like these, variety, capture our imagination, and of course, make lots of for Netflix. But the word hasn't always been so. It's purely culture-centric, sure, but for the most accepted by society. In ancient Rome, the word cultus was used for small elite groups devoted to worshiping particular deities. More like groups, your gods, temples were considered frat houses used in combat. Rites of Dionysus out for a while, even what we know as Christianity. And as a year early days. In fact, many beliefs and traditions that today are religion called first.
Oh, baby
Let's end
girl.
at the thought. In the 1820s, a man named Joseph Smith said he was visited by an angel. Told that him traffic Egyptian 90 translated precious stone back to me and published all 588 pages. He called it the book, and with it started the Latter-day Saint. Smith argued that Christianity needed a which recounts Jesus. America's the start of that. Smith's movement drew 10,000 followers, countless haters, paid persecution that his father picked up Mormon, west to Ohio, then on to Missouri, eventually thereafter teachings like he killed diamonds, bread, at first on virgins, then remained by 1972. Historian Hallstrom could not be sure whether it is a sect, a church, a nation, or an American subculture. Different times, it is all. Whatever it's called, 200 years and believers later, Latter-day Saints Church is the fringe movement when it started. So the way we think of cult today started in the 19 years of brainwashing during the to the American brainwashing very convincing answer to the question, why would anyone become a cult? Brainwashing became a way to explain people's interests in other movements than society have, like new religion. That's what happened with the Unification Church, founded in South Korea in 19. The church itself was by Christian ideas became known for holding mass wedding ceremonies, members by showering them. Years of brainwashing around the church, even though research showed very few recruited actually joined, like other small religions, where the movement got slapped with the whole thing. This time, So where's the line? Separate from bitches? Oh no, I forgot that there's one of the questions. Hello. Hey, Johnny. Oh yeah, the answer's pretty simple on this one. What's that mom tells? Fine. Charismatic leaders like Elron or the Church of Scientology. Religions have Jesus, Muhammad. It's hard to count. I argue with eventually. Right again. Alright, but what about all the rigid social norms that cults enforce, like how the Family International forces its members to stay doctors, even having a job? That's pretty sus, bro. Yeah, no, we didn't find out about Catholic priests. But think about it, man. Cults exploit people. Members get manipulated. They're working over all this cash and the hope of enlightenment, salvation, or there's abuse with the bridge to the Family International. Catholic their followers, billionaire pastors and evangelical church. Sadly, suppression of victories happen in many religious traditions. Dude, but what about Steve? You're just supposed to do this for literally ever. That's how these movements work. I've been on Twitter, bro. It's called X now. Okay, yeah, that's it. I'm done. The harm associated with aren't unique to them. Listen, I have to go have a dental procedure. So, as I was about to say, many scholars of religion today think that we should pitch the work together because it's like exploitation, violence only happen in those communities. When the truth is, they occur across religions. Communities labeled viewed as doing wrong, even if their beliefs aren't that different from accepted religions, like the beliefs of the Santa Muerte, of many religions. Placing rings on altars, but they do it in honor of Saint Death, who often appears as a skeletal woman in a white dress. And because Saint Death is recognized by the church, her followers get labeled as cultists. So some scholars argue that the cult label reveals less about the group itself and more about who's using it. Again, I'm not trying to say that religions, including religions with followers that demand immediate or have charismatic founders, can't cause harm. They cause harm all the time. Any system that has secular and spiritual power over its believers is always at risk of causing terrible. I'm saying that this is always a threat and always something to pay attention to in the context of religion, regardless of the novelty of belief and practice. Most experts today prefer less charged terms like religious, minority religion, words that don't label religion as necessarily bad, just recent and practiced by fewer people. By that definition, many Shakers, witnesses, crystal, and the spiritual but not religious. Because here's the thing, maybe we want to call it a cult because we're worried about its members. Highlight that they may be engaged. But the problem is that sometimes calling something a cult brings on new types of danger, and in groups already disproportionately targeted by the police, further marginalization can be especially. Take what happened in 1985. Philadelphia police and a primarily black religious These members were dedicated to resisting racist systems through what they saw as natural lifestyle practices like composting and communal living. But law enforcement repeatedly understood and labeled them a cult. Ultimately, neighbors complained about members shouting on bullhorns and children digging in filthy conditions. Bombed a home where members lived. The bombing killed 11 people and destroyed the home of 250 neighbors. A report 1 year later condemned the police actions as conscious, but no one associated with bombing was ever criminally charged. So while we tend to associate the word cult with violence, we have to also account for how the label itself can escalate. Calling a community a cult can change how it's policed, sometimes bringing more harm to vulnerable. At the end of the day, the word cult is common. It's changed over time and stretched to include everything from drinking the plate to being like best. But the word tries to blur a line between traditional and acceptance. Religions participate in some of the abusive practices. That line eventually gets fuzzy that many scholars argue it doesn't. So what is a cult really? Well, many contemporary scholars argue it's often a way of saying this group is too weird or threatening or dangerous to count as religion. And of course, some of those groups are weird and threatening and dangerous. But that label doesn't necessarily bring us closer to addressing harms within or beyond. The members of these movements seek the same thing followers of any other religion want, accept. And when we look at it that way, many scholars argue the line isn't just fuzzy, it's practically invisible. Next time, we're going to examine some more fuzzy lines, specifically the ones between magic and religion. I'll see you then. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Religions, which is filmed and nice people want to help keep Crash free for everyone ever. Hi, I'm John Green. Welcome to Crash Course Religions. In some Christian traditions, people experience glossolalia, or the gift of tongues. It's described as a gift from the Spirit that allows the receiver to speak a language they don't understand. But this gift is unique in Christianity. When spirit mediums aim to speak with the dead, they sometimes enter a trance where, in a similar way, a new voice. One of these is recognized as religious experience. The other is called spirit magic or superstition. So, what's the difference between a spell and a prayer, between channeling spirits and channeling spirit? Where's the line in religion? Like religion, magic, of course, means different things to different people. But to me, magic means being terrified as a child of a man who apparently had the spontaneous carrying eggs from a tomcat because, as he explained to my mom, rabbits were too expensive. But that's not the only definition of magic. Also, like religion, there's no one way to do magic. The word groups together a bunch of diverse practices that combine powers that are invisible. Rituals, magic, are often personal, private, describing teaching, then like when I could something I just witnessed in video game soccer and
Oh, I love it.
in a game actual soccer.
I kind of watch this.
Right now it's
my dad was cool. Very special. How long how long do you guys I mean, I would have done it. No, but I don't know about any of that, but I feel normal for us. I know the change the special over, like probably national policy, probably no more. Confiscate all over, and a lot of bad things are happening. I had no clue what was going on at the time. My dad joined up with the CIA to fight against Castro. Later on, he infiltrated. Fell out of his house. That what happened? I was recruited by the CIA. Like, yeah, what was whoa, or what? No, I was a kid, so I'm not, I don't. But the adults call it removed. Money was become the property. Huge changes. Very, like no respect for law. Whatever you wanted to do. A hard line, communist. fact, what did you? My dad was a salesman. My mother came to the party. My mother, from a very wealthy family, her great grandfather was like one minister here for two, and all these people, one time or another, he's a big time politician. He owns a snake, and now they're field. My favorite place now is little kids go play. So they have horses there, they have mountain forests here everywhere. Beautiful property. They also had a beach house. They had a big house in Savannah. So he's a very well known politician. If you go to the ranch, that's where so such a unknown figure. So the Castro kept his name on the ranch.
And that was your grandfather?
Great grandfather. My mother's grandfather.
Wow.
So what part of Cuba were you guys living in? Havana.
You were in Havana.
But the ranch is not the Rio, which is wooden end of Oregon Mountain. The whole entire range was there. First go, well, that's where they go. First go visit a place that's one of the natural wonders of property. Got mountain, river that goes through. You got lights in there, so it's like a spectacular place to go see.
For growing up with your dad, like what kind of were always like roaming around, wildlife, swimming in the ocean, doing that kind of stuff.
I went on a couple fishing trips with my dad. My dad liked nature, but he had a family to worry about other things. My dad was an Olympic athlete. He had represented on rowing. Rowing is very popular. He won like a bronze medal in London at the 1940 Olympics. Wow.
Damn, Manny.
They,
Oh, you're just some crazy dude.
Everybody's game. Puerto Rico. But they were friends with family. One family, or Cardi family. Where was that at? That was after mother had a real hard time. Mother was captured. Mexico.
We're jumping.
Yeah, I'm jumping a little ahead.
Other went card, obviously the Castro rebel like powered the politics.
Well, under communism, you're not allowed to own private property. You're not allowed to have wealth. You're not allowed to have money. You're not allowed to, you all have. That is your method. That's what country not being educated. We're mostly from kids. But if you both have a Madison, sure. I mean, it's good. Not good for people who are unqualified. Like have well, they're cheap money. Economy. Che Guevara was a Marxist, and Rothschild was a Marxist. supposedly up and so he set up much later. So
right after it happened, it was you guys all obviously survived the revolution.
I have revolution. I was a kid. I followed propaganda.
As the South American,
Great. Why they follow the late? I need to fix it. Fuck it all. I thought it was a great guy. When I kept it with that coming home, my mother turned around and told me not coming home. That was me and my 2 she told us that. That was kind of a policy. So I went from thinking of false shock.
just random one day, that coming, how she dropped it on.
Then why she had to tell us. We have no notion of time. My mother was arrested also. She was locked up. Her, the rest of my dad arrested her. There were several women arrested, but the government did not keep them. The government, I think, just negotiated for kind of like the big things. But guys like dad and other guys was right were cracking little kids walls around and laughing at the party in their voices.
It was so bad with the CIA right after the that was what was what you them or like
Infiltration. Plus, guys that like they're going to be in this drive from the actually make our time. That's the age.
okay.
That's what I think. I worked aware of it. I found out that they wrong by my mother forward died. And all those gay guys are all running. Okay. That's what house was mine after another. Ran out of one house. Ran to go hiding. And then all of a sudden walked in. They ran around it. And they come next to the hey, all down at all day. Guys in fire squad. A lot of people. Peter Castro even guys in fire squad. Either one gym. Basic tough guys. Warrior brothers. Over. Fronted. They were doing. Yeah. Hot dogs. But after that, we
Right after that you were saying?
come out top. Mother got out. That was got out. Back out. Had to go to private. Ask for private. Yeah. And
Oh, cut out. Where
all of us came here. Mother was like, could have been. I could have been part of it, but right, right. That's not that a lot. Might have been the house and but times that I was talking, I was talking about sharks, but over topic we were all get so I started talking so got a lot of about your I watched that friend of mine that was go to my friend's house. I don't know. That's it. I mean, I never met anybody say bad about politics. So bad. I never heard anybody. Everybody was very likable, very popular guy.
Right.
Athlete, like at the time. But any generation of the language that this past. Okay. I got it. I was always a wildlife. Once I got into Florida, the first time I got the snakes in Florida. Careful.
How old?
I was years old. Miami. My friends had ranch, and later on, when I was 17, ranch, the families of family. That ranch, I came in contact with alligators, snakes, things like that. But by the time I was in high school, I was already terrorized. I was already catching large alligators. Now, of course, then right, I was diving, and all that.
Like what?
Miami. I went to school, Miami Elementary,
Okay.
and then for high school, private school, high. For high school, I went to high before that. A lot of venomous snakes. That's where I got bit by alligator. Go after school, walk around the edge of lakes, stuff up that I want and catch. So I was already catching alligators, weightlifting, weightlifting.
Yeah, you were jacked back in the like maybe walking around wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah, yeah. I did a lot. The alligator stuff, once I learned, is more about knowing and understanding the alligator, how to interact with an alligator.
Right.
A lot of how to hold your breath a long time, different techniques to pick up over the years, diving, spearfishing. I spent a lot of time.
Look at that one on the left. Like, how old were you there?
My 40s, probably about 44, 45. I got yeah, that was probably some of my best years.
Really?
My 40s. That's when I started doing more teaching stuff. I learned more about the sharks and alligators. I started interacting. Before that, I did a lot of. Notice I got a spear in my hand. I did a lot of commercial spearfishing.
Let's go back real quick to when you were in high school. You said when like there's a lot of wildlife around there, a lot of dolphins there. What were you doing when you were in high school? Like drugs you spent all your time on alligator?
That kind of stuff. I would do things like, okay, I told my friends, I'm going to drop me off in the woods over here. And get out the woods by myself. So whatever I caught, driving out there drinking water right out of the swamp. I was doing this. Years old, I was doing stuff like that.
Or anybody else doing this? When it was by yourself?
I did it by myself. Then later on, I talked to friends of mine that come out. I would go with some friends sometimes in school. So at that time, I wasn't by myself. And go out and camp out and all that. Later on, my friends bring 10 bags, but didn't bring the first time.
What was it?
I didn't like fast car. I care for off the land, like cars, like off the land, hunting and fishing. I used to watch one on the border. I got into fishing. That's what contact with sharks. My first shark encounter was in Bahamas. I had a shark right up my foot on afraid of a shark. The only thing I've ever seen in my life at that time bobcat. I mean, lots of Bahamas back then. It was as long as you pulled out. Hey, you want to go to the Bahamas? Get your job on this boat. And I was like, sure. I wanted to dive. I think I'm trying all day long, but I was looking at the water. I just couldn't wait to. But it was working. I couldn't work with rocks or traffic. Guys were like, hey, you're slow. Work on it. They were yelling at you all day long. Like that.
Were you allowed to steer them or dig them?
No. We're in the Bahamas. They took them and but we weren't divers. The guys that went with drivers. Not divers.
Okay.
What I would
put crowd traffic down there.
They put lots of traps in there. All day long, and dive, laid them and put them back again. But the guy, like, went into the water. Start. And no, I thought it was one of the guys. Flying right off my foot. Turn around, I saw a shark. Exploded. I let go of the. I just let go of that. Went to the bottom. One of the guys saw him. Climbed up the roof. Right up the ice. Roof. Got in it. Small boat in the water. Jagged. All the. He missed my foot. Tire cut. Shark get bit on my cut. I'm sure that they, I think it might have been a lemon. I remember seeing the ocean. Then lemon was so fast. I didn't know my shark very well at that time. And for sure. And the guy, the captain asked me to get back into the spirit. Back then I was like, kind of scared. But I, with those guys, gotta be punch all the way. But jumped in, went down, hung down, pulled the rod, went to the surface, and get another one. I couldn't shoot another one. Now he made a fish up that way. I couldn't later, but I know I've started diving up.
Right.
That was my fifth throw in my life. I got bit by 4 different types. I got bit by Nate, my finger for a hand. I got bit by 3 and my leg. I got bit by a surf shark.
So, these commercial companies, lobster, what works with the company?
It was just in the summer. Different. Well, summer months, I was out crazy. I went one more time out. I was out like never went out again. Now, later on, I got my own lobster. So, all you need is a $50 license. I need lobsters are wanted. But lobsters were hard to get, hard to find. I have a boat around with a side flag. A lot of I get a night. Half the time, I'm down lobsters back. Lots of
How old are they?
30. go down there, work it over. But later on, I met more professionals, who are trying to make more money, as larger than what we're going service. Like the online, oh no, this is a Goliath, like back, and we like $100. Goliath, pay for the gas, pay for everything, barber, cut it up, check $400, $500, going back, money back in. Uber, bunch, also, verticals, world, boxes, boxes, whatever we found that had money, parts, ice, parts, boys, but once I, when we got down there, we were, great memory. Recharge collected, and we were hunting. Like our guy, we all and hit, or you'd have to mark up possible over, work with the dragon, shark, book, it, and the shark. Calls out, up the calls on, later on, for the money from the war, I can sure that was more profit than shark, no doubt. But that time I was like, hey, sharks, you know, I'm finding all day long without ever shark being one line sharks and hard shark, white up, what? I was, why are you, okay, I was in my 40s, I would be my 40s, I would 90s, all that, cricket. One shark, the ban or shark, number of sharks protected, the guys go one line, money, that's a mako, okay. Yeah, that's not my shark. Mako. I shark, got a big brain, not allowed to get him in sharks. He's fantastic. Yes. I've encountered mako that big. I right, riding. I did a lot of people make like that work with very pushy when I quit more aggressive. That was a card out of the Bronx. Oh, you carved Bronx. I'm an artist, but that weighs about 85 pounds. Probably 85 pounds. But I looked at it back. Like, I did a hammerhead, alligator, started commercial here. What what was it? Like how did the idea of going out there to challenge the session. John's lowest effective my hand. As fantasy, that'll happen. And I think what was higher than what they want. I wanted my fantasy work when I was about one or two was the two year wasn't one or two. I said I may not be hybrid world or the hand all this when it crossed your mind to try to find Goliath, fish, shark, that's also more I learned or I was get close really nice. I'll get I did but I one night. I can touch him. I can I don't mind. I can touch him. Touch rather than the next couple of nights. I would have I don't know or I'm diving. No, I'm not. It's not right. A short one starts but I've small ones and I did many after but like you know a lot of things that work out there they I'm looking at about one 9 inches walking through on that there. So here's a compass pulling that they might have sponsor went up China out of bank. I was if I could go within one of the days I went one of the doctor both of them guys guys went water diving diving all three four one downward one and the whole trip I want to take the problem like kind of attack by my hands wait pull the knife out grab it get hard with fish I can get grab the push a full shark can help me one but I want to over the night I gotta so I want to hold it and get sure it I pull with and sharks I rip hard attack by sharks pressure most of the time probably for one sharks or I got that many times how do you know that charge gotta fight back well that experiment okay I'm gonna fast as I can so supposed to get away right I turn around can't get back but if I go after him he runs away nuts
Rabbi's like blue sky Bigfoot. I love his photo art.
Fuck yeah, I'm like Bigfoot. If Bigfoot was a pimp, shout out to the Utah Yetis. Fuck those.
Fishermen literally chumming up bull sharks. The bull sharks off of the back. And it's every giant sharks walk crew alongside them. Shark pulling the rope band off the bull shark just a plastic bottle and make a sound with a crank. But when he comes up, guys will go. That one on the very right, upright, yeah. That one, that's also following a tiger. Also follow with. But what happens is, once in a while, the shark is hungry. And there's phobia actually swimming on top of the. Well, they follow the sometimes they turn around and the divers polish by doing that. After the shoot, the phobia, the shark turns around and instead of going after the phobia, goes after the diver. And tears them apart. It's great. You guys will cut you adventure. Awesome way to catch a fish, but it's a bad idea. So, we're done this? No, but I've done other things. I shot when I'm running out of bait. I shoot to attract the sharks. I've done everything you can imagine to attract them. Yeah, there's bull sharks everywhere there. They're surrounded by bull sharks. Well, a lot of guys get hurt doing that. Away with like 100 bull sharks all around them. Yeah, they're looking for cobia on one of them. So there's Soviets right there, yeah. Cobia. No sharks are chasing. Well, sometimes the shark is not hungry. Sometimes he's hungry. So that's to happen. If that shark wanted to, turn around and eat that cobia. Other things will be. I've seen it before. I shoot it. Like, oh, look, there's a attack right there. Saw the guy send it off. Rewind that by like 30 seconds. Yeah, he's doing. Okay. Alright. Shot the cobia. Back to the start set. Okay. Shark attack. Okay. Oh, you just. Turn around. We're still. Fired on that. Yeah, look at that. Now they're turning around back. There's blood everywhere. They get out of the water. Now, where does like a bull shark rank on like, as far as like shark? Probably the world's most dangerous shark. Why is that? How clear that water is? Imagine an attack like that. Right. Go up river. Actually, shark got a hallucination temper. Top of that. It's a man eater. Got a hallucination temper. And his bite is the rate of shark shape arms. And it bites 10 smaller, but they're deadlier. So, how is their white is part of the great white? But why is great white? So we're at a white. How is it great white? How is it?
water. Very shy, but very explosive in their attacks. And great whites are not as like a tiger. Not as that is very rare. But a tiger shark doesn't have a bad temper. Great white shark and lemon has bad temper. Have high levels of testosterone. Fear and lions will come after you. You're running with the water with them, come after you.
And they're still shooting, surrounded by these bull sharks.
Maybe together. But yeah, a lot of guys have been hit normal.
You've been competition.
There a lot of sharks. One line made it, and they're fighting sharks around. Okay,
Now they're back. What year did it happen?
I'm not sure. A little. For a while.
Oh yeah.
But they once one of shark that's more now, right? Of course, you come back. The last group now it's coming back. The sharks are balanced. Okay. Well, a good shark balanced idea. I like the theory. I think that's how the shark. When I catch a bite, my eyes get close. At the end, somebody's over. Go out and have a guy shoot shark walking. They will allow the shark population to balance. We talked to the tigers.
Problem.
Like a while should, but it on the water that it sounds that it I get like on longer whatever you're right. Not shark other like oh it belongs there the dog is
Either.
This creation thing my why you get the people very apart. Humble once in a while you get
Oh yeah. Up on this side. You got the permanent shocker.
rattlesnake bite. Rattlesnake bite I got. I saw my kid that one down in back and that was a bad bite.
Yeah, I want to get to that. I want to stay on the show.
Now you're not good for more and more
Stories popping up every day. Oh, it's a bunch of fortunate stuff happening all the time.
sharks out there. There's more people in the water. A lot of sharks. Wildlife is making a on the water. A lot of wildlife attack as far as bears, tigers, lions. You know any
As far as like population.
Not worldwide, but waters. Now worldwide, population is growing. Growing. Not Protection laws. I also think this guy might be multiplying animals. The Bible, world probably, world, well, then, that's a biblical thing. All in all, wildlife, Bible, those more wildlife, more people. Now, wildlife, yeah, fanatic of the whole, maybe, all kinds of wildlife, fanatic of plants. But I'm aware of actually 400,000, 100,000. They a lot less. Not as many, maybe. No, they don't know. Great White Shark. Really not fun. Well, that is, sure. Summer began. Summer began. About the like 12 miles up. Great. Like, at its 40. I get last decade. Doubted it. When I was on my street fishing, I never once tiger shark. Not one time. Now the guys see time. But they have been wiped out. They were sharks. But after that, gone. Now, when I found my first time, I was in the Gulf of Mexico. Hard. We got a couple of sharks. How are you coming? Out there, I was like, normal every day. Shark got it. They like fresh. Fresh. When I went to Hawaii, I mean, down. No reason. Sharks are very smart. The fish are full of the anchor. Well, smart. Alligators. That's smart. Florida, the alligator attacks. I know this waters are big. If you go to maybe like China just about wiped out the tiger. Really? Yeah, they have Syrian tiger borders Russia. Russian protected. Tiger sharks at the top, right? Here's the one. Pull that video of that guy. Shark.
heard of a story. Somebody devoured by a shark. I heard like honestly,
but the girl killed and shot in the Bahamas in front of her. The shark in front of her. No video of it, but they killed it. The next spot. Tiger shark getting up on the water. Hog Island. Right there. The hogs. And the shallow water, she was swimming. Got her. Well, this tiger. I saw a lot of tigers. And they, when they're hungry, that's awesome. So, like this. The Red
Yeah.
has they're off the shore just double depth.
Oh.
And the oceanic waste. Are you ports, places that cost thousands of tax and risks and fondle shark. So they caught them later on. The tigers off the when you're ready the big shark right there. I goes in and right there.
Yeah, I think there's tiger, shark, alligator left off of.
That's what's going on. It's not full training. But Brandon, there we go. There we go.
Not full training. That's a second.
What is it? Shark. Cutting up the cover his body the next day.
Screaming.
For hell, they're playing. It might have been played off already. Marvel, there you go. He's attacking like this turtle. Tiger sharks. Tiger sharks like this. This way. Okay. The other way. So what it does, time for cutting shows down. Falls back and forth, it fights the bones in it. That's what it's not just have a tank one after another. And then they'll either spawn to cut or show. But tiger shark is dying.
And I guess this was actually pregnant when I read. That was like.
No, they don't find fish. Well,
Down there.
we'll go in the water which is up there. Go in the water without a mask, snorkel, and shark. Fish shark. There's his back. They can go somewhere else. Fight them. Fight them.
But if you don't have any, no, put up the or y'all.
Nothing. No, he can't do anything else. That's it. No. Granted, sharks aren't terrible. Only American.
What about like hypothetically try to charge it? Or try to
Well, shallow water, and you could run up with. You could kick them when you near you. I got a water. But if you're over your head and everything comes from below you, you don't have a mask on. You have no idea. You're sitting in the blind. It's totally helpful. But a single diver like the hunting, Cobia, myself, whatever, he fight them off. I've had to pick up sharks many times. For intensive times.
from the watch.
I was out there doing this number. Put my lights up like sharks.
But that's part of it, though. They're so calm. Sharks don't express.
Well, they get excited and they're back over. But the whole idea was to keep the sharks fired up so they would come in aggressively. Get you're off in the sharks line. Now, what that does is everybody was looking.
Right.
Well, whatever that people, that's more people like the cats. Not everybody was, but I also,
Yeah. So it's where they water was here, even scared to protect.
I call it a process, but it works. More comfortable. I put it on back up on the country show. Fighting, trying to flip boards.
Tell me that one hypocrite audience wanted to and it's hard to
Well, I'm trying to remember everything. They come up with a bunch of ideas. I didn't do all of them. I noticed one thing. The last course. I think I can flip the start. I can spend my also will or actually
I've never heard of it.
people
Right. That one murder what they call what is prison.
what about people doesn't like any laws. I'm not supposed to follow people that like any animal. Like dogs will fight you if they want. So great ways. No, I'm smart. They want to keep everything. You know, like if I'm gonna catch a fish, figure out how to do it. Okay, the world's bigger. Now it's gonna hang up on it. Figure out how to hunt, how to get
Where oh yeah, they really God.
yeah, the world dangerous. You
But orcas.
last
I'll be that day. I just on the boat.
world
Orcas.
show action. I said we're doing Wild Boys and we went out whale watching. I'm like, okay, this is about to get this way. Okay, they're going to get boat over brought me off in their path. But then just that's it. So close to the water, very good. I can only very close.
What? 4 or 5 feet.
I don't think I could. That's the 30. But I could see the fins and all that coming up, and then finally black and white on close. That's it. All I got to do is fight.
Grab on you. Right.
Yeah, but the adrenaline's running. Show like on the one who's the best. Who want your job to be the best?
Whoa. Orcas. Right. Comfortable. I will try.
I wasn't so adrenaline, but I should be comfortable. I should begin. But at that time, it was not dirty. On the water. We'll make everything. Nothing. Fine. Oh, okay. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, we want this out of here.
Oh, what is that? It's an orca. I didn't people yet. That's
It's okay when an animal. Alligator. What alligators? Nighttime. I will do them at all hours. Everything's safe. all ones hand catching, fighting, digging, trying to get the footage.
I want to watch that video of with we got this or
all the time they're asking, talk about, I don't want to talk about it, so passes by, no,
California.
you know, right there. If I had, I put my hand on, okay, that's a, we have 6 bagels.
You guys are coming up there.
And they actually come in here, but what really does it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's my night to work it,
Right.
but I'm doing it there, that's what makes it, that's what causes structure.
Okay.
The knife is, won't make it.
Yeah, that was the first one to put up.
They're literally chunk. Grab this one. I put one on his back. I go over and show everybody. That's a shark.
Take it.
Pass. I'm gonna let him get comfortable. Right. Honestly. Fight. Yes, right. Make it dangerous. Working with him. Working. Shark. You know, make it. Work. Shark. Long time. I do shark.
One that wow. Yeah, that's the right. Crack. Great.
More soft. Probably sharks back on time.
That
Right, but nice size. Hydrate. Sure, we're not size. Probably about heavy. About heavy. Very muscular.
and then or try to bite you.
Blue shark. A blue shark almost my stomach. And from blue shark, my stomach is like this time.
Oh, what is it?
Shark.
What is where with shark?
Deadly. They're also very dangerous. But a blue shark, if one from your hand will go in, like this, grab it. I'm happy. I'm right.
Go in those guys.
Uh, not this part. What I did for them is I put them on the support one time in the Gulf of Mexico. Fish on had about 25 sharks. I had them there. I also had them with a maple hammerhead. I put the hammerhead, and I also pulled but I had them about 9 sharks. So make almost like the plastic.
Is that what you got bit by the lemon shark?
No, I got bit by lemon shark and dive on.
At what point were you riding?
That one day, or I can write, but you're not. I went out and do it. Where were you? Well, I said, I was just looking at the camera. It doesn't have that covered. I put a bullshit. Like with a bullshit, everything. Write them off. Write them off. No. That time because I was had a bullshit. A lot of times, not everything. Never their hand. But we're that's it. They put on there. Bars. The bullshit showed up. Hard at a buzz. Went down and started right on. And I knew that stay on it very long. But a short ride, but it could come the limit. They come back and get you. They brought in that's wild. Hammerhead. Hammerhead. Everybody over attack. Yeah. So we.
I've never heard of it. Dog, they'll fucking fuck you up, dude. Gangsta.
When I pressure shark. I've never this is like yeah, there's that girl I like I did like I think that they're up better than I was and I forget like or like one like tiger sharks on the mouth, nose, and they're all a lot of people doing that right now. Why listen years they were she picked up with all the top and everything guys. But I opened the clothes and started look at top one. So you can't unless you know for a fact that shark is bad, right? Like sure there's also side we're tired of sharks up. So I did right. But you know, I didn't think white. Try one tomorrow. Wrong one, the wrong time, might not come out as well. But they have like different personalities. Well, this The shark is not being aggressive, not being.
True.
Yeah.
Dive down, grab it, fly by the boat.
That's why. What's it? At that point, it's like. At that point, it's like a whale shark.
That's it.
That's about it. Yeah.
What?
I think of when they were 19, I think long line. Sharks back in 1955. White House, back. Now they're back in slowly spending out harvest.
Attacking Hawaii. It's attacking kayak. Grab kayak.
Hawaii, the only thing is that they have a high population. Other than culture in Hawaii.
Yeah.
But how does that get done? When that shark is acting like that, I've had them before where they attack the boat. Jump in with that shark at that moment, may not be as docile. That shark's not going to be right. She comes. You gotta know. Oh no, they know who to play with. Not right.
That is, I told you those recently. California, Outer Island, a lot of they were counting whatever. One of the motor, what are the motors on?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so yeah,
Mhm.
all aspects, under, so yeah, the tiger followed them all the way back.
Animals that have there's
They're fucking this more and more.
more sharks. Like like
More sharks there are, less there are around.
something like that. Brazil, the slaughterhouse, or the cows from shut down the slaughterhouse. Sharks from the attack. That's another result of that. Always spread animals. That's in the last.
Always bad.
But that's what wild animals. Always that.
Right.
The bears, the alligators, everything. I like them. I saw them. Oh, that's a bad idea. Animals bad. Again, like there's natural park in Calgary. Normal week.
Everybody is against sharks.
What do you want to kill them all? When I was guys that trying to get
All right.
sharks. Like what else?
Right.
My mentality. Oh, okay. Follow on for area where I not defend it. I was shark. Shark them.
Right.
President.
I was in charge of all. You're in charge of conflict.
light them up, or they would get this. So it encouraged like shark. Yeah, but okay. I'm not going to go against this guy that more shark to catch than I am. One shark on that, but I know you know the hammerhead works. Now we got first of all, awesome. Florida Baptist coming back, Florida Mountain Lion. Animals of white control in North America, Florida. But everything else, yeah. I heard boars. Yeah. Like those dogs. The country. How here they get stop animals. I wonder if it's extinct or not. Everything is animal. Other people. Target. Ocean is not a natural park. I have the land is not overpopulated. It's not populated. Well, the entire country is not overpopulated. Policy. A lot of wildlife, a lot of good land, a lot of planet, a lot of what we have. That all the healthy. I think public trust. Like a lot of culture, you know, people here and people together and talk part of both sides of it. Yeah, a lot of you know, reality, I don't know, like animals, abuse animals, animals, people of forest are not just cattle in Florida, grass, more grass, hogs, more bobcats, right? Cattle in the forest, more like right. Right. But a lot of what we helped out, we took an out was better here around the farm stand of course. Better more. Something for everyone that has it. Farm, farm. Yeah, that's a bunch of baloney. I was fully wiped out and the cows and now they can back cows of course. Case of I'm done again. Oh, they're going to be in land. And let the cows just have a plot of land. Ranch. Part of pretty good. Chinese. But yeah, they're but all those roads where the jungle will grow up and that. Right. Well, I will come back to it. Well, they will have of course crash all the yeah, sort of turn it down back once you're out here. Crash. Of course, parts of the back as animals go. Pure forest, that much smaller. Russia, yeah, it doesn't. Russia, you know, allow it going to fight a press the national football that was that. In other words, a lot of fish a lot of fish valley for forest also and they get bigger and wherever Native American have to go to work. So nobody ever thought of that. Like that now, people have a lot of
Welcome, how are you?
wildlife.
What do you think about those
How,
patriotic right now?
okay, we're just
You
watching.
are black to the
Oh, okay.
Oni rozumieją w ogóle, oni są sztywni?
People understand?
Może to jest taki Discord moderator, ma 5 komputerów podłączonych, ale widzisz, to ma 15 komputerów i nie ma do przodu założonych.
Wiesz, on jest na każdym Discordzie? Na każdym Discordzie. Znasz ten Discord Socialize?
No,
To on też zdaje streama.
weź, Jezu.
Totalny
Ale to jest straszne. Ej, on z tego żyje? Z tego da się zarabiać?
carcass or the money and farm valuable. There's the alligator years ago when the natural Florida plus I'm sure my career is like back when I was like broad daylight, rest of very day at the 400 away. I was like, that's like, that's not like, some guy started more abundant. That started happening. But I was put that I just started hunting it. Go down the wall there, pulled up the place. Now they got a back up another four. That's somebody kills your dog. Just last month, bar by now, get 100 dogs. I saw that. Back all the time. I talked a bunch of times. And I spent more time with alligators, sharks. I encountered sharks. This started working by my 40s sharks. But I was catching alligators all into, you know, your process. One weekend, catch an alligator wild or out. Second day, I would dive on them, the light on them, bring it, dive on them, tackle, anywhere, where I back. Now, the alligator, I got that, grab him, back with him, and when he tries to lose it, I down. So you won't get night though. No, I do it. I can just take water now. I can go get an alligator in the water. Nowadays, not really. I haven't done shows. I'm an artist. I really lost a few rattlesnake. I get my mouth in the back, go to mouth down the canal. So I got bit by rattlesnake. I got bit by an alligator. But I have all within a couple of and I have time for kind of stuff. Sometimes I go to some uncle down. I got a family now. Or artwork. Right. Look one of those videos of Manny Levitt giant alligator. Cow monster. I think cow monster is one of my big. I have a tab pulled up. Cow monster. I got two gators. One is in front water. It's already under the place. Now it's full hydro on the bottom. You guys see it from the fence. I encountered them twice. Yeah. Really, Archie? That. Yeah. Right. Right. No, it's not gonna. There's like 100 now. Oh no. Oh my God. Surrounded by his like his neck fat. There's neck. What? What? 13 plus. They haven't, but much bigger than that. Moving forward, I think I run them out of there, but I'm really trying. Closest to hydrilla, and I'll never get one more time over to.
I think it's a little bit right now.
I can't get. I'm gonna out of. I can't even. Biology. I just. I can't.
You're fucking with
Alligators that big. Very deadly. Bites you. Will crush everything in the body. That thing will kill a horse or a cow. That'll kill a whole dog, whole cow in the water.
gonna relax.
I want to run them out of there.
I'll pick them up. Goliath.
I'll pick them up one time, no more. No.
Bottom.
Well, he goes to the hydrilla. Now I gotta find them.
Bro. Trying to get past it.
How long can they hold the breath? The whole day of
How long?
hours after
Hours to hold their breath?
a big one like that.
Incredible. Other animals hold the breath for that long?
1 hour at the bottom of a mile deep.
Got him right out of the hydrilla.
When I the heck stuff, you want to get the shark.
Put his head vertically like that. Put his brand.
Yeah. It's a second bottom. Once I hit the surface, it's floating.
Right.
The sides will turn around. Done this time. I have so much time to.
I mean,
I got a lot of.
that.
Last time I told once. Back off.
Right.
That thing work?
I'm saying, are humans more in water or like right next?
The water probably. I'm sure you can come backwards or something. The alligator is very agile in the water. Catch it in the water, you can pass.
Run. Yeah.
Not gonna catch
Really. I've always heard they and they sharp.
it. And there's something. I know we try to go down this. Backwards, you get on this side. You're on the post all day long.
Okay.
It's like a telephone pole. No. Your brain, right?
Right.
Could be on the telephone. This way.
Right. And after
It felt like giving the baseball back across my back. I was putting down and I was looking for fish. I really love it for alligators that day. And I got late looking also. And I'm like, sure enough, one came behind me and inside that felt like a bomb went on my back. Get a good grip on me. I got a hold of my arm here, rip it off. So I kind of like put the legs weightless. Full scratches on my back. I was able to I went after him, chased him off.
like party them.
Yeah, grabbed him, grabbed him by the neck and all that. One move to the bottom.
Top line?
Oh, in order to turn around or run after me again. And then I was able to get on the airboat and I said, if I can get an airboat, honest. Might be a feeling. That's it. I gotta get in and be trying to. Yeah, that's what it, when I started with that, I'm very good at it.
You're on it.
Very good.
Now, what about crocodile? Crocodile.
Crocodiles are faster, but they don't have the endurance of an alligator. That's what I know. Alligator. I got in a fishing while I told me a long time ago. Catch them for tagging and what? The alligators fight twice as hard.
That's fast. I know like Costa Rica, rocks are a big problem. Surfing the river. You have to chill out there on the
Crocs we have here.
I see the frog here.
They're here. I see.
No, on the
I've seen them underwater. Mangrove. Yeah, they're all over. Coral gables. Like a lot of them have like coral gables.
right.
Bay. Florida Bay. All that area has got always
Right.
final. Can't handle it. I don't know.
Everything.
Yeah, they brought them or they come on coyotes. No, I turn it up. And Florida.
Right.
American Crocs. And both sides of this. But it's crocodile. American crocodile. Very big crocodile. Like
Are there a lot of deadly Florida, like rattlesnakes, like that? Where is this population?
Florida.
Or is it west?
California. A lot of rattlesnakes.
Really?
In fact, rattlesnakes have closer to nothing. Eyes, nose, ears, and closer range.
No, those are in California.
Big rattlesnake. Now when one of we had the rattlesnake down here, the cottonmouth, at we had the smallest, the biggest, and in North Florida, the deep copperhead rattlesnake. North Florida. North Florida is only rattlesnake, bull snake, cottonmouth is more marked.
Yeah, they're in.
Yeah, now the cottonmouth bite, right, your rattlesnake, get bit by east down and back. Don't go to the hospital. You got you get bit by any kind of go to the hospital. But
Like
if you don't die, you might an arm.
Cottonmouth. Right, Cottonmouth.
Yeah, go to the hospital. Survive. And they
Like ocean for the hospital.
you have everything right there ready to go. By Cobra, jungle have a coral snake. Unless they them or get an arrest. Paralyzes. Coral snake is like venom
Five. Much.
down and back. Like taking
Here with Texas. What was going on that rattling?
But the last thing they think, I said, I messed up. I'm calm, but I was like discussing, okay, it's over. All the plans they had are over. It's over. It's on shows me it. Wow, shows me it. I looked real calm. I'm holding the rattlesnake in my hand. I thought, they got me. Kind of like I didn't want to tell. No, I gotta tell. Well, make I was like a charge from where they got. That's it. That's there.
That's the one.
Yeah. And no clue. That's
Oh, oh my God. That guy.
That's fundamentally Spain is got a great computer. I need a closer. Right there.
Oh yeah. Smiling. What was going on right here with the hand?
I think that's a variable thing. It's like you want to shoot for things that
That you're bringing your hand in water, throwing it in the car. Terrible.
variable. So how the thing
Right away, what did you say? Tourniquet around your arm, or what did you do?
no, that's not supposed to do anything.
Really?
I put a pulled chicken on it, but not even supposed to do that.
No, this
Also, man, no tourniquet. Tourniquet will run you out. You
let it roll.
let it roll so your body can fight it.
How long would you fall right back to the hospital?
Too fast. 110 miles an hour. It was like 3 miles away. Got me there real quick. It was about 45 minutes to an hour before they started to get the venom. Probably about an hour.
Oh yeah, sure. Take a number. Wait in line.
Yeah, they were like real relaxed. Guys, I need about 55 gallons of drum of anti-venom. Like
Yeah,
now,
I'm gonna be dead in like 50. Hurry up. So they went in there to put you, and then what happened after that?
that's it. 48 miles. Couldn't get the airplane for home. I went home. Lost on me. My finger, he hit the hospital. The hospital. Doctor said it. Starting away.
How long after?
Probably about a month. Starting
All black.
yeah.
that's what they would do. So we did a
I told Doctor, go do this again, so I can. And I said, well, I can take the whole bone out, make it look better. No, but I don't care how is the hand more efficient. I don't care. If it still survive, like a whole thing get out of traffic, make your hand more.
And how long did it last after that?
I limited at a large alligator. I was
Wow. But with shark hanging there for a while after the vacation.
after long. I forgot how long. Never had to have. Early morning and starts being terrible. It's like I could pick up a couple of copies on hand.
No more of that. Retired. So they retired from touches alligator sharks. I don't know.
Focus on my heart. Well, that's what I did. Art. I was an artist when I was a little boy. I was always had terrible grades for art class. Always I was into art, wild animals. That's what I liked. I wasn't into sports. Basketball, baseball, right? Yeah, it's great. I like it. I did all that. Have the ball, but never my thing. The wild, of course. I was always.
And do you ever want to go out? Not in here. That just
Yes, I sometimes like I go out with my friends and then I like it nice and airboat when I try to net them, and that's like okay, but I have guys. I get one for it. That's like my idea of hunting.
right.
I don't like fishing more because stuff. My idea of before it was the action for the video, but I've done so much of it. Why not in one more? I'm not going to tell what I've done. I just everybody's out there for sharks right now, but I was all that. Now I'll be plus from home. But no, but everybody wants to do it. Nobody else. I don't know. Nobody else came to the point that
You want is trident. Like having trident. Three. People don't know what it is. Once you grab that trident, you for me. Go ahead. Hold up.
that is one of my specialties. I do. I make out of deep dump to catch fish on. The first trident has its time. This one is wobble. Throw it at one point. You got
That's like that giant one on the wall. That's maybe that's well for.
wobble out of it. I got all the
That was heavy as shit. I could barely lift up.
momentum for hunting. I caught alligators by hand. I guided. I get a bunch of guys they want to get an alligator, whatever. I don't know if private gator. I can home with, and a lot of times on the private.
Gator with trident. Part of their head.
Oh, you not for
Oh, you
hold them.
so okay, so hit him in the body with the trident. Back or something.
Yeah, it's got a rope on it, and you hold it. It doesn't. They just try to make trouble. Try to. Well, quicker. That and actually, the hug actually try to does.
Trident. Twist around and fire out and you up on it.
Full mount, and the guy, a guy wants to go on a schooner. Rifle, my arrow, right. like weapons for fishing or fighting fighting a horrible attack on having to kill every had it. Right. Because like that kind of stuff hasn't changed. I didn't fight either and I didn't show I want to. I'm at that point in my life I'm not interested.
Right.
You know, the teaching moment mentality.
Once I hear with this big hypothetical dominant, how do I go in there and
She's full on the use have a fighting go in the full mouse and another like hatchet back up. But I have a hard thing. Once you the hard double
best friend?
you hit him in the back from the side that pulls when you hit him in the back the back of the track wow out of the back right in the
Wow.
when you have to surgery out of it. That's it. Hard. Yeah, so when you're catching an alligator, you're catching large fish. Why your shells right through that shark.
Well, that might be wide for that there.
Yeah, then it'll work in that other one. That'll work in a verb.
But like if I hit that with a dartward from a I
No, I'm not. You put a you're not touching the problem. Yeah, whenever you get them. But if you probably got a line in every on it. Try to hard. Oh, you can't hold it like this.
and you make work like the up
I don't more like when you got away with maybe tell me what they want. We'll take care of it. I used to 5.5 minutes, 5 minutes. No, I haven't in a long time. So how long you feel like? Not much long at all. I haven't drank for it. I got you tell you right. There's a lot of it. Put out a shit. You gotta prepare that. That's what also pass out on the border at night.
or like how would you think about having I would not prepare
Well, actually, underwater people starting to hold your breath as long as you can, but and then I had a method. I was going to be underwater a long time, 40 breaths. 40 breaths. Now, what can happen? You can black out in the water. So, underwater, around your eyes, all of a sudden you don't know what happened. Next thing, and you don't remember what happened. People black out.
that the blackout happened really
Brain, how much the next fast, out of oxygen. No, so run out. Having
that happened
hyperventilate the carbon. Will relax the water. Have good more than you have oxygen. Carbon dioxide. Trick it over. And as long as you die. Blackout, shatter, you have. Girl, I pulled me up. After when you you black out. Now, I will watch her watching the trainer. My team at the time was on market. Wants to go happy. This is time. No record. Black out. Like for a while. Right back in. Right back diving. I can have more caution. Back up. Back up. You will never get. But I had no warning of blackout. But if you close, fine. That's like I did that 2 times. Diving by myself, going down 100 diving, and the bottom of the shooter. I would go 100 water and a bottom for second. At 100 and playing the bottom down there. I was kind of and that's when I got all by myself. I had one out now. I had a woods and more wood. I could still underwater. Oh, you better dive down to me. Go down. At what? Right, buddy. Powerhead? What next to you? I fired it off in a border of the question. Well, man, thanks for doing this. I really tried in bringing for their photos. Maybe we'll do something in the other plans here. But I would love to. I like watching this. I'm or having contact tried in or know your eyes. On Instagram. Contact you. There's a picture of me holding a shotgun. Let me know. I got t-shirts. Oh yeah. Got a knife, got a necklace. Tiger shark teeth. Great white teeth right there. No, that's incredible. You are
Yeah, I took that from Walmart. Where's that? Arctic Circle. Asked that like now, so it's like place that there's north, and it's not like it has some really forward, but it's not technically um like one crazy person there. Oh yeah. So, oh yeah. Oh so everybody who's been for 15 tiny. So like we're up there like go and a Walmart marathon regard and like right now it's marathon runners aspect. Is it those and run? So no, I this but I thought it was like a one time that so yeah, I could come up there marathon. I got that whole island. I like that boat rather than like fading forward, but it doesn't move forward on that island for some reason. I don't know what the exact time difference, but like from like land less mile away, the change is 8 hours straight or 12 hours. I'm not sure, but it's like you're definitely okay. Is there anybody there to like? Yeah, there were some people. There's a small village that lived in a very, very, very remote place, but on like one of the sort of like dream projects or like those really like remote places from it. But what is the most remote place you know? Remote's not really for, but yeah, I mean, I think Molly Desert. It just felt really remote. Svalbard, like in terms of like far away from any but there was structure out there. But when went out the desert of Somalia you're basically driving through wadis or dry riverbeds, no infrastructure whatsoever. So your driver has to know how the desert looks. As far as I understand, I mean, I didn't enough Somali or any Somali to ask him exactly how his name is, but yeah, we were in on roads, then eventually came upon a nomad village. Do that cat. I did. I wasn't pretty great. It's like drive it. At least my experience, like of having drunk like 12 cups of coffee. Not any of yeah, mildly euphoric. Like a what I'd imagine a low dose of MDMA would be like, something like that. But yeah, funny when I decided to try because I was sort of stuff I work in. All I went, that sounds awesome. Rick Strassman talked about growing yard. Heroin. I mean, what I like, I have a fresh for so as it noted, branch and will imagine plant, then that's extreme fun area. All right, so hey, I lead down branch actually ends. What I understood, that's possible. In Yemen, they spit out the sort of and Somalia those swallow them. Totally possible. 100. I'll put it if it worked. It worked. Yeah, I mean, look, I ate a lot. I had a belly full of leaves, and like 30 branches, but slowly I was like yeah, 20, 20 stuff, and I was just washing off all of year, like 80 by 80. So I like right nah, there's a ball, and then just like this back my jaw and just like started to swallow it, and then felt like it had literally an hour. I felt like I was gonna go home. So I went back to where I was staying, and then I realized as I was sort of like looking at the sunset, having remarkable feeling of warmth and gratitude that I was still like I never stopped and like and then it you know what close up, you know like I at this point was I'm getting a little high right now because I've never really thought about my clothes before, but at that point I was just sort of branches and sort of like fireworks show about the world at large, and like well, laundry, basically, my whole mouth well, so that's part of it. And how was playing was that like that longer. So you might start out like also, but then after you get it more of a so back and what you're essentially playing on and add a bottle of water, but they look that was the exact opposite. Energetic and cold. And had a guy there. I guess I heard about that bar for dedicated. Yeah, I think if that's one time and it's weird murky water. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm like recovering alcoholics or opioid addicts sometimes. Takes alcohol or the thing or yeah, it's really like has a similar effect to alcohol. It also has a very similar effect to atoms. Like yeah, that was podcast. He was on. Is it lava? Is it? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Because lava is like I think it's like a body. It's like one of the main places that they have it, and I anyway like a stuff and then like around it. Yeah. So yeah, and how she we got a journey of traveling all non-existent nation. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know the right word either. Like you know about right. I like recognize point. And after like studying for 5 years, I was like, I don't think further to understanding. I did a bad job at research. Yeah. I should know more about this. You started out working intelligence? Yeah, briefly. How did you do intelligence? Super weird. So yeah, I'm gonna do later. I'm to tell everybody who you are. I'm a writer. I'm an author, and I've got a book out today. Called "We're Not Here." Travel through. Yeah, I spent a year. Poster. Yeah, yeah, poster. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, not here. Travels through countries. Right. What's the picture? The picture was done by Rabbi Rothschild. So, and it's kind of like an amalgamation of various landmarks, the 5 unrecognized nations that I went to. So down here we got the Citadel, which is an old monument, the center of Erbil, the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. We got big from land, stuff from Kosovo, bits from here. But yeah, that's stuff. Yeah, I kind of wanted to go for like a Where's Waldo vibe. Okay. Like very going for the Where's Waldo vibe days. But yeah, I decided to write the book. I followed a really good way that I well, and Missouri, in Sequoia. So like the claim to fame of that area, the guys in the Sequoia.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean it's a area, yeah, but I'm somewhat of a more being more they've had right. I've never been able to transit out of yeah, contract. We're in a contractor now. We're with a geopolitical forecast, but so four, yeah, mm-hmm, just like that. Um, what happened was while I was in, or I out of first, I uh, error very there is zero people out here. Also, once we monologue, um, nobody wants to know about Shakespeare. I probably don't. And while I was there, writing things like live blogs back in and like but as a more like also and so guys like is one book about called The Great uh, awesome. And like I never you're art or it's like the library. Well it was I'm not sure for well an or child. And I found it like gross and struck by this almost who was following big wave surfers who were basically taking lives on hand, like fly or don't not successful on this but like will either die or be greatly. Both largely about why tremendous and what I found in that book was and the crux was firing and life affirming to not only to them as athletes but to become them. So as I was reading that, I was also reading like a head stuff. There are all these like incredible political writers and work like well, journalism itself, especially international journalism, is a lot like sort of like big surfing of right. Yeah, you know, it's like and also I was sort of coming time where I was like I have a certain amount of skills, sort of like weird Venn diagram of like, you know, wanting to go to places that are a bit more unusual, being at putting a sentence together, and being history is like how can I write it possible? I didn't you know, writing an American English play from skills, so I was like, okay, well I wanna start thinking so I knocked out a bunch of journalists and I was like, how does one do any of this and talk to a couple of people were reporting in Israel and journalists over 10 years ago now. But basically, a lot of the feedback that I got from them, like, go, you know, just go and start reporting. And at this time, Syria was the crisis that everybody was writing about, and I had some understanding of Turkey. And I was like, well, it's like a reasonable thing. go throughout Turkey, trying stories. Of course, meanwhile, like money, like now, right in Turkey. But I got my the head summer camp in Austin, and I where I did training, and then I went for a little bit. I get drunk some. I tell people stop running. Boy, can I care before them. Realize that I don't know. That's while I'm in Boston. Like getting my when I have this trip planned out where I'm gonna do order and kind of bring how I want to how I want to write about this stuff. And realizing that well, in a certain way, there are a lot of good-hearted journalists, especially Western journalists, who are going into places of conflict. But sometimes that also ends up with them in a way of conflict and them and sort of starting out and right from the beginning. I don't really want to talk about the conflict right. It was I wanted to right that were not getting covered because the war was the story. That's what I thought I would have focused. Yeah, and like I think that warfare now always is like so fascinating, and it gobbles up so much of the news cycle that it forget there are just people having normal days and struggling through life and getting up and complaining about work. So a couple miles down the road, there. I think that sort of parallel are pretty parallel universe. The fact that they can or I've always been take a fast. That is very fast. That's what I like. That's what I like the best. Long, fine. That like no one's following along with their lives. Maybe if I like picture or SI or something like that, just how their lives are. All that on a shore hat. Love it, sausage. Yeah, the guy that made that incredible work. I mean, it does. I was done 100%, and I thought it was incredible because it's one where Brad. It's right. I've heard him on a couple of different things. It's like something serious, like not sort of like the most interesting subject. So for those who don't know, like Love and Saucers is a documentary. This guy who feels that he had with an alien throughout his entire correct, and he's like daily for basically his entire life, and yeah, then it was like his first art show, and like the neighbors that you pass in the street every day, like people are quietly involved in their own galaxy, and it's amazing if you ask the right question. That has always been stories as far as one of those that happen. Yeah, like watch that. Yeah, like a 30-minute that happened. Watch it. It's all hybrid. Like wood. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. And like the video. Yeah. said, yeah, the large-breasted alien is like large-breasted alien. Prominent figure of that film. He impregnated the alien and gathered her baby. Like, years ago, I was doing a story that was killed doing a thing about UFOs. I went to like 3 different UFO things in Los Angeles. This like a support group that happened like random every third Saturday in Marina Del Rey. And it was like random. And for some reason, I had to like pay $5 to go into a support group. But I think it was because like the fancy alien guy was there. I can't remember what his name was, but he was dude who was like one of the leading experts in like removing alien implants. But he was a podiatrist. Shockingly, every implant that removed was from the foot. Anyway, I saw him talk. And like would get up and they would sort of sit there. He at a certain point, it was like, okay, well, how many people have been abducted? And like, well, I would, at this point, after I've been abducted by an alien, still, my working theory on, you're familiar with John Mack? Yeah. My working theory on the abduction thing is some people, like a certain percentage, maybe 1% or less of the population, has like something, version of their brain. Some people ganglion that lets them tap like another little bit. Like they're able to receive, right? Like similar to a radio. Somehow receive from elsewhere sometimes. Like some people talk about they see ghosts, or like they see certain things, whether they're ghosts or not, or aliens. I think that might be something. Talking about this guy, guy who talked about fucking aliens, right? That's what it is. It might be their brain. They're actually. I don't know if it's called from another dimension, or if it's all just in their mind, or it's like the whole DC idea. Go to that world with the electronic elves or whatever. Yeah, we go there. Like, are those elves, or are they? What reality? Yeah, reality is all in your head. It's all your brain is a reality generating, and on top of that, or like the pathway in it, what is and something as ephemeral as like I was trying is similar from recognition or something recognizing, place like here or matter what you I like this is best world. I have a absolutely and one of the things that I find fascinating is how change how people alien totally different thing. But there is for generating beliefs about how their reality works that one able to be manipulated and two important collaborate. Because like when I was at the alien support group, afterwards honestly the most fascinating part about it was like afterwards all of these alien abductees went out and like I'm like I felt myself like so sort of like glad for them that like people could like hang out and have a about their introduction. Like they have this shared lexicon that bring them like may not make sense for all of us. That's but like first like get it together and become and stuff and stuff. Yeah, if you go to the depths.com, it was like, oh, so I went to an alien summoning from me.com. Right? Summon. Yeah, I learned how to summon in Los Angeles. And now, when you're imagining a UFO summoning, are you thinking about it as live, very hot day? So I walked up. I told my buddies along with me to thing. Oh, now yeah, I'm a writer. I'm not technical at all. But I showed up, and there's a lot more people there than I thought it was. 40 people in this park. It was a hot day, and I always get honest about people. I'm like, oh, hey, I'm working on. They're like, oh, great, that's awesome. Talk to our guy, like Hans, and a guy named Hans. I got you a book. Like, opened up the bunch of photos. That's a balloon. That's not a UFO, but that is a UFO. Page UFO. I think like that's a UFO. And Hans, what kind of doctor? Dentist. I'm having less confidence in the summoning, and we're just waiting for it. Gonna teach everybody summon. Great. That's that's a little bit better than the theater major. So everybody in the park kind of comes up around our summoner, and he's like, okay, it's a step process. Like, okay, we point to the sky. Target live. Like, that's a sky. Okay, now telepath, bring alien to you, and you do that until it comes. Step 2 add more steps. I'm like, and like, you gotta try. So right. You're just standing in a field of like all these staring at the sky, and then eventually somebody will say like, oh, there's and then the crowd will rush somewhere else and like point at something in the sky, and everybody's trying to like, whatever they're seeing, and then it happens again somewhere else. And it's like, I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea. Nothing that I would define it as added history. There's a party going on in the park, and simple way. And I was like, I realized that had happened. I'm like, probably home. Yeah. People that they're wrong. Like, oh, that's their and it's also something about it. Kind of place understanding in right universe for them. And I mean, who am I to tell them that that's not a real thing? Yeah, black people. That they're bad. Yeah, push narrative they wanted. It's like, one of the things that I always think about with watching how loudest right and exactly like I've always, like, that's one of the reasons that I thought it was place to find out what's happening. Because there's only so much information that and often so silly, so sort of filled with fear and that it's hard to understand that there are actually places. That was kind of the goal when I wanted to go to church first was to find maybe and I didn't at the point wow yeah back during what year big I have no idea who was big or not. It was I know that they had while I was working out there was like telling kids not to run. There were like tanks of freedom of Ankara and Istanbul. And at that point I was pretty soon quite know what I should do with that. I was like just so I want myself where I realize or less like in out of trying to learn. So I was talking to my folks about it and like close the forecaster guy. Frank. Your dad was close with him. Yeah, he was close with him. Well like policy. I like politics. Like geopolitics. It's like the most dad compliment. Like every dad once they get old enough, like you know, like or my dad is global. I was no good. Your dad is like what do I expect? I wrote him and heard the type up. So it's like that you're that how you're gonna oh okay. What should I do? And then Frank was okay, go to Lebanon. I was like okay, I mean I don't know what that means. I've never had this plan. Sure now but I started to get Lebanon. So I had a plan my Jesus Western Europe and these and the church so they could accusations of magic and witchcraft within communities for centuries in Europe and eventually America and it has to be 50,000 people were executed for witchcraft of the 15th centuries. Vast majority women and often single with dangerous because they hard time to ban. In New England between 1538 and 1700, our disproportionate witchcraft during the Salem trials of 1682 and slave convention were followed by religion, and eventually the culture had shaken its old superstition. But no one could agree on where to draw the line between magic and religion. Malasky argued that religions have spiritual base for help, magic manipulated the spiritual base. Neil Durkheim, meanwhile, said that religions were communal, while magic was horizontal. Whatever the rule, there are always exceptions. And even today, academics get to produce tiny models that make something magic and objects and using just practices, prayer and sacrifice, and action, or an individual others see magic as they're working toward a specific effect. Others see magic as a term that defines the practice have a practical use at all. And it gets even more complicated when you consider how to define these boundaries between conceptual Western Europe and Western. Like the Islamic term safir often gets translated as magic, even though it describes things that wouldn't fit source plus traditions. So I don't know the differences between prayers and spells. And that's something I get about a lot because religion and magic have often. I used to study Catholic children's homes, and I developed superstition. Like Catholic Jack, very designed to ward off serious illnesses among the kids in the hospital. And I guess that simplified superstition practice like magic. But I would also pray for the protection of children. So it's not just common for these things. But our even those of us who don't believe supernatural still wish and the hierarchy of magic and religion or science has a long and storied history. It doesn't necessarily help us understand why practice magic. For that, let's head to the north. 3 snakes, a sacrifice sheep, 3 days and 3 nights without food or that's what it took for Zora Neale Hurston to be welcomed into the world. Before Hurston was a novelist, she was an anthropologist, and she came to New Orleans and studied art and often misunderstood tradition. Voodoo had started with enslaved people adapted Central African rituals at a time when practicing tradition was a crime. Voodoo combined knowledge of plants, spirits, and sacrifice, and was believed to have the power to hurt people. Hurston and earning experts' trust and training with them for months. Some specialized in death, others had recipes for changes mind, the bad landlord, and in a job. They taught her their spells, life, betrayal, breakup, gossip, well, by keeping secret, you could write it down on the paper up and whispering the secret or to split up spouses, you could put dirt in a fresh grave in the corners of their neck, meaning just must quit. Voodoo was almost for everyday problems, putting protection from violence and their concern for generations of black. And because voodoo didn't shy away from power to be for so today, some voodoo practitioners embrace the magic, while others claim it's just a way of life. Either way, it's Hurston in 1931. Nobody knows for sure how many thousands in America died of fire. So whether we call it religious, spiritual, magical, conditions that reflect the conditions of practice. And by the 1930s, anthropologists like Richard were starting to argue that magic isn't necessarily blood fresh. People often use magical and scientific to explain it. For example, if a building fell down and killed someone in a Monday that was now said and witchcraft, these are why is terrible events happen to that person, but they'd also diagnose that termites need and caused it to collapse, where science could answer the question why, magic could answer the question why me. Magical practices are essentially strategies that help people make sense of the world and manage uncertainty. Like a 22-year-old chap doesn't know what the night holds in store. And often we see really similar strategies being established religions, like consider protective objects, like this Jewish amulet created to shield a young girl from evil forces, or this shirt wrapped with verses from the Quran and 99 names of God, and to protect wearing. And we also find the use of specific words, phrases, and power in many established religions, like the Hindu mantra, Namah Shivaya, which people need to bring healing to all, or how some Muslims say, Hayat al-Kursi, twice a day, protection, like how I recite the Lord's Prayer whenever I'm on an airplane, twice actually, to take when it lands up where nobody thinks, and what might otherwise be called magic, sometimes goes by another name, like miracles. There's a long history of Catholic reports of the Virgin Mary appearing in shroud, sky, statues, weeping tears, blood. Some Hindus gain authority through healing and reading and moving beyond just Vesa. Wizards are said to have special powers to heal and fly and turn metal. And we recognize how common magical practices are even among established religions. We can see how they respond to many uncertainties. These days, magic is common places, luck charms, as witches sharing spells on TikTok. And while some stigmas certainly remain from centuries of bad PR, many magical communities are reclaiming their identity. For example, Korea has indigenous practices that were traditionally demonized, driven into hiding from colonizers of the Catholic Church, leading to centuries of discrimination throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, also working to reclaim their identity by talking publicly about how their practices help them find balance and a deep connection to their ancestors. It's important to remember that these categories are created. They're created by us, and we create categories like magic or religion to make sense of the world around us. They may be just words, but those words cast ideas into the world, and those ideas create structure and meaning in society, and reinforcing systems. Now, these words can even conjure emotions, like the idea that some people deserve persecution, or that their practices are somehow inferior to others. But when we part that and peer beyond, we can see that the lines that divide us are best proof, and that the definition of magic is valid to be needed. Sometimes men to wield power, others to fight against. For one thing is certain, these traditions can conjure feelings of empowerment, resilience, and connection, even in a world that is often uncertain. And no matter which way you define it, there is a certain magic. In our next episode, we'll ask the question, how does it towards this episode of Crash Course Religions, Hi, I'm John Green, welcome to Crash Course Religions. This is a new celebration, so with this, friends, this one, but you know about spiritual people. It's like Tokyo, 200 like diverse God, and that reason actually Hinduism. What does it mean to be? In Hinduism, the universe moves in cycles, multiple universes and multiple lifetimes, realities and like maybe the universe began cracking from great eggs, spilling life across an empty cosmos, or perhaps the lotus flower, God's belly button, being pulled apart to create the heavens, the earth, and the sky. In another origin story, the creator was just lonely, wanted some friends, which is why I started. You know what credited this universe's creator? Or like the math best. So which of these creation stories is true? Well, it's kind of all the above. In Hinduism, stories that seem to contradict themselves are not typically seen as a problem result, but fragments of infinite ultimate truth. Hinduism is often called the world's oldest living religion, and it's true that some of its texts date back to over 3,000 years ago, river bound. But those early storytellers didn't call themselves Hindu. That title first versions of them from the Greeks, and originally only a geographic and as those people can find that river. So how did the word Hindu identify your neighbors to just now some scholars trace this vibe shift to the 18th century when British colonizers Hindu category their senses coming together wild versus indigenous communities with intentional birth and non-Muslim. Others argue that Hindu was already taking shape long before the British marched in as religious identity shaped in part by its rivalry between Muslims and other faiths in South Asia. Regardless, by the 19th century, English word Hinduism comes thousands of years of culture and history. One as are still as diverse as ever. And you're uniting different practices. Hindus do stories. Lots of them designed for navigating questions about self, the cosmos, and life. There are two kinds of stories. First, the orthodox finally script. Veda means knowledge. It's known that these the oldest curriculum contains over 1,000 hymns, chants with instructions for living a good life. The second kind of story is Sparti, or what is written, the authored by Sparti Gita, one of the 5 different scriptures in the world. Like the Vedas, these tales of gods and goddesses model how to navigate life's responsibilities and challenges. Whereas the Sparti are designed to maintain society, time and space. They're flexible and adaptable, allowing for several options. Let's head a thought. For 14 years, the Crown Prince Ram was exiled to Sita and half. On one day, Sita was kidnapped. 10-headed demon. So Ram and Lakshman teamed up with the monkey general named Hanu to take down the demon. Together, they triumphed over evil, rescuing Sita. That's how one version around 3 BC. But there's a different version where is after another where versions are saved by herself very much. A version where Sita kidnapped her joined in the forest it's curious. It says countless replies. Do you know of one where Sita doesn't go with Ram to the forest? The Ramayana 10,000 years in 2,000 languages. By some counts, there are hundreds of versions, even Jain and Muslim ones, each one reflecting different things at different times. The Ramayana is just one of many narratives depicting gods and goddesses commonly understood incarnations and reality. Brahman transcends any single name. It has infinite names. It's sort of an infinity for one. And if that seems weird, I mean, so does infinity. So does consciousness. Brahman is often understood through a trio of major gods, each with multiple avatars or incarnations. First, there's Brahma, no head, has 4 heads, 4 arms, and the task of creating the universe. He's the one who pulled apart Vishnu's belly button, lotus flower, to make the universe. And speaking of Vishnu, he's next to Vishnu, also performed often and considered the preserver skill. It's last but not least Shiva, armed destroyer of the universe, which, according to some interpretations, isn't all bad. Giving all of existence a bit of spring cleaning every now and then does allow change to happen. In fact, you can't have a multiverse without it. Now I realize I've been using he, him pronouns force of the soul. In other words, the question that's asked in so many religions, where do I fit? And Hindus have a lot of different takes on this. One of them you may have heard of, karma. This view, your actions have an effect and on your soul's future path. A part of cycle, birth, life, death, and reincarnation. Depending on if you earned good or bad karma, you could be reincarnated as a person, an animal, or an insect. I would like to be reincarnated as a dog, but I feel like my karma is, for lack of a better term, house-ish. For some Hindus, the goal is getting off this to become liberated from existence, a state called moksha, which some interpret as many design. But others view moksha as the aim of dharma, the duties of social condition. Dharma is what keeps traditions going. It can impact how you name your baby or send off loved ones after they die. And interpretations of dharma have also been used to arrange social hierarchies like the immensely complicated caste system, which has been throughout South Asia to define different levels of privilege based on inherited social status, even among non-Hindus. Scholar Isabel Wilkerson has noted that caste functions similarly to race, where the amount of respect and resources and social standing a person has determined, at least partially, by their race. There are actually two forms of caste. One is varna, which refers to one of the four categories of people named in the Rig Veda. The other is jati, which refers to the ranking of people based on their lineage. Although castes have existed in some form for around 3,000 years, they became a much more rigid way of organizing societies, with British colonizers kind of hijacking, creating deep and lasting inequalities by muddling the two forms of caste and also claiming that they were unchangeable. And yes, a lot of this goes back to those colonial senses. In the centuries since this shift, certain groups have weaponized it in order to maintain power, even using caste division still creates significant inequality in government. That's recent effect, and it plays a significant role in Hindu nationalism, which we'll get to in a later episode. Of course, simple categories fail to capture the diversity of practice. See, for many practitioners, Hinduism isn't just something you are, it's also something you do through rituals that express bhakti or devotion to the divine. Rituals known as puja happen at home or in temples known as mandirs, decorated with scenes from Hindu stories, statues, or deities. It's thought that ringing the bell and greeting the deity respectfully makes it possible to access darshan, a state of seeing by the divine, sort of a transcendental time. Often temple doors have offerings, which is then passed on to people in need to act or giving without any expectation of return. Okay, we're nerd portion over. So even though Hindu started as a geographic label, Hinduism is not only in South Asia. It spread to the Caribbean, South Africa, Indonesia, North America, and Europe, blending more diverse practices into already diverse traditions. In fact, one of the most important holidays is celebrated all over the world. For some, it represents Rama's triumph over Ravana. For others, it's Krishna's defeat and Narakasura. For still others, it's about Vishnu sending away the demon on. What's constant, though, is the hope of good winning out over evil, with room for more than one story to them. Multiplicity is Hinduism's leading point. Many gods, yet only one. More than one life, more than one universe, more than one version of the story. So it's fitting, really, that a tradition so contains more than one possibility manages no straightforward answer to the question, what does it mean to be Hindu? In our next episode, we're going to explore the way Buddhists live and worship. See you then. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Religion, held in our studio here in Indianapolis, Indiana. These nice people Crash for everyone to join. Have you ever been stuck in a video game, found yourself on a level you just couldn't beat, keep throwing yourself at it over and over, to die, respawn each time, to the final, something clicks, you respawn this time, you get a longer still, until finally everything falls in place. You find the exit and the screen fades to black. You're free. It's game. Well, that feeling of being stuck, seeking an end to the cycle of suffering, is sort of like the concept of karma, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth that all living things are trapped in. But Buddhists believe there's a way out, a path to enlightenment. Sometimes we find it on our own, and sometimes we need a little help. A friend who's already beaten it. At its core, Buddhism focuses on the elimination or suffering, achieved through following Buddhist teachings called the Dharma. The Dharma lays out the path to nirvana, or enlightenment, literally meaning blowing out, like a candle. Those who achieve nirvana are free from the ceaseless flickering. Thanks for watching this episode of Sports Religions News. Oh yeah, this goes on. Just there's a bunch of stuff. It was never going to be that easy. So, great tools for treasure, which can seek that path. These are the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The three tools are central to a Buddhist practice. In fact, many people begin their daily ritual vow, take refuge in the Buddha, I take refuge in the Dharma, I take refuge in the Sangha. It's like starting your day with a good cup of coffee, and you get focused. So let's start with the first two. Well, the title of Buddha and has several meanings. Like, when we talk about the Buddha, we're talking about Siddhartha Gautama, lived during the 5th or 6th century. It's believed that he was born in a place called Lumbini, Nepal. Popular site for Buddhists, and many 400,000 take the pilgrimage there each year. Before he became Siddhartha Gautama was a prince, enjoying a luxurious brief life. Like stable, massive American favorite towns, Gautama eventually lost. He wanted to see the world outside the palace and find answers to questions like, am I here, and what does it all mean? You know, the easy stuff. So he left home and went into the world, where he witnessed this all four sights: plague, sickness, death, asceticism. That last one really stuck with him. Ascetics were spiritual teachers who practiced severe self-discipline. And after witnessing the four sights, Gautama committed himself to asceticism. He studied those who used techniques for meditation and material deprivation. At one point, he even tried surviving on a single per day, which didn't quite fill the health. It's a video game joke because we referenced video game earlier. But all this work still didn't answer his questions. It wasn't satisfying for the life. So after 6 years on the road, he didn't want any help. He sat under a tree to think. He sat beneath what would come to be known as a massive ficus with heart-shaped leaves, and vowed not to stand back up until he had achieved enlightenment. He meditated for 7 weeks until the final night he reached a mental state so deep he began to uncover the secrets. He was able to look back at his own previous lives and look into everyone else's life cycles too. His insight him to uncover the walls, the 3 poisons: greed, hatred, and ignorance. Letting go of these 3 poisons allowed him to begin it broke him in life. By dawn, he had achieved nirvana, free from suffering, fully understood the limits of day. As the sun rose, he no longer served Gautama, but the awakening. From that day on, the Buddha dedicated his life to creating a strategy guide to others. Initiative and asceticism, which he called the middle way. Today, that was screaming. Now, this is a little different from a casual and like a hanging version of desire, where you're holding on too tight. Like with your college girlfriend, how you were so good that you crushed the thing you were able to hold on to, and also conceive that person as a thing. Maybe that's just. Anyway, there is suffering, and suffering is caused by desire. Third noble truth, there is an end to suffering. That end is nirvana, the state of being free from sorrow. And the fourth, there is a path that leads to the end of suffering. That path is the middle way, neither extreme asceticism or indulgence, something. And if you're wondering how you follow the middle way, well, there's a list for that too. To recap, we've collected the three jewels, or noble. And we're about to start with the eightfold path to and behaviors, morality, meditation. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right effort, mindfulness, and right concentration. I know that's a lot, but it all boils down to if you let go that ravenous stinging fire and conceive other humans as planet blood. Instead of meditation, other necessities, possessions, inviting, chanting mantra, prayer, light, lamp, and temple. But also, direct action in this country, no matter status quo or not. I mean, I guess with two focus, however, Mary prays, leading them to here yet relatives for the third which are not continue to spread in a wider sense. Also, larger community of all people take refuge at the Dharma. And that can involve lots of different branches of practice. As the Buddha teaches other different and eventually require that leading to future branches of practice. So, there's more than we find out that there's a lineage largest branch down here. Careful days being election. Records of each none of them recognize strange no labor. The difference why are they having a public some being able nirvana is looking it out there's no. And within Mahayana Buddhism, we find another training area right up. Nothing. Many others have their own leadership, secret texts, and traditions. Well, it definitely is more representation in pop culture. It's just one part of the canopy of various branches, like the limbs of the Bodhi tree. Now, all of them together make up the soul. So the path to enlightenment isn't as straightforward as it might seem. Ways of Buddhism and following the middle way are varied. Ending the prayer wheel at a temple, living a life of chosen as a monk or nun, to saying a mantra to focus the mind, and so much more. And there's something very moving to me about the fact that the same story can create branching paths that are as an end to human suffering. Make sure you check out our next episode where we will ask an important question. So good for being first. Thanks for watching this episode of Religion. Over here in our studio, because these people, if you want to have a free Hi, I'm John Green. Welcome to Crash Course Religion. So this is the Wanganui. The Maori people of New Zealand, it's not just water, it's a living being connected to themselves, an ancestor. European colonizers didn't see it that way, of course, and over 100 years they and their descendants cleaned the rivers, fish, polluted with farm waste, sewage, and legally cut into pieces, which is hardly how you would treat something you respect. But from the day the Europeans set foot on the shores of the Wanganui, the Maori were ready for that will last over a century and become the longest running legal battle ever seen in New Zealand. They were going to try to convince the world of what they already knew. The Wanganui River is a person. Before Europeans arrived, there was no formal separation between sacred and secular, physical and the spiritual among the Maori. They and many indigenous peoples didn't have a direct equivalent for the English word religion. In fact, the closest concept to religion even today is a word introduced by European missionaries. Cross likewise, English has no threat. A Maori term that describes the Wanganui River system's physical, spiritual essence as a being with its own truth. It was more interesting. Also, European countries took traditions like that's for example. Particularly Christian thinking, and also about the self. So that's Maori beliefs are religion. Some argue that Buddhism is all question. It's like asking your grandma to crunch a woman. I wish I had a big ass. I was looking at that would be sorry, I don't know just now after anyway, this is why even though something will embrace argument, others rejected the distortion of their own, which in many cases mention of the word religion. Today many people prefer the term indigenous tradition. These traditions dynamic but still there are a few common themes across many indigenous traditions which can help us understand the Maori and how the river can be viewed as a person. First, many indigenous religious traditions recognize the diversity of spirits in stories and people. These nature and other shapeshifters, tricksters, ancestors. Some traditions are polytheistic, meaning they recognize villains. Others take a pantheistic perspective, where everything is even sweet potatoes. There's no all-in belief. Every indigenous community has traditions which can vary from location and even person to person. There is a common theme, which is that humans aren't the only spiritual beings bopping around. And that can make us start to think differently about the river and a lot of other things. Like in Mesoamerican traditions, there's the dome, a spirit linked to a person, usually taking the shape of an animal, often whatever happens to a person's novel. It needs to shape indigenous African diverse spirits are viewed says that they things nation tracing back to West and Central Africa and communities of enslaved people forced Caribbean plantations century who recognizes tons of different spirits called spirits of love, faith, death. Law are the spirits that people can have a personal relationship with, like the higher God. People can't. Law are so excessive, in fact, that venerating them with dance can bring the honor of being possessed them, which doesn't have the negative connotations. In fact, no practitioners like experience becoming worse if the law is right. And there's the importance of kinship. Those bonds we form with each other that bring stronger and so to many people in Kenyatta, tradition kinship is seen as something you do, not just a status. You take care of your kid takes care of you, and that kinship extends to the places you live, everything that and in many indigenous African traditions, that sense of reciprocity also extends to ancestor spirits, often occupy a separate element of living that are simply ancestor spirits are honored with offerings. Spirits can help things about their living kin. And some indigenous Hawaiians continue everything humans, animal, land, sky shares kinship. Ancestor spirits known as Hamakuku are viewed as guardians of practicing, often taking the form of an animal, such as a lizard, owl, eel, shark. It's not that kinship is a bond, even the separation of death can. The living can call upon their ancestors for prayer, and ancestors can make their presence known in dreams. Finally, many indigenous traditions hold strong connections to landscapes they call home. And that's going to take us back to the river story, I promise. Native American communities often use the phrase since time immemorial. They just how deep their ties and ancestral lands go. And that's a very different relationship with place and also to time than me saying, I grew up in Orlando. Orlando didn't even exist 200 years ago. And with any luck, this 200 years from now, just give me one hand. So this connection since time immemorial is why indigenous people sometimes speak not in from place, but of a place. The boundary with which we began this episode was as equal and not the that word means land, scent, and it nourishes a people. The boundary called themselves Tegatsu. There is nothing of the land. At the same time, the boundary and the indigenous people often find themselves displaced from ancestral lands. Many often have traditional practices restricted by the traditions to recognize their legitimately religious, legal way considered ceremonial for centuries, indigenous people in what's now Mexico and southwestern United States used peyote in their traditional ceremony. With the end of the 19th century, thus, Great Plains adopted peyote in their own traditional practice, and a movement called the Native American Church formed around an ethic of kinship and taking peyote as a sacrament. But federal and state governments, churches, and even some tribal didn't consider peyote ceremony religious. Decades of legal battles, but it wasn't until 1990 that amendment to the American Freedom Act that previous laws were overruled, granting legal protection to ceremony. Peyote. So indigenous people have had to fight to gain recognition for their practice. Perspectives working within the confines of Western concept of religion, but at the same time, they've often drawn upon their unique perspective on creative legal challenges. And that brings us back to the Ominuki River. In the Maori traditional view, the river has a life force inextricable from their own lives, which is often expressed as saying, I am the river, and the river is me. The river is disrespected like as the Europeans treated it, the people are too. Not only did the colonizers disrespect the land, but they took control of violence and some extraordinarily rough deals, like a significant chunk of land was traded well as muskets and musical instruments. For a century, the Maori fought for their youth to be recognized. At first, they were in the construct of ownership, prescribed by New Zealand law, signing an 1840 you to think again, because the U.S. Supreme Court found that corporations can be people. There have been other species of humans who are people. In other religious traditions, gods are people. Giants are people. So they knew it could be done. And in 2017, their efforts paid off. New Zealand granted the Wanganui River recognizing it as the knowledge of living being with rights of its own. Now, there are limits to this, like nobody can sue the river, but person who means the river is now legally recognized as connected whole. Appointed guardians can speak on its behalf. And even though this is a new perspective for the government of New Zealand, for the Maori, it represents the end of a long struggle to have their recognized. So is this Maori belief a religion? Well, of course, that's tricky. As we see, indigenous religious traditions are dynamic and long for their traditions to be recognized by aligning their practices with Western religion. But their own languages always have a word for religion, and forcing these diverse traditions into a single box means a lot to me as a whole. I would argue that rather than asking communities to speak their belief systems one definition of religion, we should instead expand our definition of religion to include the many ways humans have of grappling with interpersonal responsibility, kinship, and the sacred. So perhaps the question we should ask is, are these beliefs as real as any religion, regardless of whether they carry the weight? And for that, I do have a simple answer. Yes. Next time, we'll explore the complexities of Judaism. I'll see you. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Religions, which is here in our studio in Crash Course everyone.
Make it right, you bitch. How is this motherfucker still here?
Spiritual force, not the tradition of human life. For comparison, only about 20% of American Christians do not believe in God as God. And then when you consider non-religious Jews identity, later, as many as 44% of self-identified Jewish people in the U.S. don't believe in God at all. The Jewish person who doesn't consider themselves religious or believe in God, are they still Jewish? I thought I'd find you. Well, my murder. Well, as technically wrong. This would be religions. Somebody doesn't believe in God, they aren't Jewish. Well, the guy right there says they got something like a Bible. That's enough. Like a pastor. Unlike a church. All those things are true, but many Jewish people common trait for a lot of them is more about action. So all I have to do is act Jewish. Listen, I'm just asking a question here, man. Oh, God. advocate was because if you did, I'm just asking questions here. You're on for be Jewish tradition, and or you might be more needed because it's often thought of as ancestral, but it's also cultural. Community shared with carrying, washing, and that culture is wildly diverse. Many Jewish people believe that following religious law is extremely that it's inherent to the ultimate good. Oh God! Every time you quote Paul, I feel like I'm a barf. Hold on, man. This is that's my crypto broker. I gotta go. I need to stop. The point is, Jewish identity can be a lot. Some Jewish people feel more connected to cultural aspects, others to the religious or ancestral, and some all or none the above. Let's begin with the stuff that fits into our stereotype box. Judaism is rooted in several ancient Israelite texts known as the Tanakh. Today, we're going to focus on the relationship of their relationship to God and each other for thousands. The written Torah refers to the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, which, according to Jewish tradition, God presented. If those 5 books were episodes of Friends, they'd be Genesis, about how everything was created, Exodus, about leading his people out of enslavement in Egypt, Leviticus, about how lifestyle, Numbers, the one where the Israelites while they wandered in the wilderness, and Deuteronomy, one with 190. Written Torah contains recurring themes of exile, return, loss, and resurrection, and these themes continue to resonate with Jewish people today, particularly in light of very long history of persecution, especially by Christians. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism began or end the Holocaust. The history of anti-Semitism in Europe goes back a very, very long way, but one place I've seen it as being some time reading about infectious disease, European responses to pandemics, especially the Black Death, a horrifying pandemic that killed around half of all people in Northern Africa, Europe, and Asia. In response to the Black Death, many Christians came to believe that it was caused by Jewish people, especially Jewish people poisoning their rivers and their drinking water with some kind of magic serum that caused. This was, of course, ludicrous. There was never any evidence. Many experts, including are pushing back against it. But it so ingrained in the European idea that Jewish people were massacred around Europe in the 15th century. So I just want to emphasize that anti-Semitism in Europe certainly did not peak in the 20th century. It's very, very long step. All of this brings me to a brief digression about how stories sometimes take on new life. The written Torah's themes of exile and murder are a big part of the narrative surrounding the state of Israel formation in 1948, the goal of political movement called Zionism. Zionism is a diverse movement that views Judaism as a nationality ancestral. Opponents advocate for a national Israel where Jewish people live as citizens of the state. Now, obviously, this is complicated for a lot of Jews that we aren't going to get into here, but suffice it to say, Jewish people are not current present or is now the state of Israel. There are also people in the Druze state as well as Muslim and Christian Palestinians, many of whom have been continue to be displaced. It's important to remember that not all support the Zionist movement, but many do. The state of Israel has been widely but not universally recognized by learned Jews since 1948. You can find much, much more information on its historical context by following the links in the description of this episode. Okay, back to the Torah. So besides the written Torah, there's also the oral Torah, which, despite its name, has also been written down for a very long time. The oral Torah is a whole body of Jewish teachings, law, practices, interpretations, and scriptures passed down alongside the written Torah. If that all sounds contradictory, just wait until you hear about the two guys who started it. There once lived 2 rabbis, Shimon, strict, fiery, time and feel them gentle, caring, and angry time. Despite their differences, the 2 rabbis actually agreed on most things, but they each had their own Torah. Beit Shammai, strict, and Beit Hillel, lenient. And as those grew, so did the hot takes on the finer points of Jewish law, like it's okay to divorce, and Shemites, serious cases, hell, sure. And she served Shammai said, even if it means telling her she doesn't look on her wedding day. Hillel said, everyone looks wedding. If she doesn't, no, you don't. For centuries, the two schools debated marriage laws, holy days, and everything in between. Around the year 200 CE, rabbis started writing these opinions down, writing down about the two perspectives literally circled each other on the page. This resulted in this debate became known as the Talmud, the central negative. So today the Talmud is the most comprehensive. Words laid out Jews talk about where they not that is ritual holidays and customs today, practices covering baby boys' evenings after birth and celebrating Shabbat every Friday. But because there are so many ways to the debates that started with that continue today around questions like rabbis, is it okay to push an elevator button on Shabbat using electricity with confidence to refrain from creating fires and sparks on that day? The answers depend on how you interpret the nature of Jewish laws in general. They're meant to be unwavering, flexible, or somewhere in between. Asked by different Jewish people might get three or more different answers. Many branches of Judaism correct interpretation of either especially like dietary defining gender, like at an Orthodox synagogue and worship. A rabbi's child is Jewish. There's no pushing it out. But you can now programs adequately leaders are designed exactly that. On the opposite spectrum, there's Reform Jews take traditional laws like a house long ago that current occupants. So Reform Judaism and worship together, and they can be rabbis, and as long as one parent is Jewish, the child is Jewish too. Whether or not you put the elevator button Shabbat is up to you. In the middle, you have conservative which hold the tradition and change as its honor. So there's reverence and tracing. Women, rabbi, conservative synagogue, and while using electricity on Shabbat is still discouraged, conservative rabbis exception permitting live stream services. And then beyond the big three branches, there are others, their own interpretations, reconstruction, maritime learning from the past, and what's meaning to them. People say Jewish don't identify any particular branch. Yes, Jewish exists, and throughout history, largely in response to persecution, Jewish people spread over the world. I asked and Beta Israel and Ethiopia. All of these perspectives, and all of them Jewish. Is Judaism a religion? Yes, but being Jewish doesn't have to be a religious identity. So a people, a culture, to many, being Jewish is much bigger and more than the word religion. Being Jewish can feel very different interpretation of Torah, synagogue, where you attend services, if you don't attend identify. Judaism is a religion. It's also any culture, what some scholars have called civilizational identity. In our next episode, for many of the ways that people Christian, I'll see you. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course. Nice. Want to help keep Crash Course. Hi, I'm John Green. Welcome to Crash Course Religion. So this is Ian Tokus recording. Legend. It was painted by Stephen Cook and was eventually housed at Temple and No Fault, capital Byzantine Empire, till 1383. As the story goes, one day some fishermen on the now all the painting of the lakes round by light disappeared from the temple and reappeared before their eyes. And it would show up at several different times before finding itself. In Tikvin, today Russian Orthodox Christians honor this miracle every 6 months. I have to admit, I'm a Christian, and this is the first I'm hearing about this fine painting. Christianity, for me, looks a little different. So personally, as a I'm not particularly interested. Where others argue that interpreting the Bible literally is the proper way to understand the scriptures, I find it impossible to bring any text under sense for themselves. Many people would say that I'm not a Christian at all. Understand why? And this is one of the great challenges. I don't find it tradition. Agree about who is really Christian. And really. They tell me here I never seen Christian. I had but I know it as a so now many times entering the Christian as a clear person in the United States. I go job and kind of just having Christianity all the time. I think and I know what like many of the 24,000 temples affiliated with the Christian congregation of Brazil. But you're Russian, like 8 billion members in these ways to be Christian might not look like what's going on in Indianapolis, but they represent some countries. And on location represents denomination and religion. Also, a huge and how they parsed Christianity. Both the Faith Tabernacle in Nigeria and the Christian congregation of Brazil are Pentecostal. The denomination is growing rapidly outside of Christianity. And to go back to where Pentecostals first started, let's hit on it. On April 9th, 1906, a black minister named William was preaching to a multiracial inside a living room in Los Angeles. Some members were overcome by unrealization. Speaking Anyone preached the speaking in and he took the experience God was speaking explain how you can not everyone was keen on the gathering when church elders rejected teachings as or I'm not a preacher and so teacher at a time when the U.S. was deeply segregated along racial lines. Seymour's gathering people every I know I grew up in which eventually became known as the Azusa Street Revival, was a significant launch for the modern Pentecostal movement. So we saw this talk about denominations. I'm waiting to prove he looks sad. Yeah, nobody loves me. The man said yes, and I said, are you Christian? The man said yes, and I said, me too, Catholic or Protestant. And he said, I said, me too, which denomination? He said, Baptist. I said, me too, Northern Baptist or Southern Baptist? He said, Northern Baptist. And I said, me too, Northern Baptist Great Lakes region or Northern Baptist Eastern region? He said, Northern Baptist Eastern region. And I said, neither. It's funny, this is the world Jesus vision. It's one where we have arguments over administrative matters. Anyway, unlike the Neo at certain times, Stan and others have known literally years in advance what scripture begin Sunday. Pentecostal services tend to be very spontaneous. The idea is that God himself might take the worship experience in surprising directions, and participants are on a road. In any case, there are things that Christian denominations like the Christian Bible, the text that Christians believe God, including the Old Testament, also known as the Hebrew Bible, and the New Testament. Christianity is often described as a fatal, which means many of its members is this is different from the religion I serve. Buddhism, where the act in the world was more important than believe, but even that is complicated. In fact, there was a lot of information about it, but tens of millions of Christians recite of every Sunday, which other things states one God, the Father, the maker of heaven and earth, alone. And because of these, there's a Christian all differences often determine function. Now that came to a head in the United States, but around a quarter of United Methodist churches in the West left United Methodist forming a new denomination, Methodist Church, had emerged the year before in response to the members about gay marriage global Methodist Church can over the world most represented agreement deep enough to split the church in two in what's as a schism. That's just one example of how Christianity all evolves over time as culture does and as we which denomination you're a part of also affects what type of ritual practice you participate in or which version in baptism for a Catholic Baptist just a few for Baptist, it can be a dip into a river or a church baptismal pool, which usually occurs over a year old after Christ is forever, which is to say 6. Whereas in my church, you don't get confirmed in water and long-term year 12. In truth, what my difference is even among personal practice, like branch of Christianity, Christianity policy, the ritual service, specific patterns like the recitation of the Lord's Prayer, the taking of bread and wine, which may not be the body and blood of Christ, depending on perspective. But many evangelical churches have services that include motivational speakers, dramatic reenactments, or extended concerts, contemporary praising. And figures from the Bible might look different and have different mythology. Most Catholics fear the Virgin Mary, Jesus, and many ex-Catholics are Our Lady of Love, an indigenous version of Mary, another version, Our Lady of Mother, crucial to Christian traditions in India and Pakistan, based on another story, but wherever you go, one common figure is the others. He goes by the name of Jesus. To most Christians, Jesus is wrapped up in this thing called Trinity. Christianity is monotheistic, there's only one God. Jesus is one of 3 persons in one God, the other 2 being God the Father and God the Spirit. The really special thing about Jesus compared to the other is that he was like a person who walked the earth in Nazareth. Executed by the Romans around 30 CE. Uplifting in this sense means an unfailing fruit. The prophet, much divine, directly and essentially followers of Jesus sharing the divine truth. So what was this truth? Well, during his years of traveling, Jesus professed that their sin, that is, knowledge and without practical morality, commanding that the last shall be treated as first, and that the poor are especially blessed. And he performed miracles, healing the sick, including those stigmatized by disease, like lepers, and feeding the hungry. He also taught that God would triumph over evil permanently sometime in the future, leading to a kingdom of God. But of course, this rise of a new kingdom did not sit particularly well with Romans, who were pretty keen on the current kingdom. And after a famous betrayal by one of his followers, Judas Iscariot, Jesus was executed by crucifixion. But according to the New Testament of the Bible, he didn't stay dead for long. 3 days later, he was resurrected, or eventually ascended to heaven. Jesus' early followers shared his stories, and over time, gatherings known as churches formed, which grew in size and complexity. Those early teachings shaped Jesus' life, death, and resurrection into a broader narrative about the salvation of all humanity. His death came to be taught as the ultimate sacrifice, which Jesus gave his life to repent of the sins of everyone on earth. In this way, he was positioned as a bridge between God and humans, allowing us to enter God's kingdom in heaven. And even from those earliest days, Jesus' followers believed he would come back someday and put an end to evil forever. Many communities today preach about this eventual second coming of Jesus and what it will mean for the world. Now, this core story is combined with a variety of other stories in the Christian Bible. Many Christians study the Bible extensively to try to understand more about God, Jesus, and how they should live. Billions of people across the world practice Christianity, whether a mega church in Nigeria, Coptic Orthodox Church in Cairo, a circle of a dozen silent Quakers in Pennsylvania, or in a cathedral in downtown Indianapolis. Its history has shaped not only its own course, but the course of many other faiths by extension, sometimes in collaboration, and sometimes through colonization and conflict. But what it means to be part of this vast spiritual faith is different for everyone. For me, it's about using scripture and the life and sacrifice of Jesus Christ's story and my life and faith. It's about trying to reconcile the finite nature of faith and everything we see with our ability to conceive. And it's about a larger framework to consider life. He can project salvation in space mathematically. And use this point of departure to calculate the day. The end showed just solutions different. Well, this may seem like extraordinarily modern. It's
Look at this West Side gangster print.
This journey, which occurred in 622 CE, would later be marked the beginning of the Islamic calendar. Year 1 in the Christian calendar, the year of Jesus Christ. The year 1 in the Islamic calendar is the year of the Quran. Eventually, the Quran was written down. There's a remaining but there are others with actions in teaching after an affection of some, not all, Muslims today. Now, you may have noticed that we haven't actually shown yet, and that is our reason. And it's just not. And in some cases, at all. With idle devoting themselves to other than God. This is central. Don't worship. They worship God. Critically, unlike other figures, Jesus Muhammad both religious figure and political. The first head of Islamic, and as such, he conducted diplomatic military affairs alongside religious leadership. After he died, he major ever-changed landscape. So there was a dispute for who should become a spiritual leader whom the Muhammad. Others thought Muhammad's an Ali. This disagreement ultimately led to the branching that are different governing structures and pray and leaders. The and smaller branches to just as we see other and surface particular found personal theory recognized wishes has been around around as Islam continued to spread an area known as starting in the 8th century and lasting and with the surge of mathematics architecture such as strong beginning of all that positions like leads all these unknown variables not easier, not easier, easier for I'll be honest. Someone to equal a I probably saw it at 5. It's now when it comes to what Muslims mean, there's no better place to start with pronouncing Shah. In English it goes, there is no deity but God and Muhammad as Shia and the phrase God. Shahada Muslims recite the Shahada during everyday life. Prayer it's also possibly the common last words in healing often repeat the prayer. The Shahada is one of two main tenets. First, there's just one God. Monotheistic religion.
Perfect. Girl. There he is. How you living, pimp? Like a fat kid misses cake. What's good in your neck of the woods, homie? I don't hate anyone.
I'm just saying, out of
I really don't.
how to choose someone
I dislike them both equally.
not what the question.
I recognize that. I'm very political with my answer. I would say I know less about Ty Lopez than I do Grant Cardone. So
Actually, thought about this 2 minutes ago. I actually like Ty Lopez for a variety, but Grant Cardone made much like
all right. How has your wallet been recently? Your bag, has it been successful? Are you gonna tell me every fucking instance about it, like the one, the only Zoot?
what did you say?
How's your bag been? How's your bag been recently?
What do you mean by that? Oh,
All the time, dog. Like 6 times a fucking night.
did he come in here?
Yeah, he came in last night, and he's got these ticks, and sometimes he says bad words. And he said one like right as he left yesterday. I think it was him because I searched the moderation records, and he was like the last person in here. I haven't been hanging out with him recently because he has not been in here under his normal times. I mean, generally, and I've been just trying to get my hours normalized. Uh, well, he, but he used to come in depending, but like generally from like 1 a.m. to like 6 a.m. play. But I've been trying to get to bed earlier than that. So because of that, he's been coming in, but I've just, but he will come in and he he'll be like, oh, I'm so poor. Oh my god, you gotta figure. Shut the fuck up. Like, oh, I can't wait to be.
Years.
Yeah, not quite that high. But
Well, high there was 7.
yeah, but then he'll like complain over having to spend like $10 on something. Like, why is it such a big deal for you to have to spend $10? You know how he got that money?
No.
It's a really cool story. I like really you could make a fucking movie on this story, I think. I think it's really cool. So he was really into Pokemon cards. Now, let me preface this by saying ask him for the exact deal, but this is just how I remember him saying it along these lines. He was really into Pokemon cards. And he went on eBay to buy Pokemon cards. And he bought like um he wanted to buy like $10,000 worth of Pokemon cards. Or he had bought like maybe amassed $10,000 worth of Pokemon cards, and his bank thought it was a fraudulent charge and froze his finances, and it pissed him off because he was like just trying to buy Pokemon cards as an investment, and he went to the bank and was like, "Yeah, I want to take my money," and they're like, "You can't do that. We've frozen your assets," and he's like, "Why?" And they're like, well, it shows like a bunch of transactions to eBay here, and they look suspicious. so we are um we're freezing your assets. So he eventually worked with the bank to be able to get his assets unfrozen, but was upset that a random institution, financial institution like a bank, could just have such a hold on him. And so he took out all his money and put it into cryptocurrency. Specifically, I think the big one that helped him was Ethereum. And then Ethereum skyrocketed.
What year was it? Like 27.
Yeah, something like that. And then it took his $10,000 investment to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just think that's a really cool story. That so like in speaking with him, I'm like, so Zoot, you mean to tell me like your desire to buy Pokemon cards has made you into 100,000 there? And he's like, yeah, but he doesn't keep his wallet. His grandma's got it, so that's why when I'm like, whenever he's like, oh, such and such is so expensive or whatever, I'm like, dog, you have huge amounts of assets. Why don't you just take some of it to become liquid? He's like, yeah, it's more complicated than that. I get it, like, but
He
um,
has his grandmother holding the wallet.
yeah, so he doesn't, he doesn't, yeah, sell essentially. Um, I see people in here all the time. It's fucking scary to me, the death grip that crypto can have on people and gambling can have on people. There's a funny saying. I'll attribute it to Tim Conway Sr., who was a comedian, actor, guy from the 1960s, 1970s. Um, and his son says it all the time. And his son has a show on KFI in Los Angeles, out of Burbank, and he says of all the addictions that you can have, gambling's the one that can make you a lot of money. And it's kind of a funny thing, like, of anything, like you could be addicted to cocaine or marijuana or alcohol. Those are all going to drain your bank account. But gambling is the one that could make you a lot of money. And not saying it's the best one to have by any means, but all of the other ones are generally not going to allow you to have the same results. So I get people who come in here, and it's sad. It's really sad. This one guy in particular, I've told you about this guy who manages all the bots for like all these major streamers. He um he'll come in here and he'll take $1,000. He'll bring in his friends into this Discord, and he'll bring in all his friends, and he'll just play. We'll play roulette, and he'll just ask me to like pick numbers, and we'll pick numbers, and he'll turn like $100 into $1,000. And then be up a lot, and he'll give away some of the money as well to friends and such, and then he'll still be up like, let's say, $1,200, $1,300, like a good amount of money, not life changing, but like a good night. And then he'll go into this one game on stake, and within 30 seconds lose it all, and I'll be like, what the fuck did you just do? He's like, I had to play it. I just had to play it. I don't know what I'm doing. I just had to do it. And then I'll be like, like, are you done? He'll be like, yeah, I lost it all. And I'm like, how did you do that so quickly? I mean, we were just here. You worked up like to get like $1,300, and it's happened a few times, but it's just scary to see that happen with people. And I know it happens with people in cryptocurrency as well. And Zoot is kind of one of those people I could see doing that if he did not, if he had direct access to his wallet. He's just a um
Funny that he is.
right, exactly. He's a what's the word where you do things, and he's impulsive, and I think he would be the first person to say that. So yeah, it is good, but it's amazing to me that he has basically amassed like a small fortune because of Pokemon cards. Isn't that a cool story? no, I didn't know that. I thought he, I guess, gained the money of Pokemon. Right, exactly. I mean, I didn't know. I thought like maybe he got a inheritance or I don't know. Maybe you know, purity position could have paid really well. I have no idea. But yeah. And I've got to say I'm proud of him. He's working hard to get a six pack. He updates me on it every fucking day that we talk, and he he's really been working on himself. He's a major um um he is a major, what is the word? Starts with a P. Just one moment. He's I want to say protagonist, but no, that's hero. He's a uh he's a major um oh, I'm gonna get this one. No, 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 no. If this takes me all day, I'm gonna get it. Um, he's a procrastinator, but and I get it. He'll come in here and just be like, well, there have been a few things that he says that he will do, and he keeps saying he'll do them, and then he'll say, I'll do it in 2 weeks. 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 All right, dude, but like, don't complain about it if I'm telling you what to do. Like, one of them is he comes in here all the time, like heartbroken about girls. I don't want to say heartbroken, but just frustrated. And he's a good-looking dude. He could pick up chicks, but he's like, there are none in my area. I'm like, dog, I am sure that there are some attractive single women in your area. He's like, yeah, but I've got to travel to find them. I'm like, no, you don't. There are people, I'm sure, on your block. You just don't recognize it. And so I've told him, get on the dating apps. He's like, yeah, but nobody swipes right on me or whatever on the dating apps. And I'm like, all right, what are your pictures? He's like, well, they're just pictures I took. I'm like, no, get professional pictures taken. That's like the biggest thing that you can do to improve who's gonna swipe right on you, and have an action shots, have you in like your wherever you live, like being comfortable, have you perhaps like outside, have you with your dog, like that kind of stuff is gonna be attractive to women. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll do that. That's a good idea. I'm gonna start looking for photographers right now. And he'll do it, and then like a few days will come by and go by, and he'll be like, I'm so frustrated with these girls, and I'm like, all right, well, did you update your dating profile? He's like, no, I'll do it. I'll do it in 2 weeks until after I do this and this and this and this and this. It's like, all right, that's cool. Just keep procrastinating. That's fine. I don't want to um bash him. He's a nice person and he's my friend, but he can be frustrating sometimes. Um, and then there's a subject that he'll always bring up, and I've had to tell him, I've given you my opinion. I don't want to talk about this when you're here, and it just has to do with like mental health, and he just he'll get bored and he'll just want to talk. No, not that, but just I think if you just made up a psychological issue, Zoot would think he has it. And he's not alone in that. That's pretty common amongst people. But it's just like he'll want to talk about psychological issues, and it's like, Zoot, we've talked about these things so many different times that I don't want to talk about them anymore. Because then you just come in here and you say, I think I have this, I think I have this, I think I have this, I think I have this. And I say, okay, go to seek professional help for that. And he'll be like, I will in 2 weeks. And it's just like, oh, dude, if you get the autism diagnosis, Yeah, kind of that deal. But I will say I'm very proud of him for his improvement of his body, and I mean, he tells me every day what his body fat is, and that's really good. I mean, he's gone from like a 4 pack to a 6 pack. Yeah, it does, but at least he updates me perhaps on his body mass index, so that's your height to weight ratio basically, and um, he calls it his body fat percentage, but you're right, it does. But he's he's improving. I keep telling him, dude, then just go to the strip club and tell the guy that you're ready. And I just think he's a little anxious about that, but that's fine, you know. Um, and
I mean, there's probably other jobs. He actually practice and
no, no, I'm sure he.
doesn't have a body. Definitely be able to.
You know what? He has a pretty good voice. I've heard him not dancing, but if you can sing, it says that you probably have a little bit of rhythm or at least musical gift. And he'll sing in interesting situations. Like I've had karaoke nights, and I've invited him, and he's come and sung. And normally, like most people would not do that, so he does have the courage to be able to do that. And I really wish he would just start coming in earlier, but he comes on his own time. This is Zoot. And Zoot, you're gonna watch this someday. Right, exactly, exactly. He'll be like this. He'll come in at 2 in the morning, and he'll be like, "We'll talk. I'll go. I'll give him some shit, and then I'll be like, all right, you ready to lose? How many games in a row are you gonna lose?" He's like, I'm not gonna lose any games in a row. I beat him 3 or 4 or 5 games in a row, or whatever. He'll be like, oh, I've got to go. Okay, and then he'll leave. 15 minutes later, he'll come back. Like, hey, Zoot, you ready to lose 5 games in a row? Yeah, you're not gonna beat me. Blah 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 blah. And then he'll be like, I've got to go do something, and then he'll do that. And it's like I think that I've almost become like a like when his mind is idle, he just comes in here and does whatever, which is cool. I mean that I'm glad he's here.
You're actually his procrastinator.
Yeah, exactly, a little bit. Um, that's fine. I'll take that. He is an interesting person. He's a seemingly a good person, and I want the best for him, and so I do my best to give him good advice, but he doesn't always take it, which is fine. Um, but I mean, he's living his own life. Again, I wish he would just come in earlier. Like, I don't know what time is it in. I'll look right now. Time in no, uh, no, there's no. Okay, so I guess he just doesn't come in the. I mean, I don't want to dox him, but there's only one really major side of Australia, yeah, because there's really only one city on the west coast. It's Perth, and he's not in Perth.
I think like some like 9+% of people along the coast.
Oh,
All of it is nothing.
oh, it's way more than that. Yeah, it's it's like 98%. The only people who don't are people
I
who.
didn't know they had
Yeah, dude. I was just learning about one this week a little bit. It was actually in this. I was looking at that. Yeah, I think I would consider it a hoodoo. Hoodoo's a religion as well, in spelled the same way. It's like voodoo, but it's different. It's a set of spiritual observances, traditions, and beliefs, including magical and other ritual practices, developed by enslaved African Americans in the southern U.S. from various traditional African spiritualities. But it's also like a geological form. Okay, and then I was learning about this. Well, oh no, it was something different. Wait, was it? No, I was watching documentaries on. It was supposed to be on geography, but it really turned into geology. And so have you ever heard of Ayers Rock? It has a different name. It's Uluru Ayers Rock.
But there's an Australian rock band.
Oh, tight. So Ayers Rock's also known as Uluru, which is what it is in Aboriginal names. And let me see, is Ayers Rock a hoodoo? Oh no, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. Because a hoodoo's like when like a rock's on a hoodoo is a tall thin spider of rock shaped by erosion. No, it is a pardon me. I'm in agreement with you on that. Um, right. When I think of hoodoo, I think of um like Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. Dude, um, you know what becomes really popular? Like a very popular TV show for children? There's Bluey. Zoot always talks about Bluey. But it's it's a cartoon without words. Um and I've seen it on YouTube. Animated television series without speech. Okay, Angry Birds becomes big. I guess there are a lot of them. I don't know. Um,
Angry Birds have a
yeah, apparently. Um, let's see here. And here's why. Well, we've talked about this, but we're going to talk about it more. Okay, what's the highest type of humor? I don't know if I've told you. I think I have that. It's mime. Mime is the highest form of humor. And I think, yeah, it's silence. And here's why. You can show mime to people in France or in Canada or in Mexico or in China or in Japan without any words and make the most amount of people laugh. It's like most universal. Does that make sense?
yeah. I feel like I widely.
That's what I mean. Yeah. And then from there, it goes uh, rhyme. No, no, it goes mime, pun, rhyme, alliteration. So if you're coming up, you know how like we always come up with these names of businesses. If if you what I'm trying to say, if you want the best punchline, one that rhymes is more beneficial than one that doesn't.
How is that above pun?
It's not. So number one is mime. Number two is pun. Number three is rhyme. Number four is alliteration.
What have you heard of stand-up where
Yeah, I have. George George Car- George Carlin has done it. Um, but he was almost like a philosopher. But yeah, like he would read these things, these really long things. He'd have little notes. You know who George Carlin is, right?
yeah.
Okay, so he has a rhyme and rant. This is really funny. Can you hear this?
The upside downsizing,
Can you hear this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's on the
No, it's not. But that doesn't like I study humor a lot. In fact, I think there's a when like I look at this in really big terms, and I could be totally wrong.
The main ingredient of that triggers the response.
It's a complicated answer. It depends, but one of the major ones is simplicity. There is called a um in humor. It's called a something of words. Just one moment. Let me go to ChatGPT on this one.
I would say that is
In humor, what is it called when you are trying to limit the amount of words to make things simple? Comedians talk about it all the time. It's something of words, economy of words. So, when
the
some,
what?
it's an economy of words. So when you are trying to make people laugh, the the less words that you use or the fewer words that you use, the more impactful it is. So it doesn't get all jumbled and um, too drawn out. So word economy.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a guy on it that economy of words kind of like a fact, but I've I heard one before and I thought it made a lot. The main ingredient that makes people laugh, laughter response, surprise, because you introduce surprise, unexpected thing, like punchline of a joke is basically like sometimes I guess you can kind of feel it coming, but other kind of more frequently it's things that you wouldn't expect come out that is like triggers your brain to be like, oh, this is unexpected, funny answer thing.
I agree. It's called a um, misdirect, at least in humor, where like, what's an example?
You like lead them down one road.
Yeah, They anticipate the punchline's going to be A when it's really B, and the fact that that has taken them by surprise enhances the funniness of the joke.
Yeah, I mean, there's different, there's a whole lot of different ways that you go about, you know, topics that there's one and but
I agree.
that is this direct like one example.
Surprise.
One topic.
Right. That's true. Another one can be volume. And it like it could be a lot of things, but just physical humor, kinetic humor, um, can do it as well. And there's a blend of them. I noticed that, in my opinion, and everybody's sense of humor is different. The the best comedians are those who have a very high punchlines per minute um, ratio. So someone like Bert Kreischer has like a really, I don't know if it's a long one, because believe it or not, for as much as I hate Bert Kreischer, he taught me two things about humor that other comedians have not. The first is this: he focuses a lot of his attention on the first word that a comedian uses when they come out. It's like, why did they choose that word? Why is that the word they chose? And after I heard him say that, like I hate to say that, like he that is an important thing. And then the other one is punchlines per minute. And do you know who um comedian um, um uh Mitch Hedberg is?
Yeah, he's a one-liner guy.
Right. He has the highest IMDb rating of any special, and I watched it a couple weeks ago, and it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. It's just a Comedy Central special that he did. He got like 30 minutes, and he destroys it. And another comedian who has very high punchlines per minute is Rodney Dangerfield. Do you know who Rodney Dangerfield is?
Yeah, he was like a idiot.
Yeah. He's in Caddyshack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
full,
Murray.
yeah.
Yeah. And I was watching a lot of Rodney Dangerfield yesterday, and his his delivery is so smooth and so he has so many punchlines per minute. Like it's something that I just don't see comedians today doing that much. Like I don't know. I feel like a lot of comedians today are just storytellers, which is not always that funny. They can be cool, but when it's just like a machine gun of joke after joke after joke after joke, that to me is a really good comedian. Like because that's so hard to do. It's so hard to have that much creative content. Um, and so people, you know who? I'm gonna make you guess this. He's arguably the biggest comedian or the biggest person in comedy, and his reputation is he's not that funny. Who is it?
Tony.
That's a really good guess.
Rogan.
Yep, you got it. You got it. Both. I would say. Now, I have not seen Tony Hinchcliffe's stand up, but he.
I listened to one of the things like honestly I think him and Joe Rogan are like I don't know, I think Joe is like funny at some point. Like before. I think because like it can make me laugh harder contest is funny and but yeah. Joe Rogan not the worst thing.
No, he's not. He, but he's very intelligent and I think very talented at interviewing. He just.
I think was it because I'm both for like
Well, I don't know if he was one of the first, but definitely of that. Um, so Tony Hinchcliffe has only put out one special, and it wasn't that well received. It was on Netflix for like a little while, and it definitely didn't bomb, but it didn't knock anybody out of the park. Um, do I think he's funny? Yeah, but I think he takes like cheap shots too, and I don't think those are funny. And Joe Rogan, I watched like within the last month, I watched like 3 or 4 of his stand-up specials, and they're okay, but they're not that funny. I mean, maybe people think that they're just absolutely hysterical. He does have a couple of jokes though that I feel are like all-time classic jokes. This one he's got where he's talking about Caitlyn Jenner, and he's like, who knows? Like, if you lived in a house with all those women, who knows what would have happened to you? There's like another one that he says that's like, um, it's about women fighting, and it's like, um, if you mean to tell me that we live in a world where if you want, you can be a different gender and beat up the other gender? It's something I'm slaughtering it, but um, and like get paid to do it, that's okay. Like it was something like you I would have never thought growing up like that would be considered okay, something along those lines. But there, Joe Rogan, I would say, is not that funny to me, but he's more along the lines of like a George Carlin, like philosophical to me. He talks about some things that I feel are important to society. He has like almost uh a, he- yeah, 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 he'll talk about things like he'll talk about not super political things, but almost like um just like activism, and so it's not like joke after joke after joke, but that's okay. If the statements that he's making are um important, I feel. So like what would they be? Um I mean, like he's probably had something along the lines of I'm not recalling it off the top of my head, but something like um okay, so when the pandemic came down, everybody panicked. Everybody said that you had to wear a mask, and that's fine. Okay, great. But like, they're forcing you to wear masks outside. Okay, but yet you don't have to wear a mask at a rally, so long as it's like the right kind of rally. Somehow this mysterious disease did not infect people if you were fighting against the government. Like there were just things like that that aren't necessarily that funny, but are important from a political standpoint. I feel to be said, whether you agree with them or not. There's just some reasonableness in what he's saying. Like, hey, if we're really that worried about this disease, then you would say that you can't. You have to keep your masks on during like all of it. But no, if you're fighting against like certain groups, then it was okay to not have a mask on. Things like that, um, that aren't necessarily that funny, but are they're things that make you go, huh, yeah, that's interesting. Like, why is that that way? Or, um, well, here's an interesting thing. He doesn't do that many specials. He did, but then he hadn't done one in 6 years until recently, and he did it. Um, he did it, and he this is something that was groundbreaking. He did it live in one take. You know, when you watch specials, like comedy specials, it's actually like they'll do like a stand up will say, I'm gonna be doing a special, let's say in Vancouver, January 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Yeah, I'll record like 3.
Exactly.
Like,
And then pick the best ones. But this was different. This was, I'm only going to do it one time and I'm just gonna get it down really, really well. If you've ever seen well, there's this documentary I saw within the last month on Richard Pryor, and I'd heard Joe Rogan talk about this, but I'd never um, heard it from like other people. Okay, so Richard Pryor was gonna he needed money, so he was gonna do a stand-up special entitled "It Live on the Sunset Strip," and he had it. He was gonna do it like one or two nights, and the first night that he does it, he absolutely bombed. He absolutely bombed, like to the point where he didn't remember the the jokes. He needed people to come up on stage and like whisper in his ear what he's supposed to say. He did very, very bad. And then the next night he came out and killed, just absolutely destroyed. And it was just kind of a thing, like, he was all fucked up on cocaine and shit, and that could do things to you. But it was just interesting, like, sometimes it's not your night. Yet when you go back and watch Live on the Sunset Strip, it's like it's groundbreaking. It's really it's phenomenal. Another comedian who he's one of my favorite comedians of all time. At one time I would have said he was my favorite comedian, and now he is just absolutely hated, is Bill Cosby. And I grew up in the late 80s and early 90s as a child, and the Cosby Show was so big, and it was like my favorite show for many years. Still one of my favorite shows. It was a show about a family. When it didn't matter the look of the family, I saw my family in that family, and I saw my community in that community, and it I think it was a very important show. Well, Bill Cosby and Richard Pryor, like arguably, kind of were, um, they were trailblazers, especially in their specials, because it was rare to do a special that would be on like that would be in a theater. But they did specials that were like in theaters. They were frankly like, you know, um minorities who were slowly being accepted into the larger society, and like Richard Pryor, like dating white women was just seen as like a taboo thing. Or um just what they were trailblazing in a lot of different ways. And I watched their specials, and their specials are still very funny today. Um, to me, a special is even better when it's like almost timeless. Do you know who Andrew Dice Clay is?
Yeah, it's special and it was quite funny because smoking cigarettes the whole time. We got a lot of people's girlfriends that like awkward section.
Right.
You know, he's lying. We all know he's lying.
Right. Now he he was a trailblazer. He's the first person to ever do arenas, and that I guess like um it's really interesting that to make money as a comedian is incredibly difficult. Remember we were talking the other night, and I was saying
My podcast and everything.
no, previously, even still it is, but previously it was much more difficult because there were only limited clubs. It was really hard to get stage time, and then like we looked, they paid $25, and at one time they didn't. At one time they didn't even do that. There was some kind of like revolt that happened at the Comedy Store in the 1970s. It's actually on their website. I read it, but I still don't really understand exactly what happened. But basically, they let me just quickly see what happened. What it is. Yo, dog, in 10 sentences, tell me what happened at the Comedy Store where there was like a revolt or like a unionization of the comics. It was how comics started getting paid because they weren't getting paid. In 10 sentences, tell me that whole background. It happened around the 1970s. Okay, in the 1970s, comedians at the Comedy Store in Los Angeles were performing for free under the idea that it was a showcase club where industry people could discover them. So they weren't even making money. The club, originally started by Sammy Shore and later taken over by his ex-wife Mitzi Shore, was booming, with comics packing the place every night. Even though the club was making serious money from drink sales, the comedians weren't being paid at all for their performances. As stand-up comedy became more of a legitimate career path, comedians began pushing back, demanding to be compensated for the work. Led by comics like Tom Dreesen, a group of performers began organizing and essentially went on strike in 1979. They picketed outside the Comedy Store with signs like "No bucks, no yucks," pushing for fair treatment and pay. So notice what they did there. They had a rhyming punchline: "No bucks, no yucks." It's short, it's simple, but like that's what I'm talking about. Those things are powerful. Mitzi Shore argued that paying comics would change the nature of the club and ruin the showcase culture. Some comics like Jay Leno and David Letterman supported the strike, while others crossed the picket line. Eventually, most clubs in LA started paying comedians, though the Comedy Store remained a complicated place in terms of its policy. The strike was a turning point. It helped professionalize stand-up, proving that comics deserve to be paid like real performers. So for a long time, they weren't paid at all. The way it would work is if you were funny, you would get on stage, and then from there, a manager and agent would see you and maybe have you get a special or have a TV show or something like that. But it was basically doing it for free. Okay, and then there were like Rodney Dangerfield started a club in 1969 in New York that in Manhattan that was called Dangerfields. It went out of business in 2020, but he was like the first comedian to actually like have his own club, or one of the first ones that, and he did it because he didn't want to go on tour all the time and he wanted to be able to just make money, but he wanted to be able to make money but not have to travel. He also was the first comedian to have his own website. It's rodney.com, and he pushed it. He was like a 75-year-old man pushing a website like long before Joe Rogan and long before Dane Cook and any of these people. He was pushing it on the Tonight Show in like the mid 1990s. He was the first comedian to have a website. And it's still a website. Rodney.com is still a thing. It's like you can tell it hasn't been touched or in a long time because it's like it has a security certificate that's expired, so you have to like click on a bunch of things to get into it. But it's still there, and it's I think that's really cool. Okay, so you have the '80s where HBO becomes a thing, and they start giving people stand-up specials, and um, so you've got George Carlin, you've got Richard Pryor, you've got the Bill Cosby of the world, and then you get people.
Say that or that element that makes like obvious, but I guess maybe not obvious, but pretty obvious. Like I think this is like the reason why yeah, yeah, obviously like different people and that's fine. For me I'm like Theo Vaughn. I don't love the guy. I don't hate him, but I don't hate Albert Einstein.
Few people do.
Like it's just like the overall spirit of person themselves, and I think that like just because of like who they are as a person, like they may not even be trying to do anything funny whatsoever, but just because of like their personality or whatever, it just automatically they're like interesting or funny or something. You know? People more so than others you gravitate towards.
That's why I find Joey Diaz funny. That's why I find William Montgomery funny. They have certain deliveries. They could just talk and be funny. They don't have to have really funny.
Yeah, I mean William Montgomery is almost like so new, like that seems like his comedy he's almost doing like there's this thing in graffiti called anti-style where you essentially instead of trying to be good, like almost like a lot of like artwork that you see where it's like you're trying to be really good bad. And Tim Heidecker, you know who Tim Heidecker is, he has a stand-up special, and it's one of the most like like unique and very smart specials that I have or that I've ever seen. I only saw like not too long ago, but essentially like the whole time during this special, he's playing the role of like he's doing anti-style, he's doing like satire, and he's playing the role of a comedian that is like really sucky at doing comedy, but he's acting out, perpetuating that like sarcasm. I feel like William Montgomery is almost being like so weird that it's like almost like it.
I get that. He is really influenced by addictive substances. So sometimes he can be on and really funny. Other times he's not. It just depends. I mean, I gotta say sometimes whenever he does his Kill Tony stand up, I generally find at least two or three things pretty funny, and that's great. But he's also had times where he's not that funny. People say that they don't like him
I
not.
agree. I think like him and Tony have like the most have a lot of chemistry. Probably the most chemistry. Like Tony, I think Tony enjoys talking to him probably more than that. There, I think helps.
And you know what? What? Why that I feel that is?
Um,
Tony appreciates jokes, and if you go up there and you've got jokes, even if they don't all kill, if you can get a couple chuckles in there in a minute, you're gonna be golden in his book. And that's
and I think that
Miss
his like
Aquarius.
willingness to fail and try may not some might be an absolute landslide disaster, but the jokes that William does tell that you hit like actually Tony like so hard that it was I'm a secret.
How are you doing, Miss Aquarius? You want to play?
Yeah, we can play.
Riser, do you want an invitation? Oh, oh, come on. There's not, but we'll play darts. We'll play, we'll play darts. Okay, that's okay. Then we can do archery, but that's there you go. That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Aquarius. Dude, Miss Aquarius is on fire. She was on fire yesterday. She got 103, which is one off her record of 104, and she just destroyed. She absolutely destroyed. Miss Aquarius, who are your favorite stand-up comedians?
Cat Williams is one of them.
You go,
Like
absolutely,
Mike Epps.
absolutely,
Yeah, Hughley.
absolutely.
I love Cat Williams.
Same here.
Who's yours?
I have so many. I really like Dave Chappelle. I really like Dave. I really like Dave Chappelle. I was just saying I like Richard Pryor. I like I like
Yes, good job.
this guy William Montgomery. I like Andrew Dice Clay. I like Bill Cosby. I like Bill Hicks. I like George Carlin. I do like Cat Williams a lot. Do you remember? I like Bernie Mac. Remember Bernie Mac? I like there used to be a show. Oh, I like Steve Harvey. I think Steve Harvey can be very funny. Yeah. Do you remember it's one of the best comedy specials of anything. It's called The Original Kings of Comedy with D.L. Hughley. It's got Steve Harvey, Bernie Mac, Cedric the Entertainer. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was a special that came out in like 2000, around 2000s. That's okay. That's okay. It's one of my favorite specials ever. And they do this thing. Ooh, that was not good. They do this thing. I love when they talk about music, and Steve Harvey has this thing in it. I can't do it justice, but basically, he's like, I don't know what people are listening to nowadays. It's all F this and F that. But back in my day, music was music. And they play some Earth, Wind, and Fire. And I watch that all the time. And I just love it. I love how the crowd reacts. It's phenomenal. Um, who else who else is good? Um, Bill Burr, he's pretty modern, but Shane Gillis, he's really good. Oh, right, Miss Aquarius, I have to get something here. Come on. Got it.
You did good.
You win, I win. You win, I win. All right. Send you one more. Absolutely. Mini golf. That's okay, no problem at all. I know playing hilarious. Oh, you're good. He passed away. He's a very hilarious comedian. Did you ever watch Chappelle's Show, Miss Aquarius?
I have, but I only did like one or two of them.
Okay. Well, he was on that, but he was also on The Office. He was very funny on that too.
Oh, okay, I like that stuff.
Okay. He was one of the warehouse workers.
Okay.
So Craig Robinson, who is a comedian, he was the manager of the warehouse, but Patrice O'Neill, he was on the show as a warehouse worker as well. He had a nickname. It was Sea Monster. Anyway, he was he is like people are just now starting to find out how talented he was,
Hmm.
and he's since unfortunately passed. But
Hmm.
I've heard Joe Rogan even say that if Patrice O'Neill was alive today, he'd have the biggest podcast in the world.
Hmm. Alright, bye.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, not what I wanted. All right, I'm gonna get this though. I would listen to it. You know, I often ask ChatGPT to talk to me like Joey Diaz. Well, we did it for something. Oh yeah, we did it for Salmon Cannon.
Third team. Again.
Yeah, their estates own that. Well, people are doing it. Still questionable. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
Thank you.
Get it right here.
Okay, you got this. Sorry.
Nope, but let's see here. Nope, I don't think I can get you. Oh, definitely not that. All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
We won.
That's right.
And so we won both. Yay!
Undefeated.
We
Absolutely.
won both games.
That's what I like. That's the best when that happens.
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, y'all gonna do mini golf now?
Yes, ma'am.
So y'all have fun with that.
Thank you.
Have to practice. You're welcome.
We'll get you.
Alright, I'll be back if you're still up, okay?
Absolutely.
Alright. Bye, Riser.
Riser, you're done. Right now, I'm telling you right now, I've learned. You didn't know this, but I became one of the top 1,000 mini golf players in the world. I'm not anymore, but I just cracked the top 100 or top 1,000. Well, like if you play ranked on here, they um they rank you, and oh yeah, come on baby, come on baby. Yeah, I almost did. Yes, I have. And I was saying like when you play, or I hadn't had a chance to say this, but when you play with really good people, or I should say when you play ranked, they put you with similar ranked players, and then I start to see how really good people play, and they give you all kinds of secrets, and you're like, oh, I would have never thought of that. So I've got some. Oh fuck. Yeah. No, but you watch like that's good job. Good job. Go in the water. Oh, great shot, dude. But like, I never used to go that way. Now this hole, I'm not good. Was that a Play-Doh update or a iOS update? Dude, it's been around a long time. Yeah, that was a great shot. Did you like that? Did you like that Newfie shot? You got a tough shot. Not that tough. Look at this shot. Good shot. Good shot. Alright, I'm gonna get a. Oh. That's actually an amazing shot. Dude, it's. My shot might be one of the best shots you can have. I don't know if I've ever done this hole in two. See, I told you it was amazing.
What's the percentage on this?
69. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up majorly, dude. Oh, I fucked up. Hit my ball.
Oh.
Oh, that's your shot?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
what a shot.
Get in front of him. Get in front of him. Oh, what a. Oh, you can get it in. Oh my god.
Dude,
Literally put it in.
your ball's in my way.
How do you do the whole.
That's okay.
Oh, I should have. Okay, we have to make this one. Oh, come on.
Newfie as fuck.
Oh,
Newfie as fuck. You were my.
nice.
No, I won. You were my 1,111th win, dog. How Newfie was that? Newfie.
Thank you. That's kind of you. Yeah.
How some guy like old city and how's like turtle Pegasus yeah or whatever.
Are you gonna accept or no?
No, no, no. I'm just saying. Apparently there's like already a large other like hybrid, um, but they're only 21 passengers, like nowhere. Or like oh, one of them is 250 passengers. Pretty good. Um, yeah, how long do you think until these aircraft cities like
Well, there's an argument to be made that we already had the age of blimps, but I really think that there's a way to make a blimp that doesn't use helium or hydrogen. Hold on. What is the safest way to have a blimp? I thought it would be nitrogen. Maybe not. Okay. Hyperlight molecule. Like lighter than hydrogen? It's not a standard term in physics or chemistry. The lightest known molecule is hydrogen. It's just well, but it's H2. So what weighs more? What weighs more? Hydrogen with one atom or two? One hydrogen versus two. Two hydrogen atoms weigh more than one. Oh, okay. So a single hydrogen atom has one atomic mass unit. A hydrogen molecule has two. So then, hydrogen gas is the most common form of hydrogen in nature. It's much more stable than a single atom floating around on its own. Yeah. So can you make a a hydrogen blimp with one atom? You can't make a hydrogen blimp with single hydrogen atoms, and here's why. Broken down simply and clearly. Hydrogen atoms are extremely reactive alone. A single hydrogen atom is unstable on its own in the air. It quickly finds another hydrogen atom and forms H2, the stable gas used in actual blimp. You would need extremely high energy conditions like a vacuum or plasma environment to keep hydrogen as isolated atoms, not possible inside a blimp. You need a lot of atoms to lift anything. A hydrogen blimp floats because it contains billions of trillions of hydrogen molecules. enough to be lighter than the air it displaces. A single atom, or even a few trillion atoms, wouldn't have enough volume to lift, to float anything, not even a feather. A single atom, or even a few trillion atoms, wouldn't have enough volume to. Okay, technically impossible to contain atomic hydrogen safely. Atomic hydrogen is so reactive it will bond to the container walls, recombine with H2 quickly, possibly damage the material through chemical reactions. What real hydrogen blimps use? They use molecular hydrogen, H2. Two hydrogen atoms bonded together. It's still very light and provides great lift. Okay, can you have a nitrogen blimp? You know nitrogen's 75% of the atmosphere? Yes, technically you can, but not useful for floating. Nitrogen is too heavy. The density of nitrogen gas is about 1.25 kilograms per cubic meter at sea level. So a nitrogen-filled blimp wouldn't float. It would just sink like an empty balloon. What gases can be used for floating blimp? Helium. It's very safe. That's what modern blimps use. Hydrogen is not. It's flammable. Okay, so we'd want to use helium as our floating city.
Um, and the problem I guess comes with like scaling it up because do you think scalability? I guess it is, but as the size, like apparently like the amount of like hydrogen or helium you need becomes like exponentially more the more weight you add on, which is not good.
Posted about me 2 minutes ago on Blue Sky, Espresso Cyborg. Back, my friends, I had to block and report some rabbi nonsense post trying to drop on my feed. I mean, what the absolute fuck? Satan emoji. This is what always happens when I do not go hard at those fucks. Wait till tomorrow. I will cover the sky with posts on that fuck. Okay, very cool. Back to the discussion on blimp cities. All right. So there was a
Right, another satisfied customer. You're exactly right. Um, I get people who are becoming more and more positive towards me, and that's good. They say they say like I'm a protective blanket. They know if anybody ever.
I'm not under that guy. Like,
Exactly. Thank you. Come again. Um, they're hilarious. They make my day. I laugh so hard at some of these people and what they post about me. Yeah, I mean they they make memes about me. I had somebody come in here last night. I was asleep, but they took all kinds of screenshots of the Discord, and they're like, "This person's listening to multiple podcasts simultaneously. Like, how are they able to do that?" And um, um, I would, I'm, I was just asleep. I really wish I was awake because I really would have liked to talk to them. But they went through all my social media and posted a whole bunch of things, and like when they start to do that, a lot of people are like, "That's a good idea." Like they're not that negative towards me. Um. Anyway, back to floating cities. Um. Okay, this actually breaks my heart when I talk about this. Do you know who Sundar Pichai is?
never heard of
He's the shitty CEO of Alphabet, aka Google. He sucks, and I don't like him. So before he took the CEO ship, uh, it was a guy named Eric Schwartz who is sort of evil in his own way. But at least Eric Schwartz gave us the Chromebook and some other stuff. Like Sundar Pichai has only just deleted stuff. You and I read through the things. Like it was he got rid of Google Plus, he got rid of like Android Auto, he got rid of like a whole bunch of things that Google literally could have just like they have enough money they could have supported these things. And on top of all of that, their AI sucks. Of any company that should have been ChatGPT, it should have been Google. It's like under this guy's leadership, they have just devolved as a company. Okay. But there is an idea. Well, hold on, I'm getting to that. Yeah. So, yo, dog, what was that thing that the United States government approved to give people free internet using Wi-Fi balloons or like satellites? But they were balloons that were going to float in the sky and give people internet from Google. It was approved in like 2010. Yo, I got you. You're probably thinking of Project Loon. Here's a quick rundown. Project Loon was a project by X, formerly Google X, a division of Alphabet. The idea was to use high-altitude balloons floating in the stratosphere, about 18 to 25 kilometers up, to beam down wireless internet to remote and rural areas that didn't have good infrastructure. The balloons acted like floating cell towers, powered by solar energy and steered by winds at different altitudes. It was especially hyped after disasters like Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico in 2017, where Loon helped restore emergency internet access. The government, like the FCC, approved temporary licenses and spectrum use for it in certain emergencies, and it got global interest. Eventually, though, Project Loon was shut down in early 2021, mostly because it wasn't financially sustainable. But it's like, not everything has to be for a profit. You like the world needed this, and like Google is just about what makes a profit, and that just bothers me. So anyway, exactly. And Starlink's profitable. And Google could have made this profitable. They just they're so short-sighted on stuff. It's frustrating to me. I mean, the argument could be made that hey, Google Gemini or whatever, which was originally called like Google it was called like Google Llama, and before that it was called Bard, and before that it was Google Llama. Um, it could have been like when it first started, it wouldn't have been profitable, but now it's like their AI arm, which is going to be very profitable to them. But you know they weren't short-sighted with that, and if they really realized it, Project Loon could have been very profitable to them, especially giving people just internet everywhere. No matter where you are on Earth, you could have gotten internet for free. And what would that mean? I mean, I'm sure it's not that expensive. They're balloons on solar power, so it's not like it has a major cost. It doesn't cost any electricity. You just have to put the balloons up in the atmosphere. And what Project Loon, Project space Loon. Dude, I make fun of Sundar Pichai so much on this platform. It's one of the reasons why I lost one of my main YouTube accounts because I just started naming stuff. Sundar Pichai sucks dick. Uh, like I named videos that because his shit sucks. Yo, give me a list of projects that Google has shut down under their shitty CEO Sundar Pichai, like Project Loon and Google Plus. Okay, Project Loon, Google Plus, Google Stadia. It was a Google Cloud gaming platform. It closed because it couldn't compete with Xbox, PlayStation, and PC gaming. Google Play Music. Music streaming service merged with YouTube Music. Google pushed users to switch, killing Play Music. Google Hangouts, that was a thing. Google Allo, which was a messaging app. Google Inbox, which I used to use. It was an alternative Gmail app with experimental features. It was really nice. Google Daydream, which is a VR platform and headset project. Google Expeditions. Google Clips. They even had like the Google Glass, like that now Meta is basically doing Google Glass or like a version of it, like somewhat. Um,
Google is like
dude, they had one. It was Google Glass, and they had. Well, we talked about this. Well, we talked about this Google Cardboard, and that was it was really good. I know that, but I'm saying that like you don't think that they would have improved on it if they had just continued to work at it. He does suck. I can tell you how much he sucks. I know this motherfucker really well because I complain a lot on this stream or on my live stream or whatever about CEOs when their technology doesn't work. I can tell you I know um Sundar Pichai's wife's name. It's Anjali. I know where he went to school. It's called ITT, India or IIT, India Institute of Technology. Um, like I can tell you his background with Google. Basically, he's like an engineer who wasn't really charismatic. He loves cricket, and I really feel like he doesn't pay attention to the company and just watches like 5 day long cricket all day long. Like he he sucks. I think he's a shitty CEO. Google could be exactly, and he hasn't given back any money to it. Like he's a billionaire, and yet he doesn't give back. Like they should have a wing of that place called the Sundar Pichai Engineering Wing or whatever. He doesn't give back to his school. I can't stand when these people become very successful and they don't give back to the people who got him there. Um, he's like a very influential entrepreneur and he hasn't given back. Like India's the most populous country in the world. Wouldn't you? I mean, like if I made you a billionaire, you would give back to every fuck. You'd name your high school after you and your grade school, and you would make sure that all your friends and family were taken care of. And he just doesn't do that. And I I just it's very very bothersome to me. It's why I know so much about this motherfucker, and I shouldn't. If I know about you, it means you're fucking up. Um. So anyway, Sundar, you suck, and I have. I'm not kidding, Riser. I have hours. Right. It would be like, oh, so you know what happens in the future? That like it's one of the first things that one of the things that gets like when I go viral that I just talk about that changes the world like immediately is we just put AI in charge of planning of airline routes. Like there's just some system that you can put on and it just fixes all the airline routes. And currently they're not that efficient. There's like can you imagine how much more efficient airline routes could be and like airline scheduling if AI was in charge of it instead of like humans?
regulations like that cannot be a problem because flights, there's like thousands of flights every day that are able to navigate. Definitely not give it to fly around. That cannot be. But yes, AI can improve the safety of the flights to make them more efficient, economical.
Blimps become very big in advertising. They're already somewhat big, but not that big. Meaning like they'll put LED screens on blimps and just have them fly over cities.
I mean, for whatever reason, they found that golf best word for place by a blimp.
I could
That's like the Goodyear blimp. And why is it Goodyear? Tire
rubber.
or bad?
They filled the Goodyear blimp on the 405, like in Carson, which is down the 405, and I've seen it fill up, and it literally like takes off right over the freeway, and you're like, whoa, that thing, you're traveling at 65 miles an hour, and this fucking blimp is overhead. And then it flies to all kinds of stadiums and stuff. But it's why does Goodyear do the blimp? How did they get involved in blimps? It had to do with rubber, I think. Goodyear blimp, okay. Advertising branding, it's a flying billboard. Since the 1920s, the blimp has served massively moving advertising for Goodyear tires is one of the most effective old school marketing techniques. It gives aerial coverage. How did Goodyear get into blimps? World War II, 1 and 2. Goodyear started working with lighter than aircraft during World War I, and in the 1920s partnered with the U.S. Navy to build airships and blimps. They formed a company called Goodyear Zeppelin Corporation in 1924 with Germany's Lufthansa Zeppelin. Yes, the actual Zeppelin company. That gave them the tech and know-how. After military use dropped off, Goodyear leaned into commercial and promotional uses instead. Why they still do it? Even in the era of drones and 4K everything, Goodyear blimp still draws huge public attention, gets them airtime during major sports events, keeps the brand associated with trust, nostalgia, and Americana. It's less about practical use now and more about branding tradition. Technically, they're not blimps anymore. They're semi-rigid airships, but blimp just sounds better. I've always had this theory that the airplane companies conspired to get rid of the airship industry, just like, and this is proven. This is proven in American law that there was a conspiracy between Goodyear tire or Firestone tire, I believe Goodyear as well, but Standard Oil and um, General Motors to put the um, streetcars out of business. So just for a moment. Yo, dog, what's the Great Streetcar Conspiracy in American law? You're probably talking about the Great American Streetcar Conspiracy. It's a wild and often debated U.S. transportation part of transportation history. Have you ever seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Riser? It's like a movie that has cartoons and real life in the same movie. It's the first movie ever that had Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny in the same shot.
Right, so it's basically like basketball.
Yes, but Mary Poppins did it earlier.
There was an animation.
Yeah, they had like penguins with Dick Van Dyke. I don't know if that was the first. When was the first time animation and like video footage were combined, like in Mary Poppins or Who Framed Roger Rabbit or Space Jam? Um, It's called The Enchanted Drawing, which was in 1900. It was uh, a short, silent short film. The first true interaction was in 1914 with Gertie the dinosaur. The first full-on film blending both, was Out of the Inkwell, which was in the 1920s and 30s. Classic examples you mentioned: Mary Poppins, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Space Jam. So it's been around for a long time. First mainstream magic was Mary Poppins, 1964. Roger Rabbit, 1988. Um, okay, but there was this streetcar conspiracy and that's how it's called. It's not like, oh, I I
Only is that breaks down the
yeah. So basically, that one was never proven, but this one was. So basically, General Motors, Firestone Tire, Standard Oil, and others formed front companies like National City Lines and Pacific City Lines. These companies went into cities, bought streetcar systems, and then ripped out the rail lines, replaced trolleys and with GM-made buses, increased fares, and reduced service. This helped make cars and buses, using oil, rubber, and GM engines, the dominant form of urban transport. And was it real? The legal side, yes. And it was a real court case. In 1949, GM and others were convicted in federal court of conspiring to monopolize the sale of buses and supplies to their own transit companies. Okay, so um, and this is what caused car choked roads, less public transit. I mean, if you like Irvine's a newer city, so it didn't really have this. But if you go to like Los Angeles or um, like even the smaller cities, Bellflower, the roads are really wide, and there's like a center lane for turning. That center lane used to be a streetcar, and so the roads are like really wide, but people don't recognize exactly why. Okay, so here we go. Okay, could there have been a an agreement by airline companies to put airships out of business in a similar way that General Motors, Firestone Tire, and Standard Oil did? You're thinking like a detective now. While there's no official airship theory on record, like the streetcar case, there are definitely some interesting overlaps, suspicions, and economic power plays that may have helped push airships, also known as dirigibles, zeppelins, or blimps, into the history books. Could airlines have conspired against airships? While there's no hard evidence of a formal anti-airship cartel like the one GM and friends ran against streetcars, there were factors that stacked the deck against airships, and airline companies certainly benefited from their device. Why did airships fall out of favor? The Hindenburg was a big reason. The infamous explosive on live radio, 36 killed, torpedoed public trust in airships almost overnight. After that, nobody wanted to ride in a hydrogen-filled blimp, but it doesn't have to be hydrogen. It could be helium. Technological shift toward airplanes. Planes got faster, safer, and more efficient, especially after World War I and II. Commercial aviation took off with Pan Am, TWA, and others leading the charge. Military investment in infrastructure. The U.S. government heavily backed airplane development for war and mail routes. Airports were built nationwide, not mooring masts or hangars for massive airships. Economic interests. Plane manufacturers like Boeing, Douglas, Lockheed had major contracts and lobbying power. It's necessary to destroy airships with a secret plan. Market forces, media panic, and government spending did the job. Anything shady job? Anything shady though? Aviation industry leaders like Pan Am had every reason to support regulations, public opinion, and media spin that favored airlines. After the Hindenburg, no one stepped up to save airships, even though Germany and the U.S. had been developing bigger, safer ones. The U.S. denied Germany access to helium, a much safer gas than hydrogen, which killed future Zeppelin efforts. So, I mean, it's not like documented, but I don't think it would be documented today. It's just the fact that General Motors, Firestone Tire, and um, Standard Oil got caught. Exactly. Um, okay, about this though. Oh, so not far from me, like almost less than a mile, about like maybe 2 miles away, they have these things called heliodromes. They were there's this area of Orange County that was um it used to be heliodrome, OME. It's where you store a blimp, and they had two of them. One of them burned down, but because like a lot of this area used to be um military base. It's called like El Toro base. It was big during World War II, and then like since the U.S. hasn't been at war in a long time, they started to build it up in cities and such, and like housing. But the heliodromes still exist, or one of them does, and they're huge. They're absolutely huge. They're like uh maybe like 5 stories tall, 6 stories tall, and that's where you would store a blimp. And um you just don't.
Giant hang.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't see them anymore, but they're they're
Where does the Goodyear one?
they do one in Carson. They have a big one in Carson, but as I understand, they fill it up like let's see here, Carson Heliodrome.
There's only 13 there are more astronauts.
That's crazy. So Goodyear Blimp Airship Base, Carson, California. So it is a base, often referred to as the Carson Heliodrome, though it's more commonly called the Goodyear Blimp Base. So they have one there. They're you don't find them very often, but they do have them. And so I don't know if what I say is true, but if I go viral, there's going to be a thing. This is already a thing, but they're going to do like I popularize it to rent Airbnbs from the Goodyear Blimp. They already do this though, so this isn't like my idea, but basically, um, you can rent an Airbnb in the Goodyear Blimp for like the Super Bowl or like the World Series and stuff. And these conversations that we're having, they're going to play out in history. And people are going to be like, why don't we have blimps anymore? And blimps become much more popular, um, especially for advertising.
No, there's like what is like the all that they start a company for patent based area travel to finance by selling properties on the airship, resell the properties.
You mean
We are going to start a airship passenger airship. It's a cruise ship by using.
okay? That's a cool. It's a
We're at basically like a new category of.
cruise
I
ship.
mean, it's not, but it's really not in technology.
Yeah,
And I think the rival cruise ship that there's a lot of interest
sky ship.
in like also.
Yeah, I think it
And,
is.
and I think we both agree that it is the future. So we're on that course anyways. But and there are companies that are building airships today that are they're like hybrid blimps, but technology hydrogen giant drone. For propellers for maneuverability, and it's something I'm genuinely curious.
Yep. Yeah, safety would be a big issue. Let's look this one up. I do. I mean, if it gets popped, you're gonna have to like in the middle of the mountain. You're gonna have to like make sure people don't die. Yo, dog, how big would a blimp need to be to have like a cruise ship style activity? Let's say for 1,000 people. Maybe 1,000's too much, but let's see. Flying cruise ship style blimp for 1,000 people. It's gonna be way bigger than any airship ever, but that's okay. I mean, like cruise ships have gotten bigger and bigger. Okay, a modern cruise ship for 1,000 people, like a small mid-sized one, needs cabins, dining areas, pools, gyms, lounges, entertainment spaces. Ballpark space is like 20,000 to 30,000 square meters of floor area, not including the systems or engines. Now, airborne. What's possible with the blimp? Lift mechanics. Airships generally lift using a gas like helium, non-flammable, or hydrogen, cheaper but risky. We don't want hydrogen. Helium lift capacity. 1 kilogram of lift per cubic meter of helium. Let's say the fully loaded ship structure, fuel systems, people, and interior weighs 200 to 300 tons. Okay, that's not like that much. Minimum helium volume required would be 300,000 kilograms or 300,000 cubic meters just for lifting off the ground. But that's just to float. To fly with comfort, safety, and control, you'll need more, probably 500 to 700 cubic meters of helium. Size comparison. Let's look at the largest airship ever built. The Hindenburg was 200,000 cubic meters. To carry 1,000 people plus full amenities, you'd need something like 3 times the volume of the Hindenburg. I don't think that's that big. I think that it could be done. Total.
I mean, relative to the size of
Oh yeah, definitely. But it's not even like the size of a stadium. It's like 3 blimps basically. Total theoretical right now. No airship near this scale exists. Needs massive helium supply. The thing that I've learned is, which I don't think it should be the case, but helium's really expensive. It used to not be, but it's become very expensive. Like more expensive. Okay, so you need an airship 3 to 4 times bigger than the Hindenburg with multiple decks. But dude, I think it could work. Want me to sketch it out? Yeah, let's see what it looks like.
also that's for like hybrid colors and drop off like 20% of helium.
I saw the Rolling Stones, uh, not on the stream, but I recorded it on GoPros, like 4 years ago. Um, but I also saw them like 25 years ago, and I was at this event, and we were in a box, and they had this like drones weren't a thing yet, but they had a remote control airship that I think could be a thing. Like they basically had an airship that just flew around the stadium and was just doing advertising for something. And so I'm exactly. But along the same lines of what you're saying, like it had propellers that could change its direction, and all you would need to do is just make a bigger version of that. I've also seen these. I don't know if you've seen them, but like you used to. I don't know if you probably still can, but they make UFOs.
You know how hot air balloons actually
Uh, sort of. I mean, doesn't the wind take them?
yeah, but if you want to go in like a certain direction,
You drop weight.
Fire belly direction and left to right.
Well, drop weight goes higher, and can you pull on a side of it to have it go one way or another?
No, well, that's actually the what you have to do is the air, the wind, sorry, blows in different directions depending on the altitude. Depending on the altitude that you're at, it's basically a highway of air direction, and it'll obviously it changes depending on the time and the place. Basically, you have to navigate two different altitudes, and then those altitudes has the highway.
Interesting. How do you steer a hot air balloon? You can't actually, in a traditional sense. They don't have engines or rudders, so they move with the wind. Like you just said, different altitudes, different wind directions. Wind tends to blow in slightly different directions at different heights. By going up or down, pilots can steer by finding a wind layer that takes them in the desired directions. Up, more heat; down, let air cool. Use the burner to heat the air with the balloon rises. Let the air cool. So it's like a vertical chess game. Pro balloon pilots. Okay, no brakes, no reverse. Once you're airborne, you're going to go where the wind takes you, which is why hot air balloon flights always include a chase crew to follow and pick up wherever you land. Oh, okay. So you don't just like land back in the original spot, right?
I think it might be possible, but probably that's not the flight pattern.
Do hot air balloons, when they fly, do they land in the same spot? Or do they land like miles away? Hot air balloons almost never land in the same spot they took off from. They usually land miles away, depending on the wind and how long the flight lasts. Why they drift? Since balloons float with the wind, they can't return. So then, why can't you put like a um? Okay, so why can't you have a hot air balloon with propellers on it? Not huge propellers, just like enough to be able to fly around. Why don't they do that? Great question. You think, yeah, like basically fans. So why don't hot air balloons just strap some propellers and steer like a blimper drone? Technically,
they could do fast on a gyroscope, but fully.
so they do have this. They're known as thermal airships or powered balloons, but they're rare. Here's why they're not common. Hot air balloons aren't aerodynamic. The balloon shape is round and draggy, like trying to push a beach ball through water. Propellers would have to work really hard just to move a little. Even a different prop would barely nudge you unless you used a lot of power, which adds weight and burns more fuel. Weight is just a major weight is a major limitation. Every extra pound of engine or battery means you need a lot more hot air or a bigger balloon to lift it. Hot air doesn't provide that much lift. It's less efficient than helium. Add too much weight and you either don't get off the ground or burn fuel crazy fast. Wind usually wins. Even if you do have propellers, wind speed often overpowers them. If you want control, use an airship. That's why blimps and dirigibles like the Goodyear blimp exist. They use helium, which lifts more weight than hot air. They're streamlined to reduce drag. They have engines and rudders to actually steer and cruise. Dude, I think you've got an interesting idea on an air cruise ship. That's an interesting one. Are you gonna have nets around it?
I feel like it would be difficult
Yeah, that would be cool.
That'd be scary. How I
Right.
mean, that would also be a great place to host that like UFC wrestling in the sky where you have to throw each other off.
Right. Right. Hold on. We were saying there's that. I think that's a little too dangerous. Well, why did we say it was dangerous? It's dangerous. Okay, so you get two guys to fight up there.
You don't want to get knocked out before talking going off. Essentially with like an AI, like conscious,
Right.
like high power.
Exactly. No, not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they wear a suit, and when they get thrown off, it like triggers a gyroscope that releases a like a parachute for them automatically.
Right? I mean, people might get some navigate.
No,
Potentially, that their suit could be guided somehow. Potentially, how like a giant like crash.
yeah. So I'm thinking, we talked about that suit that expands. So just like as it gets close to the ground, it just expands. So you wouldn't get hurt. You could literally land on like the side of a mountain. Okay, but
Next supposed to test whether you can skydive on like inflatable basketball thing. Five. They did find that it reduced the impact, but one hamster ball is not enough. If you have enough layers of like air inflation, I think still the G force is roughly stopping too quickly. But
right. Okay, I like the idea of helicopters. Um, Actually, a blimp would be better. Yeah, I guess that's what you're saying. So basically, you have the Goodyear blimp, and it doesn't have to go like super high. It could just float like close to the ground. How close? Like, say like 1,000 feet, and you have two
is
guys.
it harder for maintain out under?
Let's find out. Is it easier or more difficult for a blimp
I'd imagine it's like a
to
Earth
maintain elevation or altitude closer to Earth or higher in the sky? It's actually more complicated than it seems. The answer depends on what kind of blimp you're talking. It's usually easier for a blimp to maintain altitude at higher elevations than very close to the ground. Why? Higher can be easier. More stable air. Closer to the ground, it's turbulence from buildings, trees, hills, etc. Oh, dude, this is one. When I go viral, I want a system in planes that maneuvers them away from turbulence. Have you ever been in really bad turbulence?
and like all turbulence. They have that already. Has like for math five. Sure, they try to minimize it. One like a ever around.
Yeah, but I mean like make
They could put the whole past part of the plane like a counteract. Like
is it possible for AI to be able to completely avoid turbulence or just like almost completely avoid turbulence for planes? Like to be able to know where the winds are moving and the air pockets and allow the plane to avoid it? Oh, this is a hot topic in aviation tech. The short answer is AI can't completely avoid turbulence yet, but it can definitely help planes avoid or minimize it a lot better than humans alone. Here's the deal: why turbulence happens. Turbulence is caused by chaotic airflows, wind shear, jet streams, thunderstorms, mountains, thermal currents, etc. It's tricky because it can form suddenly and unpredictably. It varies in intensity and location over small distances. Many turbulent patches are inevitable. Clear air turbulence. What AI can do now and in the future. Data gathering and prediction. AI can process tons of weather data, satellite info, radar, and real-time sensor data from the aircraft to predict where turbulence is likely. It can spot patterns humans might miss. Companies use AI-enhanced turbulence forecasting models to suggest smoother routes. Real-time response. AI systems on board can analyze live sensor data like accelerometers and airflow sensors to detect turbulence onset quickly. They can adjust flight control sub, sub, sub. I know how to say this word, but it's subtle. But subtly. How do you say do you pronounce right? It's subtly, 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 subtly. It's not subtly. It's not subtly. What's the difference between subtly? Subtly is an adverb. How something is done in a delicate or not obvious way. Pronounced subtly. She subtly hinted at a surprise. Subtly is a noun. Pronounced subtly. Subtly. The subtly. Subtlety. Subtlety. Subtlety is a noun. Subtly is subtly. The subtly. The subtlety. The subtlety of his argument. Subtly. Okay, hold on. The word. Okay, so as I read it here, um, okay, aircraft impact AI is subtly, subtly, subtly. What is subtly? Okay, the person subtly. So it, um, how do you say something like the person subtly walked past the person? Person subtly walked past the person. It isn't subtly. The key is to say subtly. Right. I no. I know the B is silent. Subtly. So the person walked subtly past the other person. It's not the person walked subtly. Subtly is the thing of quality itself. What? Okay, so subtly, the quality of the state being subtle. Pronounced subtlety or subtlety. Okay, so it's subtly. I guess subtle, subtle, subtly. Okay, so back to what we were reading where we had that.
The main air.
I would imagine so. Less than a plane. Did you know that for every 1 hour, for every
Like $1 billion plane.
for every for at least a military plane, for every 1 hour that it's in the air, it must be maintained 10 hours.
not even possible. Starting over.
They like have to adjust all of the bolts and things. Subtle, subtle,
Like a
subtly.
not just size kind of hours necessary space actually. I know. I'm aviation mechanic.
Right. The person subtly walked past the other person. The person subtly walked past the other person. So it's the person walked subtly past the person. Give examples of subtly. Of, okay. The painter's subtlety in blending colors. The painter's subtlety in subtly is the adverb, subtlety is the noun. The chess player's move was due to the subtlety of her moves. So I get it. But you would say that that chess player played subtly, but their victory was due to the subtlety of their moves. His jokes rely on subtlety rather than loud punchlines. Okay. Give examples in the same sentence of subtly and subtlety. Okay, she subtly changed her tone during the meeting, demonstrating the subtlety needed to handle sensitive topics. The artist subtly adjusted the lighting in the painting, showing subtlety in capture. I am. I am because it sounded off to me. Okay. Um so the future of AI plus advanced sensors. Imagine planes equipped with LiDAR or specialized sensors that can scan the air ahead of turbulence causing eddies or wind shear. Combined with powerful AI, they could predict and avoid turbulence zones. The tech is in early development, but it's promising.
Figure about favorite company on the AI powered casting model. Uh, one more accurate.
Yeah, I have heard something about this. Enlighten me.
Apparently, 97% higher accuracy. I don't know much about it. AI plus weather is not actually.
Yeah, I think that.
One thing about airship, like there's been. I mean, I'll see how many examples you can name of type of technology. But there's been technology that has been deemed like invalid by society as a whole, and gets rejuvenated like years, decades later. One example of that is like VR technology. There were like companies that were experimenting on virtual reality in like time, but the tech didn't go anywhere, and people that industry thought this was never going to take off. And that obviously saw a resurgence in recent years as of the guy who made the Oculus goggles yesterday, and he's now working for a military company. And he was also saying that like nuclear energy is another one people thought it was too dangerous in the U.S.
reactors years and years and years. Now we're starting to realize that like for efficient way, I guess, cheap way to create energy. So I think the same trajectory will happen with air systems. I think we'll be able to see that hopefully in our lifetime. Yeah.
You got an air cruise with 1,000 people and only having to be 3 times the size of the Hindenburg. That's doable. I think that's like realistic. What happens if, let's say, uh, let's just say it pops? You're gonna lose 1,000 people. Just
No, 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 no. Like imagine instead of just having one giant balloon filled with all the air, like you could just make like a bunch of cells that like there's like 10,000 cells or something all filled with hydrogen. If one pops, it's not even gonna affect it. It's like bubble wrap. Like you're gonna have to pop like all of them. You know?
like the movie Up.
Probably figured out a material that's for light strong and flexible that is not going to yeah, you divide. I'm assuming that you can divide it into multiple sections. That it's not just
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that. How do you protect it from a terrorist attack?
let me refresh you on that.
Yo, pimp.
Alright, I'm back.
How do you protect it from a terrorist attack?
Like,
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is like it's a. I get that, but it's like moving really slowly, so it makes it a big target.
I mean, are you flying over?
No, let's say we're gonna fly this thing from. Yeah, let's see if that's ever happened. I don't think you can pop it with a laser pointer. Well, you could, but you need a really powerful one. Has anyone shot a gun at the Goodyear blimp and like caused damage or any blimp ever? I guess probably during like World War One or something. There's no widely known or documented case of someone shooting a Goodyear blimp specifically and causing damage. The Goodyear blimp is a highly visible and well monitored aircraft, so any hostile action like that would likely make headlines. As I bet somebody has. I bet somebody's tried it. Somebody's just been like drunk and shot at it. As for blimps in general, they're large, slow-moving, and filled with lighter-than-air gases. Historically, hydrogen, now mostly helium, so theoretically a bullet could cause damage if it hit a critical part like the envelope or gas cells. However, shooting any aircraft, including blimps, is extremely dangerous and illegal. No shit. Historically, there have been very few incidents of blimps being deliberately targeted or damaged by gunfire. During wartime, some military observation balloons and blimps were shot at or attacked, but these were usually specialized military targets, not commercial advertising blimps. If you want, I can dig deeper into any specific incidents. Yeah, what? Yeah, why wouldn't you do that anyway? Safety risk? Yeah, it's wild to think about shooting at a blimp. Here's why it's a really bad idea. I know why it's a bad idea. Has anyone ever shot at a hot air balloon and caused damage? Interesting follow up. There have been reports and stories about hot air balloons. Okay, so shooting at a hot air balloon. Incidents exist but are uncommon.
Some hot air balloon pilots have reported gunfire nearby, sometimes from hunters or people shooting firearms in rural areas, but direct hits are very rare. Damage can happen if a bullet punctures the balloon's envelope, the big fabric part that holds the hot air. It can cause rapid deflation and force an emergency landing. That's very dangerous for the pilot and passengers. Most accidental or reckless shooting, Mostly accidental or reckless shooting. Sometimes people shoot near balloons without realizing they're there, especially in remote or wooded areas during hunting season. Legal consequences are severe. Like with blimps or planes, shooting a hot air balloon is illegal and can lead to charges because it endangers lives. Famous or documented cases. There aren't many well publicized or confirmed cases of deliberate attacks on hot air balloons, firearms causing major damage, but accidents and near misses have happened. Bottom line, shooting a hot air balloon is extremely dangerous, illegal, and I still feel like like somebody would try it. Somebody, if it becomes like like people shoot at planes, let's look at that. How about like commercial aircraft? Has anyone shot at a commercial aircraft and hit it? Yes, there have incidents, accidental shoot downs or hits. Yeah, I mean there've been like um Soviet fighters, Iran fighters, but small arms. That's what I want. In some conflict zones, commercial aircraft have been hit by small arms or RPGs during takeoff or landing. For example, in war-torn areas like Afghanistan or parts of Africa, airport surroundings are sometimes insecure. There are reports of planes being hit with stray bullets, but commercial aircraft are built tough, and small bullet holes usually don't compromise flight safety, terrorist attacks using missiles or explosives. Yeah, what about regular guns? Shooting a commercial aircraft with a typical firearm from the ground while it's flying is extremely unlikely to cause serious damage because of altitude, speed, and aircraft construction. But during takeoff or landing, when the plane is low and slow, it's more vulnerable. Yeah, I'm surprised that it's not like more common, but I mean maybe it isn't. Right, exactly.
But what is like blows my mind like that famous story about Captain that ended the plane in the air
Hudson.
whatever it's called. Yeah. And like that plane lands down because like a load of got stuck and uh, the plane went down. Well, if that can happen like that, I can't believe that doesn't happen every day.
Right,
Or like way more often, like only like one time in that walking paying attention.
right. I'm actually very suspicious of that story because I'm with you. If that's if that happens, why don't we hear about that more often? Like we there I've seen I've seen planes that have lost their nose cones and stuff. Yo, what are some alternative theories on what happened with Sully Sullenberger's plane landing in the Hudson? Like, I know they say it's geese, but are there any other theories for what it could have been? Um, I they made that guy into such a hero. They made movies about him with Tom Hanks. Like, I'm almost like I think that was a setup. But yeah, the official story is U.S. Airways was hitting a flock of geese. Like, I'm with you. If that happened one time, we should be hearing about it all the time. Um, so they think it could have been mechanical failure. Some suggest the engines might have failed due to internal mechanical issues unrelated to the bird strike, maybe a design flaw, pilot error, or sabotage. Um, Drone or unknown object strike. Some theories propose that it could have been a drone. Birds, not geese. Some question if it was geese or some other kind of bird or multiple species that caused the damage. cover-up theories. There are claims that the bird strike story was a cover-up for a military drone incident or government test gone wrong. I don't know. They made such a big deal out of that guy that
No one died. I don't think that. I don't know why they were trying to put that up, but a lot of reviews.
well,
Maybe CNN was really desperate.
what news was going on around that time? I'm with you on. Okay, so June 15th, 2009. Okay, media coverage. No, but like, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, no. There was something that was going on. What else was going around during that time? My thought was it was in the middle of a financial crisis. Um, but yeah. Oh, it was the day before. Wait, the day before, or it was like the week of the Obama inauguration? Yeah, I don't, I don't know if there was any. I don't know, but I've just always been suspicious of that. I've seen planes that have hit a bunch of flock of seagulls or whatever birds, and they like destroy the nose cone, and it causes. What's that? Yeah, deer steer, deer steer. That's a good idea. Yo, dog, is it possible to make some kind of like echo device that makes birds not go in front of planes? Yeah, that's actually a pretty cool idea. Um, Play distress calls or predator sounds of birds, visual deterrence, radar and tracking. Um, the plane's moving super fast. Oh, that is very funny, Riser. Um, I think you could do it. Some kind of emitting device. I think you could do it.
Dog, people keep posting about me on Blue Sky. I had this some okay, I don't know, people put gifs and stuff. Um Somebody just wrote, you know what gets people interested though? Isn't the I stream my life 24/7 whatever. I talk about Santa Claus machines and people are really interested in Santa Claus. Oh no. 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 Well, Well, I shouldn't say that. Okay, so I have a main Blue Sky account. It's at Rabbi Rothschild at Blue Sky. I don't post on that one because I don't want it to get banned. But it did get banned, and I had to give him my driver's license to get it unbanned. Um, but what I do is it's actually very smart. There's a website called, I don't even know what it is. Just one moment, I'll find out, that I use. Um, called Image IMGBB, which is an image posting site, and I have this long. I call it a manifesto just to get people's attention, but it's like a long thing of wall of text basically, and it talks about in this wall of text. Well, I post um attention, please read the attached World Peace Manifesto. The biggest pimp of all time has been live streaming 24/7, 365 for 3+ years. Please join the Discord to discuss Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, MILFs, and more. Data equals number one resource. Please share to be a trillionaire. Then I got this link that is that goes to a an image, and then within the image it's a really long thing of text, but it talks about um, anti-gravity, artificial general intelligence, time travel, teleportation, wormholes, faster than light travel, space elevators, universal transistors, matter replicators, quantum computers, nanobots, mind uploading, telepathy, artificial superintelligence, nanomaterial armor, invisibility cloaks, energy shields, regenerative medicine, human cloning, immortality technologies, zero-point energy, cold fusion, biological immortality. It's something that we'll have to add. I do in my blog. Well, I in there talk. I put the link to my blog, and in my blog I have stuff on airships. Let me see what I have. It's been like years since I posted about it, but let me find it. Okay, so Rabbi Rothschild blogspot.com, and I know I've talked about airships. This website is so big. Okay, find on the page airship, AIRSHIP. I do. I mentioned um that gets into aliens and stuff. Just a moment. Okay, maybe not airships. Maybe I just call it blimps. Search blimp. Nope. Oh yeah, I do. Um, yeah, I don't think it's loading everything on this page because there's so much content. But I've talked about it. I know that. I mean, frankly, I'm not that much of an advocate for blimps. I am. I'm not saying that it can't be great, but it's like you could spend all this fucking time on blimps or spend the same amount on anti gravity.
Not like way far away.
No, dude, it already exists. Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
Yeah, he's been the person here with the anti-gravity monkey
Yeah, that's true. But they used anti gravity there. He saw the emitted like a low sound, and he also used anti-gravity. Um, like he was like it was like a magnetic force. It was like imagine a basketball cut in half, and when they would turn this thing on, and you couldn't move your hand closer to it. It would just stop. So I mean,
Yeah, but like was brilliant physicist in the world, like had understanding of how it actually.
that's correct. But that was 30 years ago as well.
So that's what I'm saying. Like we are probably developing that on our own, or even possibly guy possibly figured it out.
No, no. I think it's already been done. Look up Lockheed Martin TR3B.
Theory that it any credible. I mean, they wouldn't release that.
Yeah, but people have shown it on camera. Like there's video of the TR3B flying. The one that I'm thinking uses like night vision. But these things it has like a big light in the middle and then like a light on each corner. So it looks like it has 4 lights, one on each corner of a triangle and then one in the middle. It's called like the flying Dorito as well.
Yeah, maybe.
And it's silent.
Do you know, or yeah, do you think that any humans have traveled the entire world in a hot air balloon? No, looking it up.
Yeah, there's a guy who did it, I believe. Wait, well, there's
What year?
okay, so there's the book by, I think it's
Around the world in 80 days.
Jules Verne. Yeah. I know. Okay, so let me think about this. Um, I believe around the 19 late. Okay, so the first person to do it in a plane. Well, so it would have been before then. Um, but let's think how it would be done. Do I think somebody's been able to do it? Oh yeah. I read about a guy. Um, he was in like a weather balloon, I thought, and he had to like it was really high in the atmosphere, and it was really cold. Well, I heard about him. I don't know if I read about him, but I heard about him. When was it done? I think like in the 80s. What's the answer?
And I got Bertrand Picard and first concept. Well, the balloon, the thing.
Okay, 1999.
Faucet for solar navigation and flow.
There you go. So it was not that far off. I knew it had been done. It was off for like 19 years, but I wasn't exactly sure on the date. But
That was a wild.
it is. Dude, there's this story of this lady. Do you know who Nellie Bly is? I don't expect you to, but okay, so she worked for I think the um New York World newspaper, and they were. Let me just give you a quick synopsis. Yo, dog, can you please give me the story of Nellie Bly in 10 sentences, 10 bullet points? And she was racing against somebody else who was going in the opposite end, and it was a race around the world, and it caught the attention of like the whole world, but especially in the Americas. Yeah, so Nellie Bly and the race you're talking about. Nellie Bly was a pioneering American journalist known for her daring investigative reporting in the late 1800s. In 1889, inspired by Jules Verne's novel Around the World in 80 Days, she decided to race around the world herself. Nellie Bly set out to complete the journey in less than 80 days, which was considered impossible at the time. She wasn't officially racing another person, but British journalist named Elizabeth Bislin was sent by a rival newspaper to race in the opposite direction around the world. Nellie traveled eastward while Elizabeth traveled westward, creating an unofficial global race that captivated the public. Nellie's journey took her by steamships and trains through Europe and Asia and across the Pacific. The race caught the attention of readers across the Americas and internationally, sparking widespread fascination with travel and technology. Nellie Bly completed her trip in 72 days, 6 hours, and 11 minutes, beating both Elizabeth Bislin and the fictional 80-day mark. Her success made headlines and established her as a trailblazer for women in journalism and adventure. Nellie Bly's journey inspired many and showed how determination and courage could break boundaries for women at that time. I just think that's a cool story that like there was like a race around the world between two women, and it was like it caught the attention of the whole world. I think it's a cool story. I think that should be
This guy on like podcast guy that but the first parallel reality where you work at equity private equity.
that's you're right.
Why
I,
do you want
I mean, there are a lot of people who attempt.
you work at a private equity?
There are a lot of people who attempt to have this amount of sexiness.
Didn't know that they were racing.
Um, so I think when Nellie Bly started, she did not know, but then somebody told her that, hey, you're in a race. Oh, let me see. Did Nellie Bly know that the Elizabeth lady was racing against her at the beginning, or did she only find out subsequently? Great question. Nellie Bly did not know about the Elizabeth Bifson racing against her at the start. Here's what happened. Nellie Bly's trip was planned and publicized by her newspaper, the New York World, but the rival paper, the Cosmopolitan, secretly sent Elizabeth Bislin on a competing journey at almost the same time. Both women set off independently without knowing the other was on a similar mission, going in the opposite direction. The race only became known to the public and the participants after both journeys were underway. It was the media and readers who framed their trips as a head-to-head competition, which added excitement to the story. So Nellie was focused on
They just kind of get around the world.
yes. Isn't that a cool story? And on top of that, it was before the first transatlantic solo flight across the Atlantic. So she had to take Steamship by Lindbergh.
I sent you a documentary. Apparently, I hadn't sent it before. I sent it to Jack. Possibly, I like but it's German
You just sent it to me? Okay, I got it. Sick doc about a guy who builds a homemade airship in the middle of the jungle in South America. Dude, I like that most similar flag thing. That's cool. Um, I looked at that the other day, and then the art that you sent. So you like that art? It's very indigenous. You like?
Just colorful. It's interesting. People also like they mentioned peyote a lot. I was diving in a little bit, barely dip my toes in the water into like the all people's like religion and belief system and how they were like powerful supernatural god beings that are on the world. Coyote like a portal and communicating with those extra dimensional beings. Just looking into they're like a whole different Sherpa type people with their own. I kind of want to go to Mexico and learn about it more. Also, another art form that I like, which is textile art, and other textile art. It's not tapestry art, but textile art. I don't know. I just like finding different fabrics together.
Why do you like fabric art?
I like fabric art. One is some of them it's made on a loom.
It is. It's the first kind of computer, arguably.
Why do you think it's
Oh baby. Oh baby. Okay, so do you know about the Luddite people?
of course I know.
Okay, well, I figured you would. Um, Whenever anybody asks me to teach them about computers, I start with the loom. How is the loom the first kind of computer? The reason why I say that is because it is like the first thing that allowed. Okay, so um, for like organizing of information in a machine on a large scale. Okay, it's often called the first kind of a computer because it used a system of programmable instructions to control its operation. Programmability with punch cards. The Jacquard loom used punch cards to control the pattern woven into the fabric. Each card had holes arranged in specific ways that dictated how the loom's thread moved. By changing the sequences of cards, you could change the pattern automatically without manual reconfiguration. Automated control. The loom was able to automatically produce complex patterns by reading these cards, which is similar to how modern computers read instruction software to perform tasks. Stored instructions. The punch cards represented a stored set of instructions separate from the machine itself, which could be reused or modified, an important idea in computing. Influence on computing development. The idea of using punch cards to control machines inspired later inventors like Charles Babbage, the father of the computer, who planned to use similar cards in his analytical engine. In early computers in the 20th century, which used punch cards for programming. So the Jacquard loom wasn't a computer in the modern sense. It didn't calculate or process numbers, but it was the first machine to use programmable instructions to automate complex operations, which laid the groundwork. Does that answer your question?
I forget it now. I not know that a loom operated on it. I thought it was like having anything and then something fine. I was gonna dive into how the
Well, I mean, the kind of loom that we're referencing is a more complicated one, but essentially it's the first machine to use programmable instructions to automate complex operations. So the traditional loom used was able to automate complex operations. And you could program it a little bit. You could program it even like a basic loom. You can program like where the string's gonna go.
I thought it was like an entire thing. I'll have to watch it.
No. I mean, the early ones are, but even that is programmable. Where you put your like you decide what yarn is gonna go in what spot. That's a program, isn't it? In fact, there was a company when I first started this live streaming journey. It's called Loom. I don't know if it's still in business. Yo, is that live streaming app called Loom still available? I used to stream on something called Loom. LOOM. Yes, the live streaming app Loom you're referring to is still available and actively maintained. Loom is a video communication platform. Availability. It's available on multiple platforms. Yeah, loom.com.
Apparently, they're like tons of birds apparently do fly into plane time, but they're designed so that one end so that they can still land somehow, and but rarely results in a crash landing where somehow like all the speed got sucked into both ends. I think that makes crash landing, but it's still weird that like only one instance that both engines take.
Have you ever seen one of the planes when a bunch of birds hits it? It looks like somebody took a machine gun to it, and it like dents the nose cone and stuff.
I haven't seen that, but have you seen a plane where like the nose looks like it's talking?
Yeah, it's cool. Have you heard that story of that pilot who was sucked out of the window of the plane and the people had to hold on to him and land the plane simultaneously? And it like fucked him up badly, but he survived.
Like, what do you mean, like regular people or
The co-pilot and stuff.
like
Yo, dog, what's a quick 10 bullet point summary of that pilot who was flying a plane and something like the windscreen flew off and he got sucked out and the flight attendant and co-pilot had to hold on to him at like 30,000 feet and land the plane and he survived but he was really badly injured. Okay, a commercial flight was cruising at around 30,000 feet. Suddenly, the cockpit windscreen blew off unexpectedly. The pilot was partially sucked out of the cockpit due to the sudden depressurization. The force was so strong that only his upper body was outside the plane. The co-pilot and flight attendant grabbed onto him to keep him from falling out. Despite being exposed to extreme cold and wind at high altitude, He held on and survived. The pilot was severely injured from the ordeal but stayed conscious. The co-pilot took control and managed to land the plane safely. Emergency crews were waiting when the plane landed. The pilot was hospitalized but lived to tell the incredible story. What's his name? His name was. I'll find out that. His name was Tim Lancaster. It was a June 10th, 1990 British Airways flight from Birmingham to Malaga. The cockpit windscreen blew out at approximately 17,000 feet. The sudden decompression caused Captain Lancaster to be partially sucked out of the cockpit. Flight attendant Nigel Ogden and First Officer Alistair Aitchison acted swiftly to prevent him from being fully ejected. Ogden grabbed onto Lancaster's legs, while Aitchison took control of the aircraft, landing safely at Southampton Airport. Lancaster sustained serious injuries, including frostbite, fractures, and bruising, but remarkably survived the ordeal. He returned to flying just 5 months after and continued his aviation career until his retirement in 2008. The incident is often cited as one of the most dramatic in aviation history, showcasing the extraordinary bravery and teamwork of the flight crew. What was your question? I think it was a. Oh, I remember what it was. Before I even look it up, they put the wrong screws in the windshield or something like that. Yo, why did the windscreen pop out? Wasn't it because they put the wrong size screws in or something? Yo, you got it right. The windscreen popped out because of improper maintenance involving the wrong screws. Here's the lowdown. When British Airways Flight 5390 was being serviced, the cockpit windscreen was removed and then refitted. The maintenance crew used the wrong size screws, similar ones instead of the proper longer screws, to secure the windscreen. These incorrect screws couldn't handle the pressure and stress during flight. At cruising altitude, the huge pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cockpit caused the windscreen to blow out violently. This led to the sudden decompression of the pilot being sucked out. So basically, a simple but critical maintenance error with screws caused a near disaster. Maintenance protocols got it was what kind of aircraft was it? It was a BAC 111. So I believe that's British Aerospace Corporation.
Surrounding the Boeing craft door stuff, or
The latter. I mean, you don't hear much about it anymore. Um, I think they change in the future. They companies. I've said this before. Remember, I said like Amazon will go to be uh, Prime. Boeing will just be Boeing, just Boeing, one syllable. Boeing, like Boeing, 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 Boeing. But that's how some people say it anyway. And I have a friend of mine. He's from South Africa. He works at Boeing, and he says it really quickly, like Boeing, Boeing, Boeing. And I and so instead of making it two syllables, just having it be one syllable is really important for a company. It's just about simplicity. Um, but that one, well, it's related. I mean, simplicity just um is attractive to people in comedy and in commerce. Ooh, isn't that beautiful? Alliteration, comedy and commerce. Um, but I think that I'm actually surprised that there is not more, or there are not more airline issues. Like, I'm surprised there's not like a plane crash every day. It's just no, 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 no. It's just like there are what like hundreds of car accidents, And I don't know, it's just like planes are, there's so much that can happen with lightning and flying over mountains and just people like a I don't know falling asleep at the wheel of the plane or whatever of the controls or drunk pilots. Like nothing really happens. I mean, even that case of that one plane that blew up the other week in India, where that one guy survived. Um, that was like the first plane crash in a long time. I'm just surprised that it doesn't happen more often. Planes are relatively extremely safe, and I understand why they have to be. And that's why for every 1 hour of flight, at least for military aircraft, there are 10 hours of um, 10 hours of maintenance. I get that, but I don't know. There's like frost that can get on the plane tips and ice on the wings and fog. Right. They have people who are employed for like all they do is spray the planes in the winter with some kind of de-icer. Like that's what they do is just like shower the planes and stuff, which is freaky. Um, I well, we were talking about um turbulence. One time I was flying over the Rocky Mountains, and I I'd flown before, but it was usually always really calm, and we had really bad turbulence. It was so bad, I'm not kidding. I asked the guy next to me if I could hold his hand because I thought I was gonna die, and he said yes. And I literally gripped this man's hand for like I could see the blood, like my hand went like white because it was like white knuckle basically action, and he was calmer than I was, but I had never been. I've been in like maybe light turbulence, but this was like like the plane was dropping like 20 feet in the air, and people were screaming, and I thought, no fucking way, I'm gonna die in a plane crash, like over the Rocky Mountains. How it ends? Um, it was it was fucking. I get that, but it would be too big. AI that just knows where all the air is going to be in the future, or like in the path of the plane, and then it can just slowly avoid those areas or quickly avoid those areas, depending. I feel um, it's possible, but you'd need like a huge. You're talking like an icebreaker for the air. Yeah, it's possible, but it would be really loud.
I mean, trade-off. Do you want to quiet or loud?
I mean, if it's really, I think it might be so loud that it like would deafen the people. Think about how loud a plane is already, and then it would have this like,
It's like sonic.
yeah, this
Rocky,
huge, huge.
or maybe like like boom, like kind of ride.
But think about how loud that would be for people on the ground.
I mean, better soundproofing might.
No, people are already on the ground. They already think planes are loud. Now imagine it with sonic booms. Have you ever heard of sonic boom? It's like it breaks the glass of how it breaks the glass of houses.
Still break turbulence.
Oh, I'm looking it up. Yo, dog, would a like a really loud horn, like as loud as a sonic boom, on the front of a plane, be able to stop or diminish turbulence? Yo, that's a wild idea, but here's the deal. Sonic boom is a massive shockwave caused by something that breaks the sound barrier, super loud and powerful. The idea of putting a horn on that loud on a plane to stop or reduce turbulent sounds is cool, but turbulence is caused by chaotic air movements, things like air pockets, wind shear, and jet streams. A horn, no matter how loud, would just send out sound waves, pressure waves, but these waves don't have enough energy or the right kind of force to smooth out or push away the turbulence away from the plane. Oh, that's interesting. Also, producing a horn as loud as a sonic boom constantly would be crazy, noisy, and damaging to the plane's structure, passengers, and environment, and probably illegal. Planes already deal with turbulence by designing flexible wings, autopilot adjustments, and pilot skill, rather than trying to blast the air around them. Plus, sound waves dissipate quickly and don't create stable airflow changes over large distances like you need. The best way to handle turbulence remain route planning, weather forecasting, and aircraft design, not loud horns. I like it though.
Yes, so much. If you control the part,
Blimps. What about blimps that like go around and like smooth out the air?
this would be
That's a good question. Yo, dog, are blimps less affected by turbulence than planes? Yo, great question. Here's a scoop on blimps versus planes and turbulence. Blimps airships are generally less affected by turbulence than airplanes. They fly slower and lower than most planes, often cruising in calmer air layers closer to the ground. Because blimps are huge, lighter than aircraft filled with gas like helium, they're more buoyant and don't rely on fast speeds to stay aloft. Their big size and low speed let them ride out bumps and gust more gently, like a boat on calm weather versus speedboat hitting waves. However, blimps are still affected by strong winds and severe weather. They can get pushed around or buffeted if conditions are rough. Planes, especially jets, cruise fast and high where jet streams and clear air turbulence are common, so they encounter sharper, more sudden turbulence. Also, planes have rigid wings and fast speeds, which can make turbulence feel more intense for passengers. Blimps' slow, steady flight and flexibility often make turbulence less jarring, but they're less practical for fast, long distance travel. So yeah, blimps get rockless. I wonder how long it would take to take a blimp across the ocean. How long would it take to take a blimp from Los Angeles to Shanghai?
Typical cruising speeds of a blimp is 35 to 50 miles an hour. At 45, flying nonstop, it'd be 138 hours. Holy fuck. That's almost a week. That's slow as fuck. So for cruising,
How long is it?
question. How long does a ship take? Um, 273 hours. So a trip from LA to Shanghai typically takes about 10 to 14 days. And a yeah, it's definitely good.
More like a luxury. I mean, possibly if it's going around the world, whatever airship around the world will be broken. What do we name this company for our airship company?
Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Um,
Boing, boing, boing.
Boing. Um, what rhymes with blimp? Perfect. You got it, big dog. You nailed it. The blimp pimp. I'm the blimp pimp, baby. That's a great fucking name. You got it. You got it. That's the name. So is that the name of the air cruise line? Is the blimp pimp? Well, I didn't know if this was like a cargo ship. So this is the blimp pimp. All right,
That's not very family friendly.
dude. We'll make it family friendly, dude. Pimp. I remember.
Do a little stigmatizing for the word.
Yeah, exactly. Pimp just means somebody who's cool. Not necessarily though. I remember the first time I ever heard the word pimp. My friend said to me, "You're a pimp," and I'm like, "What does that mean?" And he's like, "It's somebody who gets a lot of girls." And I'd never heard that term before, and I kind of became obsessed with it, still to this day. And I think that you could change it from somebody who gets a lot of girls to just a really charismatic individual.
The definition is, I think, normal definitely makes something more showy. Yeah, mostly it's for providing profit. But it should mean just
Right. It does. I mean, you can really, yeah, you could really get into it as like somebody who an aggregator of sex workers. Yeah, there you go. But it could also just mean somebody who's cool. What's another word that's done that? That like I'm sure that we have them. That like well the word suck. Like it just means like something that's bad now, but like originally it meant to like like sucks dick or I mean look I'm sure ChatGPT can do this well. Yo dog, give me a list of words that were once really vulgar but have become mainstream and now they're cool.
All right. Sucks. Oh, I got the first one. Once a crude slang, now used to mean that's bad. Damn. Originally a strong swear word, now mild and used all the time. Bitch. Started as a harsh insult, but now often reclaimed or used casually among friends. Ass, crap, bloody, pissed, dude, screw. There you go. What about, all right, so the blimp pimp. I love it. I don't just like it, I love it.
Called like thermal control air, basically like a hot air balloon, but like a air system in air in order to lift. But apparently it can be applied gas and hot air. Heating up the helium will provide extra,
Okay,
and heating up the hydrogen will provide close.
yeah, we don't want that. Um, we have to make a change to the company. It's not the blimp pimp. I'm the blimp pimp. It's the pimp blimp.
When the hydrogen airship that I
Right, so it's just called, it's the pimp blimp.
yeah. I mean,
It'd be like the,
the editing part is like kind of brutal.
no, it's, again, that's not a big deal. It's easy to put a marketing campaign together to just overcome that. And so, like, what would you say? Like, your friends and family, oh, we booked tickets on the pimp blimp. That would be really popular. I'm gonna shoot at it with BB guns, though. I gotta tell you that right now.
I could put a room where it's just like try and top.
Okay. Wait, that would be a room? I meant I was gonna try to do it from the ground. So you're saying, as you're flying in the pimp blimp, you try to break it?
Only like carnival game type thing where you try and catch off, but
Okay. I think that the pimp blimp should be, what do they call that? The never flat tire material. It should be made out of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if it takes a puncture, it like, it like re, it like heals itself. So, self healing. Yes, perfect. It's a self healing blimp. Okay, so the pimp blimp, the actual blimp part is going to be filled with like mini balloons, right? Not mini balloons, but like, I don't know, like hundreds of balloons, right? So if like one of them breaks, it doesn't break them all, right? Okay, that's cool. Like an up. Have you heard that? I'm sure you see a lot of this shit. That guy who tied a bunch of balloons to a lawn chair and made it like 10,000 feet in the air.
yeah, and that's puzzle or
Right. Yo, dog, give me that 10 bullet points on that guy who had a balloon that lifted his lawn chair in the air and he shot it down with big BB guns. Okay, a man tied a bunch of helium or weather balloons to a lawn chair during turning it into a DIY flying contraption. He lifted off the ground unexpectedly, floating up in the air with no proper control or safety gear. Authorities quickly spotted him drifting, raising alarms for safety and public risk. At some point, to bring him down, a police officer or official used BB guns to pop the balloons. That from the ground? No. Popping the balloons gradually lowered him back to the ground. The guy managed to survive. The event made headlines because it highlighted unregulated DIY flight stunts. Authorities likely investigated or cited him. The incident became yeah. Give me the exact stuff though. Don't give me random like broad. Tell me the fucking story. All right, here's the real story. Lawn chair balloon flight incident. Larry Walters, 1982. Larry Walters, a truck driver from LA, had a wild idea to attach 45 helium-filled balloons to a sturdy lawn chair. On July 2nd, 1982, he took off from his backyard in San Pedro, California, wearing a parachute and carrying a pellet gun, not a BB gun. His plan was to float up a few hundred feet, enjoy the view, and shoot some of the balloons to descend safely. Larry underestimated the lift. He shot up about 16,000 feet, way higher than he had planned. He was stuck there for hours, drifting into the controlled airspace of LAX, causing a serious flight risk. Air traffic controllers were freaking out because he was dangerously close to commercial jets. Larry fired his pellet gun at some balloons to descend slowly, but it was tricky and nerve-wracking. After a few hours, he finally landed safely in Long Beach with no major injuries. He got cited by the FAA for violating air traffic rules, but the story made him famous worldwide as the lawn chair Larry guy. Larry's stunt inspired movies, documentaries, and even science fiction about amateur airflight. Yeah, that's correct. Why did you not just tell me that story, but you made up stuff about a police officer shooting him from the ground? Yo, my bad for tossing up a mix-up earlier. I was trying to keep it quick, but ended up blending stories by mistake. The Larry Walters lawn chair balloon fight is a real crazy one, and no cops were shooting him down. It was all him with the pellet gun up in the sky. Thanks for calling me out. I always want to keep it real and clear, so I appreciate you pushing for my legit story. Dude, okay, I've got one. Yo, dog, in a voice like Joey Diaz, please give me a commercial for a cruise company that offers flights in the air for people like a cruise ship, but in the air using airships. And the name of the airship is the Pimp Blimp. All right, cocksuckers, listen up. You're tired of the same old boring cruise on some damn ocean with seasick motherfuckers puking over the rails? Let me tell you something. The future of cruising is in the air, baby. Welcome to the Pimp Blimp, the flyest airship this side of the stratosphere. We ain't just floating, we gliding smooth as silk, cruising the skies like the kings and queens you are. You want luxury? We got luxury. Big ass lounges, fine ass dining, and views so wild you'll think you're touching the clouds. This ain't your grandma's boat. We got DJs bumping, cocktails flowing, and vibes so fresh you'll want to stay up there forever. From LA to Miami, from New York to fucking Hawaii, we take you places in style and comfort. So if you want to be the boss of the skies and ride the pimp blimp, book your spot now, because seats on this baby fill up faster than your auntie at an open bar. The Pimp Blimp Airship Cruise, where the sky ain't the limit, it's the playground. Capiche? Now get off your ass and come fly with us. That is so good. Dude, imagine now, like, imagine taking a blimp above Hawaii or like the Caribbean. That would be beautiful. Or like Tahiti or Oceania or even like over New York City.
I think it would be like actually really.
Oh, you want to know something in the future what they'll have? You ready for this one, big dog? Glass floors on planes.
Already have it. I think in helicopters, it's helicopters.
Okay, but not on planes. I've never known of a plane to have a glass floor.
Not on a commercial, maybe not on a commercial airplane.
Wouldn't that be baller?
That would be rather, underground submarines.
You mean like a sea scraper? Well, it depends. Like a sea scraper is like a skyscraper on the ocean floor.
Like it goes around. Why don't
Pressure.
there's not that much pressure?
Right. But then you've got waves and stuff. I mean, let's find out the real reason. It's something that I promote though. I talk like when I do my spam, I talk about sea scrapers. Just not in the. I did it a couple days ago. I had sea scrapers and floating cities. I was talking about. Yo, dog. Why don't sea scrapers exist like skyscrapers, but in the ocean?
There's a restaurant somewhere in like in something that's like underwater.
There's a hotel in Florida that is. Yeah, and I think it's in the Bahamas. I've seen it. It's it's like 100 feet underwater.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And then there's a guy who lived like 100 days in it or something without talking to anybody. It's like the longest anybody's been underwater, even though he was like not really underwater. Yo, that's a dope question. Sea scrapers, like skyscrapers underwater, sound wild, but here's why they don't really exist yet. Crazy pressure. The deeper you go underwater, the higher the pressure. Building super tall structures in the ocean means dealing with crushing pressure, and that's way tougher than air pressure on land. Water corrosion. Salt water is brutal on materials. It eats away metals and concrete faster than air, making maintenance hella expensive and complicated. Structural changes. Water moves, waves, currents, tides. So sea scrapers would have to withstand constant, unpredictable forces from all directions, unlike stable land foundations. Oxygen and lighting. Underwater habitats would need artificial oxygen, lighting, and climate control to keep humans comfy, which is energy intensive and tricky to manage on a huge scale. Access and evacuation. Getting people in and out safely from underwater towers is a major hassle. Elevators don't work the same, and emergency evacuations get way more complex. Cost. Building and maintaining anything underwater is orders of magnitude more expensive than on land or even in shallow water. Environmental impact, tech limitations, economic demand, alternative solutions. Instead, we've got floating platforms, underwater labs, or oil rigs, which serve specific purposes without trying to be skyscrapers. That said, some architects and engineers dream of underwater cities or hotels, but it's still mostly sci fi or experimental stuff. Want to hear about some cool underwater habitats?
Yeah, I do. All right, the Aquarium Reef Base, located off the coast of Florida. Aquarius is the world's only undersea research lab. Yeah, that's what it was. It sits about 60 feet underwater and lets scientists live and work submerged for weeks studying marine life. It's basically an underwater mini city for researchers. Jules Undersea Lodge. In Key Largo, Florida, there's a tiny underwater hotel where guests scuba down scuba dive down to stay inside. It was originally a research habitat but converted into a quirky underwater Airbnb type spot. Proteus submarine by Ocean Spiral is proposed, a concept for a massive underwater city by Japanese company Shimizu Corporation. It would be a giant sphere resting on the ocean floor with living spaces, farms, and energy systems connected by spiraling tunnels to the surface. Pure sci-fi right now, but a wild vision of the future. Sea Orbiters in development, a floating ocean exploration vessel that extends underwater. It would let scientists live and work while drifting across oceans, combining sea and air habitats. Designed more for research than living full time, but still super futuristic. Underwater hotels like the Manta Resort, located in Zanzibar, it has an underwater room submerged a few meters below the surface, giving guests a 360-degree ocean view. Not a skyscraper, but the taste of underwater living luxury. Hydropolis Underwater Hotel. Planned in Dubai, a luxury underwater hotel with multiple floors beneath the sea promises swimming pools, restaurants, and rooms all underwater, but never got built yet. Ocean Spiral is a concept, another Shimizu Corporation vision, a giant underwater spiral city that harbors energy from the ocean. Designed to house thousands, it's an attempt to edit building a sustainable underwater habitat. Marine cities and floating structures. Some ideas on floating cities tethered to the ocean floor, like seasteading. These aren't underwater but are alternatives to land scarce living. Deep sea research submersibles, not habitats, but tech like Alvin or Naudil let scientists explore deep ocean trenches temporarily, pushing the limits of human presence underwater. Biosphere 2 inspired designs, while not underwater. Biosphere 2 inspired enclosed ecosystems, which could translate to closed underwater habitats for the future. Does that answer your question? Right. Dude, did you hear about that hotel they're gonna open up in space? Yeah, it's real. They're gonna start like in the next 10 years. They're gonna, or it should be available within 10 years. Yo, dog, what's that? Give me like a 10 bullet point thing in Joey Diaz's voice about that hotel they're supposed to build in low Earth orbit. All right, cocksucker. Here's a lowdown on that space hotel you want to build in. They want to build in low Earth orbit, Joey Diaz style, straight up, no bullshit. Yo, this ain't no regular hotel. It's a motherfucking freaking space orbiting the Earth like a boss. It's called the Orbital Reef, a fancy ass space station for rich mofos and space tourists to kick it among the stars. They're talking about building it with big players like Blue Origin and Sierra Space. These are the real deal hustlers. The hotel gonna have all the amenities: sleeping quarters, labs, restaurants, and even places to chill and party in zero G. You'll be floating around sipping space cocktails while watching the whole Earth spin beneath you. That's some next level shit. They plan on having it up and running in late 2020s or early 2030s, so you've got some time to save your paper. It ain't cheap. We're talking millions to book a night. But hey, if you got the bankroll, why the fuck not? The Orbital Reef won't just be a hotel, it's a business park in space, so expect scientists and companies to set up shop there too. The station's the station's modular. They'll build it piece by piece and add as they go, like a space Lego set for billionaires.
Bottom line, it's going to change the game for space travel, making you feel like a true space pimp, floating high above the bullshit down here. So get ready, cocksucker. The future's looking cosmic, and the parties move into orbit. You down for a zero-G highball? Does that answer your question?
I don't think I asked the question. Answer your own question about the hotel.
Yeah, you did. You asked, "Is that a real thing?" And I said, "Yeah, like they're planning on doing it in the next 10 years." Yeah, orbital reef.
What is her name?
All right, here we go. It's a space hotel. The space. That's it. The space place. That's it.
Funny.
Space base. That works too. That's good. Space base. I like it. Space. That's what I said originally, but okay. Exactly. Exactly. So the space base. I love it. I don't just like it, I love it. Though I liked what you said or what I thought you said. Space base, that works. But space, because of the rarity of that double word that you, I don't, I will try to think of another thing that you do that could work. Let's find out. Yo, dog, imagine a place in space and you called it the space where two words are used to describe an object or place or thing. What do you call that in linguistics? Like the space.
Reduplication.
Look at you, reduplication.
Or
Reduplication. Okay, so here's some other ones. How about a bye?
night.
Go. What are 50 examples of reduplication? Just because of how good the names are, we have to come up with businesses for these.
It seems like most reduplication kind of like there's like really or like
Space. That came to me so quickly. Yeah. But I still didn't even like it as much as then I said space place, and then I thought you said space.
I have an idea. You have a Nathan for you style way to augment the traveling space hotel. Space
Okay, let's think of it.
offer them free tickets, space, but fine print only one way, and you charge double for the way back.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so um, what if you offered it free to get there, and then only once?
Everything you need there is like insanely expensive, like toilet paper.
Exactly. Yeah, and then your return flight home is just insanely expensive. Okay, I'm down. Okay, that was different than what I was thinking, but I like that one more. I was thinking, okay, this is funny. Okay, so people who have at least like science fiction writers and just scientists in general talk about when you build a place like this, not necessarily in low Earth orbit because that is something that like weightlessness is something that people want as part of the experience. But the thought is if you were like creating an airship or like a spaceship, you would want to create some kind of artificial gravity. So the idea would be it would have a similar gravity to Earth. So what you do is you get a bunch of people and offer them a trip on a spaceship that has artificial gravity for an insane amount of money. Let's say $1 million a ticket. And what you do is you put these people in like a false spaceship. And then when they get out, they're still on Earth, but you just tell them that it's artificial gravity. And you take $1 million from each of them. Exactly. Okay. Um. Okay. What's the best way to scam people in a Nathan for You style to get the most amount of money from people, but in space? I think what you and Joey Diaz was so, and what you said was really good. That you get them up there, and then in order to get home, it's just an exorbitant amount of the cost. That's a thought. Um, you could. It's similar. It's really sad, but you could get a family and be like, okay, you guys are gonna go to space. You're like, okay, great, and you only send their kids there and keep the parents at home and hold them hostage. And in order to get home, their parents would basically have to pay a ransom.
That's different than where I thought you were going with that. Yeah. Mine was okay. You send them to space. They go to the space hotel. They're normally it's like a 30-day. Um, it's like a 30-day turnaround, like the guest or whatever, maybe more. But on like day two, you give them a call that's like, oh, like grandma, like Darlene is like in the hospital in critical condition. They immediately just like want to take the next space elevator down, go see their elderly loved one in the hospital, and then that way you get turnover.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, the rumor it might start spreading quickly, so you actually need like a poison that will give breaking bad.
All right. What about you tell people that they're able to go to the space and
Some rice in and immediately collect their deposit.
There's that. I was thinking, what was it? I was on some kind of ride. I don't know if it was at Disneyland or somewhere. Maybe it was Universal Studios or something. And I don't know if I was like a kid, a little kid, or what it was. I'm trying to think exactly what it was, but basically, like, they said that, okay, it was like at some theme park or something where you were gonna go. It wasn't Space Mountain, but maybe it was Tomorrowland or something. Basically, you were going to go on a spaceship, and you go and you sit in a spaceship. So basically, like, imagine like a spaceship, but it's like got the seats of a movie theater, basically. Now, it doesn't have to. But okay, so you go into the movie theater, and then there's a screen, and you think you're flying through space or whatever, and then you. So okay, so you know how movie theaters have, like, you can either go in through the right side or through the left side. Do you know what I mean?
Right side. Oh, like going.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, you can go in one. Okay, nevertheless, but basically, like, you can eat. Okay, so basically, you go in through one side, and then you go into the ship thing, and then you exit out the other side, and you think that you're in a different world. I'm just trying to think where I experienced this. It wasn't a dream. It was something where I really was, but and it was like, it wasn't like Jurassic Park the ride, but it was something like that where they're like, okay, you're gonna go on Uh, oh, I know. Wait, was it 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea at Disneyland? No, that actually takes you underwater. It was something like at Disneyland or something where you imagine like a just like I talked about, like a movie theater. You go in through one side, and then they fake the that you're flying somewhere, and then you get out on the other side, and it is like a whole other world. You basically could do that to people, like trick them into thinking that they went somewhere else when they really didn't. So, like, I think you could probably do this easier on Earth. So imagine, okay, so imagine you told some people that you they were going to travel to Hawaii, let's say, to a resort in Hawaii, and I guess you could do it. You just need like a really big place. But basically, you would have them enter the plane. They would think that they were flying on a plane, looking out the windows. It would look like they were flying, but it would just be like fake on the outside. Like it would just be like, uh, yeah, okay, what was it? Maybe it was, um, I'm really trying to think what ride it was. I don't know. There was like an ET ride at Universal Studios that it wasn't like that. It's kind of like that, but not really. Um, yeah, it was something like that where you were put into like a room going in from like the right, and then you got out of the left, and it was like a different world. And I don't know. I was thinking you could do that and just trick people into thinking they went into space, though. But the gravity part of it would be hard to fake. The gravity part would be like confusing people. Okay, what about
Education that there's actually no anti-gravity is on the outside of space, but we've induced an anti-gravity inside of space.
right?
That feels more like
So that's artificial gravity. That's what I was saying. So
advanced artificial gravity system, like
you could really do that. So just take a hotel and put like stars on the outside of the windows, and just you basically just tell people that they are in space with artificial gravity, and you give them all kinds of space food like Tang and all that other shit, like um like that ketchup packet thing that like in the squeezable things, all that would work. And yeah, exactly. That's how people eat in the future.
really it's just like a black room with like the dollar store like on the dark, pick on the stars. If they buy and they're like, yep, it's real space.
Very, very funny. Okay. I wonder. Okay, so it's a Nathan for you. Oh, wait. That's what. That's not what it was, but it's similar. Okay, do you remember? Okay, this is. Wait, is this what it was? It's similar. It's similar to this idea. Oh, wait, was it in Las Vegas where I experienced this? No, I don't know. I'll think of it or probably won't. But no, okay. So you remember that Nathan for you, where they go in the haunted house and somebody's got like Gorgon's disease or something, and then that that lady gets brushed by one of the character actors, and they put her in an ambulance and then like rush her. You remember that? Yeah. So basically, um, in a similar fashion, they and then they like say that you can sue that person. Um, that was a funny one, and I think that the guy who is the lady's girlfriend was, or the lady's boyfriend was really cool. He like stood up for her, and I thought that was cool. But okay, it would be something along those lines where, but it wouldn't be like negative. It would just be positive. Yes, exactly. Or I guess you could do it in a different. Um, you just tell them that they went on a different. Oh, I wait. Hold on. I kind of remember this now. I think it was at like a fair or something. They had a. Yeah, that's what it was. They had like a thing. It was like a. Wasn't there like a fair attraction in the 1980s or 1990s or early 2000s where you would buy a ticket and then get into a like what was supposed to be like a spacecraft, and it would move around with people inside, and you would be looking at a screen and it would look like you were flying through space, and then like you had landed and then you'd get off. What were these things? You're talking about a space simulator rides or space flight motion simulators from back in the day. They were super popular in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s at theme parks and attractions. Here's the lowdown.
They were often called motion simulator rides or space simulators. You buy a ticket and hop inside a cabin designed to look like a spaceship cockpit or shuttle. The cabin would move and shake in sync with the big screen in front of you, creating the illusion of flying through space or landing on a planet. The visuals were usually pre-recorded or computer-generated scenes of space travel, asteroids, stars, and alien worlds, etc. These rides combine physical motion, pitch, roll, and vibration with video to trick your senses into feeling like you were really on a mission. So one famous example was the Star Tours ride at Disney parks. Launched in 1987, it used this tech to simulate Star Wars spaceflight. Another was Mission Space at Epcot. That's where it was. That's where I saw it, I think. It was Mission Space at Epcot, which is uh, in Florida, which offered a more intense astronaut training experience with centrifugal style motion. That's where I saw it. It was at Epcot. Okay, outside of Disney, other theme parks had rides like Space Center, Houston Shuttle Mission Simulator, or smaller independent space simulators. Some science centers use these simulators for educational purposes, letting people experience astronaut training or space missions virtually. The tech behind it was a mix of hydraulic or electric actuators moving the cabin sync with visuals and sound effects, and super immersive for its time. So yeah, these rides were the OG VR for space lovers before VR was even a thing. Want to hear about how they work technically, or hear some wild ride stories? No. Okay, does it make sense what it was? It was basically like a car that moved around, not a car, but like a bus that moved around and made you think you were flying through space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I looked it up. I, when I searched it, I almost said the word Epcot. Not Epcot.
That's
That would
okay.
have triggered it.
That's what it was. Okay.
I feel like NASA probably has like flight simulators, but
Right. Now, how could we do a Nathan for you with this? I've got an idea where, I mean, you need gullible people, but sometimes the people are gullible. So you would be like, okay, you have an opportunity to fly around the world. So, it'd be like around the world in 80 hours instead of 80 days. And you get a bunch of people who pay like a lot of money, I don't know, $1 million each or whatever, and you're promised or you're with the expectation that they're going to fly around the world. But the idea is they never get off of the plane. So you basically have like a plane that can move like it moves like it's the the front of the plane lifts up and moves down and can like pitch and yaw and all that. And but the people never get off the plane. The thing is you never get this plane off the ground. And it just has like screens on the outside so that you think that you are moving around the world, and then you could pressurize it so like people's ears pop and all that if you needed to, and just give people the idea that they're going to be really flying around the world, and that they land and then they get off the plane and they're like, wow, we just flew around the world. It took like, I don't know, 24 hours or whatever, 40 hours or whatever, but in reality they never moved. What are your thoughts?
um, yeah, it seems like it makes sense.
Yeah.
I think like blindfold or something, right? Plane or something, or be like it's like a top military craft that like can't see outside of high security areas. Oh, you can still like UFO flight.
Okay.
Um,
right? Now, hold on. There was another thing. Maybe it was at Universal Studios or I don't. Let me, yo, dog, wasn't there like a ride at Universal Studios where you are on a plane and then all of a sudden the plane gets hijacked or something? It could have been at Epcot. It could have been at one of those places. Yeah, it was Back to the Future, the ride. That's what it was. Back to the Future, the ride. Or Backdraft. I was on that too. Star Tours at Disney parks, no. Yo, dog, what was Back to the Future, the ride? Yo, here's a rundown. Okay, it opened in 1991. It was based on the Back to the Future. You'd hop in a DeLorean-shaped simulator, basically a fake time machine car, and buckle up for a crazy time adventure. The ride used huge screens. Yeah, Doc Brown. I think I remember this one. Um, it was immersive. The ride closed in 2007 to make way for the Simpsons ride. Yeah, but okay, were any of these rides? Did any of these rides involve like people hijacking it? All right, cocksucker. I didn't even ask it to join DS. It just figured it. Let me break it down for you. None of the classic rides involve the hijacking scenario. They're mostly wild adventures. Okay, maybe not that, but um. So you've been to Disneyland, haven't you?
Disney World, one in Florida.
Okay, so that's Disney World. Um, I think they have it though. Okay, so you know that what was it called? The Ocean Gate, that submarine that was going to visit the Titanic. Okay, so okay, so you tell people, hey, we've got a really safe version of Ocean Gate, and it takes off from New York City, let's say. And were you ever on the ride 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea at Disneyland or Disney World? 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea? Leagues, Leagues. It's a way to measure nautical distance.
No,
Okay, so they have a ride that basically takes you underwater in a submarine, but it doesn't take you like super far underwater. It just takes you maybe like 10 feet underwater, but it makes you feel like you're really far underwater. So you could basically tell people, hey, we're going to go visit the Titanic, but so get on the submarine or whatever, and instead of really going down to the Titanic, which would be like really dangerous, you just take them like 10 feet underwater, but then just use projections on the outside so that it looks like they're approaching the Titanic, and then they come back up.
underwater. So,
Yeah, that's an excellent point. You wouldn't need to go underwater. That's an excellent point, Riser. So you just have one of those, like, whatever that space thing at Epcot was.
and people just look out the outside, and you just have screens that look like the ocean approaching the Titanic. Here's one. I think in the future, the ride still goes. It's still a thing. It became Finding Nemo. I think yo yo dog. Oh, is that what they say? Yeah. No. Hold on. I've been on it a couple times. Yo dog. What's the thing with? It was called like 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea at Disneyland, and then it became Nemo's Adventure or something. Yo, back in the day, Disneyland had a ride called 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Submarine Voyage. Yeah, named after the Jules Verne classic. It opened in 1959 and was all about diving deep under the ocean in these submarine ride vehicles, exploring underwater worlds, battling giant squids, checking out sea monsters. The ride was super ambitious for its time. You actually rode little subs that sank and rose through water-filled show tanks and with lots of cool animatronics and special effects. But the ride was kind of expensive to run and maintain, and after a couple of decades, it started to lose popularity. So it closed in 1998, and the subs were mothballed for a while. Fast forward to 2007, and Disneyland brought back the submarine ride with a fresh, family-friendly makeover, Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage. The new ride swapped out old Jules Verne deep sea adventure for a colorful underwater journey with Nemo, Marlin, Dory, and all your favorite Pixar fish. The ride vehicles were basically the same subs, but now you're swimming through the story of Finding Nemo with updated visuals, animatronics, and fun scenes from the movie. The vibe switched from dark and mysterious and a little spooky to bright, playful, and perfect for kids and families. It's still a classic Disneyland attraction, keeping the submarine ride spirit alive, but with Pixar magic twist. So yeah, the ride didn't exactly become Nemo's Adventure. It's a reboot and retheme of the old submarine ride, keeping the underwater story. Does that make sense? Right. Yeah, and it means people's car. Something like that. Volkswagen means people's car. Yo, dog, what is the thing about Volkswagen Beetle meaning people's car? Yo, Volkswagen Beetle and why it means people's car. Volkswagen literally means people's car in German. Volk means people and Wagen means car. Back in the 1930s, Germany wanted to build an affordable car for the average German family, something reliable, cheap, and easy to maintain. That's when the Beetle was formed, designed by Ferdinand Porsche to fit that people's car vision. The idea was to get everyday folks out of the horse-drawn carts and into motorized rides, democratized car ownership. The Beetle's simple, durable design made it into a global icon, cheap to build, easy to fix, and perfect for mass production. After World War II, the Beetle became a symbol of affordability and practicality worldwide, especially booming in the 50s and 60s. It earned the nicknames like Bug and was beloved for its quirky shape and dependable engine. The whole people's car concept was about accessibility
Dude, I can tell you this. There were 3 chicks in a row that I dated who all drove Beetles. Yeah, three. Um, well, the Beetle was really popular. It regained popularity from like 2005 to 2015 or so. Yeah, it's total coincidence, but um, yeah, it was just a weird. It was like kind of a hot girl car, kind of like it was like a quirky kind of thing. Anyway, um, what's that?
I was, I was taking a day, and then I was watching a video on YouTube of the violence. I see that was also, or sorry, just like seeing the Epstein's on or whatever. And then I was talking to my friend that he also a month ago was watching and you know like
That
and
is
I did
something.
the odds but I'm like, what are the odds of that happening? And like doing like 5 minutes a day of total like go out of 24 hours, that is like 0.347% chance like percentage of the day. And then out of 6.5 million views, that the total amount of people that fall into that window is about 22,000 people. And so, and out of the world, 22,000 divided by like 2 billion, approximately 0.0002, and that would happen. Both of us would watch it as well. The rest.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
All right, most recent updates.
Response? What?
Oh, I was just gonna say 35 minutes ago somebody said, "Oop, Discord Rabbi's back." 29 minutes ago somebody wrote something different. Let's see here. I thought he was YouTube Rabbi because they don't know whether to call me Discord Rabbi or YouTube Rabbi. But also, I did not look closely anytime. Um, YouTube couldn't contain them. You know what? That's fair. And then they put a GIF of somebody. That's funny. Isn't it? I think it's fucking amazing though. I literally just I've been talking with you for hours about futurology and shit, and these people just because of these robots that I built are talking about me. I think it's amazing. Anyway, back to your.
I'm not sure if I mentioned before, but discovered talking and whole. And, I mean, I don't think he even did, or even had to like down pat. No, he probably did. Probably did.
No, I don't think I did. I don't think.
Oh, I'm like screaming my work. I'm just like screaming my life. When I first heard that, I was like, that is the like IIQ shit I've ever heard. Like so big. I guess crazy.
Well, thank you. So you think
So
it's a good idea?
I do. I hope you never stop screaming.
I hope so too.
I hope that other people give you the recognition.
Thank you,
And
dog.
it kind of feels like what you're doing past that time is not important, but I just think very important.
I am in agreement with you. At no time during this do I ever have second thoughts. Like every day I get more motivated and more positive about it because I know I'm getting closer and closer to the end. Like you have to understand, Riser, when I first started this, I did it like for at least a year or 2 years, basically. Was it 2 years? No, more than a year. And I did it, and I didn't talk to anybody, like no one. So I did it like totally alone. And then the first people I met that I recall consistently, I met on TikTok. There are these three people I met. One is a, a guy from they're all friends, but they met me on TikTok. One's a girl from Berkeley. She's becoming a doctor. Another guy's from Perth, Australia, and another guy is like a lawyer from Kentucky. And I met these people, and they became like kind of like my inner core of people who, and I'm still friends with them. Um, and I would talk to them, but it wouldn't be like I would talk to a lot of people. And then I met the Harry. Oh, well, then I started doing a show on Twitter late nights with a girl from San Diego. We would do this overnight show on cryptocurrency. And I didn't really know anything about cryptocurrency then, not that I know a whole lot about it now. But ChatGPT had just launched. And so when people would come in, I'd be like, ask me any question and we'll come up with the answer. And people had never heard of ChatGPT. And I was literally just shilling ChatGPT to people. They're like, did you invent this? I'm like, no, it's like this thing. It's called ChatGPT. They're like, ChatGPT, what? It'd be like, just ask me to write, like, give me 5 words to write a poem. And they'd be like, all right, dog, cat, sun, car, bus. And it would come up with like this amazing thing. Like, how were you able to do that? It would be like, just go to chatgpt.com. Like, literally, I was teaching people about this. And then people would make fun of me because they'd be like, you you think that ChatGPT is just such a big deal, don't you? They're like, you have no idea. It's going to be giant. And they'd be like, oh, it's not going to be anything that big. Anyway, we did that for like the spring of 2023, I want to say. And then, so I'd be up all night doing this show with this nurse from San Diego. And then I met the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. Well, I shouldn't say. So I'm talking about like how my community kind of grew. Um, so it started with 3 people that I recall. I'm sure there were other people in there. Well, there were a couple people. There was this one girl who she was really into uh let's see here. It's called DD wait. She was really into daddy daughter fantasies or it was something like that. It's like it's called so this woman I met, she was she had this condition where she couldn't breathe really well, and so she was in this like hospital, not a hospital, but like she had like an apartment in like a place where you could get care, and so she was online all the time, and she would watch me all the time, and um she taught me I don't know it's called DDLG, Daddy Dom Little Girl. She was really into that, and I was not that into it, but I would do it just to appease her. She was like she was like 30, not like she was young. Um, and then there was this girl in San Francisco who got really interested in what I would do. Meaning, like I've had random girls who have been in this, um, but none who like I had all really I've not even come close to falling in love, nothing like that. Um, then there was a um a girl in San Francisco who I used to talk to for like I don't want to say every night, but like for like periods of time. But then it gets to the point where like I tell them like we had talked about maybe me visiting her in San Francisco or something, but I'm like I care too much about my stream. Like you don't understand. This is what I do and I love it. Like anybody who loves me will understand like this has become part of me. Um anyway, then I it was summer 2023 and I was on Twitter Spaces, and I'm sure I told you the story, but basically, I would do my pitch wasn't as tight as it is today. It was much more randomized then. But I did a pitch. There was this guy named um, Chris something, and he would do this late night. Uh, it was called Crypto Nights or something like that, and I got to know him, and I got to know some other people too, um, who was sponsored who. It was actually, let's see, how did it work? Some some other cryptocurrencies like were interested in what I was doing, and there was one like called Capybara coin, which was big. And I remember this one coin. It was Joe Rogan coin. Somebody who was really into Joe Rogan made a coin about him, and since I was like always watching Joe Rogan, I got into it, and they had me download Telegram. I hadn't downloaded Telegram. I didn't use Telegram, and once I downloaded Telegram, like a week later, I was in this Twitter space, and I was talking about futurology, and somebody was like, all these people were really excited about what I was talking about, and um, it was a big group of people, and somebody from the Harry Potter Bomb Sonic 10, a few people, they were like, you've got to join our, you've got to join our Telegram. Do you have Telegram? I'm like, yeah, I just downloaded it. They're like, please join it. We'd love to meet you. You sound like a really interesting person. Can you go to our website? And it was hpos10.com. And I went to it and I was like, all right, well, I'm live streaming. Do you mind if I'll just keep it up on my screen to like give you guys free advertising. They're like, that's amazing. And then I started live streaming in the um, Telegram, but I didn't have permission to just live stream in there. They didn't know who I was, and so what would happen is whenever they had a Telegram event in the video call, I would just stay in there and then just keep my camera on. And this pissed off a lot of people in that community because they were like, why is this person just live streaming? Like, this is weird. And there are other people who are like, well, it doesn't hurt anything, and it's like free advertising for us, so whatever. So that was the first community Harry Potter Alumni Sonic 10 that really like, aside from a few people here or there with whom I've connected. And then I had somebody, a friend of mine, who was like, I want to come visit you. And I'm like, okay. Um, and he came and visited. We live streamed it, and um, he's been in my room, and he's like been to my house, and um, we went and had a picnic in the park, and he met the owner of the house, and um, I think, I mean, it was fine for me to do that, but I know the owner of the house was like, that's what connected him. Like, oh, he's gonna have people who are visiting him, and so he's asked me like not to stream in non-public parts of the house or in like outside my room, basically. But because before I would like do it much more like in the bathroom and like other parts of the house. But when he started realizing like people are coming to visit him, random strangers, I think it kind of it was just not something that a normal tenant was doing. So I've abided by that. Then we had the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new group, has gone big and small and big and small. There was but they hadn't yet sponsored, hadn't yet bought me merch. Then there was another cryptocurrency called the opposite one, whatever it was, the Voldemort one. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, it was like Voldemort is the everything was the opposite of Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10. So it was Voldemort, so that's the opposite of Harry Potter. Obama Sonic was um Knuckles or no, it was like either Knuckles or Doctor. I want to say it was the Doctor. What's the Doctor guy? The bad guy? Whatever. Harry Potter Obama. It was I think Trump. Sonic. Wait, Harry Potter Obama Sonic. Whatever. Doctor. Uh, Pen. Um. Oh, well, there was a yeah. Whatever. They gave me some stuff, and then there was another coin. that was called Schizocurrency or something like that, and it was by a doctor in Santa Monica, and he he sent me some merch, and um I did like 50 days of different poses for him, and they posted it on their Instagram, and um the people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini were like, look, you're live in our Telegram, but you're not wearing our merch. What do we have to do to get you to wear our merch? And I was like, just send it to me. And so they sent it to me, and I started wearing their stuff. And then from there, we, um, I met, well, then how I met Caspian Steve was through another streamer on YouTube, was looking for people to troll. And this guy has died, but his name was Marty. And this guy, um, was looking to troll me and couldn't really come up with anything. Like I didn't give him any ammunition, and I have an honest goal. I think it's very positive, and when you get to realize like who I am, I'm the most base person you're ever gonna find. I mean, I'm very comfortable in my own skin, and I think mentally I'm in a very fine place. Like I'm just pretty normal. I'm just on camera. And when you really get to that, you realize like, oh, this is a very normal person. They're just live streaming their life, which is abnormal. I get that. So I got to meet him, and he was nice. Um, then Caspian C and came in one day and wanted, um, he wanted, he wanted to come live with me. And I explained to him like, dude, I don't think that's gonna be okay with my housemates and stuff. Yeah. And I told him I don't think my housemates. I mean, I know my house. I told him like I could give him like 3 days or something, but then he'd have to find another place. Like I can't just basically sublease my room to him. And though I would have loved to, but I told him what he needed to do to get a job, and we got him a job, and then he's in a much more stable situation now. Um, I around that time started a Discord, but I did not streaming. Actually, I started a Discord like 3 years ago, but didn't ever do anything with it. Some people recommended it to me, but still I didn't do anything with it. Then I started this Discord in April of last year, but I still didn't do anything with it until um like July 1st. July 1st, 2024 was the day that I really recall like really kicking this Discord into gear and starting to populate it. And I started with um I want to say I bought 1,000 people, fake followers, to join this Discord, just to populate it because no one wants to join a Discord with 0 people. And so it started with 1,000 random people, but those 1,000 random people very quickly get their accounts banned. They're just bots and things like that. They were real people. Actually, they weren't bots, but they were like from China, and they would lose their accounts. So, like, very quickly, my 1,000 people would reduce to like 950 and then 900. However, I was getting real people in because that's when I started spamming the kick people. And so, for every one person I would lose because they were a Chinese account, I would gain 2 real people. And it still happens where I lose a few people here or there, but then when I got to 1,100, then 1,200, then 1,300, then 1,400, then 1,500 organically, and then 1,600, 1,700, and now we're at like 1,770 or so. And then I'd get random people who would join me from Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini like you. And then, I met some other people um, who were like that Joe and that Ass Munch, who frankly just creeps me out. Um, and he did a bunch of really weird stuff with Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini Telegram and got himself kicked out again. I got him unbanned, and then he got himself rebanned basically. He was really I think he's a funny person, and I think that he's very talented, and I think he's smart. But he's obsessed with not just sexuality. That's fine, but he's obsessed with he hurt. He makes jokes about hurting children, and I don't think that's funny. And I have told him too many times I don't think that's funny. And um, but I meet like random people like that, and then um, I met like Miss Aquarius came in here from another Discord, and Audie came in here from Twitter, and just like random people who I've met whatever way. And you came in here from Telegram, and that's kind of how we created the community. But so why am I saying this whole long story? It's because I started with no one. I started with no one, and I did it for a whole year, not talking to anyone. So now that I have people who come in regularly, it's like it's much more. It's easier for me to be positive about it. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, when I'm just sitting here talking to you, and I get random people across the world who are complaining about me, that's the best thing in the world for me because it's like my strategy is working, and I know that it's just a matter of time. So long as I keep these bots going, that one person's gonna come in and they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And they'll see how much I've got going on YouTube and on Instagram and on TikTok, and they're gonna be like, I know an influencer, or there'll be an influencer themselves. They're like, this person says they're gonna make me a trillionaire, and they put the reasons why. Pardon me. Like I put in my spam letter or whatever you want to call it, my what do I call it? My manifesto. Just one moment. Like I I have all the reasons why I'm gonna make you a trillionaire. Um, and if you're like, what do you mean? Um, it's it. Well, that's true. That's absolutely true, and I do mean that. There's this element of it though. In this thing, it's this long letter. It says, is Rabbi Rothschild the most archived person in global history? Yes. No single individual has more data archived on the internet in the recorded history of humankind. Rabbi is a real life Truman Show, archiving all human activity and world events 24/7, 365 since the pandemic. Rabbi does not only live stream life, but Rabbi archives the videos so that future generations may be able to learn from the events that occur. Rabbi has created the largest time capsule of human history in existence. Rabbi has created a single timeline of human life for the benefit of all people everywhere. Then I put, what is a list of reasons why Rabbi Rothschild's life streaming project may be important to the future of society? 1. Rabbi Rothschild has amassed more data than anyone else, providing unique insights into human behavior and societal trends. 2. By documenting life for over 3 years, they have created an extensive data set that benefits a wide range of research areas, enabling a deeper understanding of patterns and behaviors. 3. Comprehensive data allows researchers to understand long term patterns in human behavior, societal shifts, and cultural trends. 4. Companies can leverage detailed data to refine their products, and services, aligning them with user needs and preferences more effectively. 5. Access to vast data drive advancements in technology, artificial intelligence, and market research by identifying emerging trends. 6. Data on purchasing habits and routines helps businesses understand consumer preferences, influencing product development, marketing strategies, and customer engagement. 7. Extensive data allows companies to spot trends early, giving them the ability to adapt quickly to market changes. 8. Researchers can study how societal and economic changes impact individual behavior, leading to better social policies and targeted programs. 9. Personal data can reveal health trends and patterns, leading to potential breakthroughs in medical research and treatment strategies. I mean, those are just, and then I talk about anti gravity, artificial general. Pardon me?
That's just some of the reasons.
Exactly. I mean, I talk about, you know, I mean, the introductory um paragraph says, Shalom, y'all. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in world history. I want to help the world through a global emphasis on pacifism. I feel if humans are ever to colonize space, terraform other planets, and travel intergalactically, we need peace on Earth. I want to help the world. I want to help world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help the world. I want to help world thirst through the digging of wells, life straws, and desalination plants. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. According to The Economist, data overtook petroleum as the number one resource on Earth in 2018. I need assistance with promoting this live streaming project. If you help promote me, I will make you, your friends, and your family trillionaires. How can one help promote Rabbi Rothschild? Look through Rabbi Rothschild's immense archive of content by searching Bible Rabbi in any search engine and share any of Rabbi's content on social media. We dare you to do so. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain by helping promote Rabbi Rothschild. And then I put all my social media, how to speak with me. It's really pretty thorough, and I think I explain it really well. I mean, like, I get how people are very skeptical. The big thing that I get is people think that I'm a scam. That they're like, oh, I'll make you a trillionaire. That sounds like a scam. Uh, welcome, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me again?
No, you want to play again?
Absolutely. Riser, do you want an invitation? All right. Miss Aquarius. Did you get an invitation just now?
No.
Okay. You still didn't?
No, you see, other than I do, I got it. Hey,
Excellent.
it's lagging, man. Let's go.
Nice. That's 9.
Let's see if I can get this.
There you go. That's a nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, come on.
This is a tough split, Miss Aquarius. Oh, come on. That should have got it. It did the invisible thing. It did that invisible thing. Riser, have you ever seen the movie The Big Lebowski? You yes, ma'am. No, not what I wanted. Oh, for sure. For sure. I shouldn't even have to go. It should just know. That's automatic. Automatic. No, we're the opposite. We're very positive towards each other, and we do not smack talk each other. We're very positive. We're very supportive of each other. Almost, Miss Aquarius. Almost. You'll get it next time. That's all right. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna get these. Yep. It's very different than what I do with Zoot. All I do is talk smack to Zoot, but Miss Aquarius is the opposite. Ooh, almost. That was really good. That was almost a strike. Almost, almost. Yes, ma'am. No doubt. No doubt. Got it. Oh, I'm gonna get these two though. No doubt. No doubt. Thank you, ma'am. That was good. Get these two now. Ooh, right on the edge. All right, she finished with 53. Miss Aquarius, I'm gonna get this spare, no doubt. Look at this. Ooh, I almost did. I almost did. I'll take it. I'll take it. I win, you win. All right, Miss Aquarius. Your turn to win. It's your turn to win. You know this, right? Start with a strike. She did. This girl is on fire. I can't believe I hit those right down the middle and then not get any love. Oh man, that was not good. I did a lot of work to your turn. Perfect. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you got the invisible pin thing again. You should have been able to knock that one down. Or not should have been able. You did knock it down. It should have gone down. Great spare. Great spare. No doubt. Are you serious? It happened again. I hit it right perfectly in the middle. Get it. Man, I have not. I'm struggling to just keep up. Look at you. Get all of those on the left and you'll get that one on the right. You got the invisible pin thing. You should have knocked that one down, or it should have been knocked down. No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Match me. That's alright. You got this one. No doubt. N-O space D-O-U-B. Look at you. Look at you. Just gave that one a kiss. Beautiful. Got it. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna get these two. No doubt. No doubt. Get it. Miss Aquarius, perfect. Perfect strike. Perfect strike. Perfect strike. Get another one. That's alright. You've got the win. Get it. Get it. Miss Aquarius with the W. Nope. Oh, for sure. For sure. I tried. You win, I win. That's how I like it. That's how you like it. Great job. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Alrighty, friends. Sweet dreams to you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She is. She's the nicest woman. What'd you say? She's so positive. I know. Can we talk about what?
When you said you give me like a flashback, not sure if they're still,
Do you want to talk about? Have you ever talked? Have you ever heard of 4D movies? Okay, good.
I will do your internet. Um, yeah, so Cineplex is still open. Here's do movie theaters exist in the future?
I was just listening to something about this on the radio. Yeah, they do, but they become 4D movies as opposed to 3D movies or 2D movies today, which means like the floor shakes and the seats shake and they'll tilt and things like that, and then eventually they just become more like yeah, they do. Okay, so I was listening to the the it's like the coalition of movie theater owners had a recent summit, and they were saying like, will movie theaters be available? Uh, will they be um will they be available in 20 years or so? And while a lot of people think no, I think they do. And the reason what they do is they become 4D movies, which means they have like smell-o-vision and um the floor shakes and the speakers and things like that. They have surround sound and all that. But also it it becomes much more like it used to be, where you would they have like meals, like they have um I I I've heard of them and I've known people to go to them, but they're like I guess they're called like, well, in the United States there's a chain that does this called Alamo Draft House, where they like bring out meals to you as opposed to just like popcorn and candy. You order like an entire meal, um, and that becomes more popular. But the thing that really changes it too is the allowing of alcohol and marijuana. So, or vaping at least, not necessarily like combustion marijuana, but I believe it becomes like okay in the future to allow people to use vape pens, and that changes the movie. A lot of the reasons why people don't want to go to the movies now is because they like to drink beer and or wine or whatever alcohol, and they like to get high, and you can't do that in public, so you just stay at home. But the idea is that if you're able to do that in public, that becomes really big. There are these things that they still don't legalize in California, but they have been more open to legalize them in Las Vegas are cannabis rooms, like basically a place like a bar for smoking, and um, I think they're called cannabis lounges, um, and that's gonna revolution. Yeah, I mean, I've been to them, uh, but it's like a hookah bar. But it's the idea of like a hookah bar with um marijuana. That would change the game. Um, okay, but so are movie theaters still a thing? Yeah. Are they? Are there as many of them as there once were? No, but they're still a thing because people are still going to want that, and that we're going to go out and see a show. Just like bowling. Bowling isn't as popular as it once was, but it will still be a thing because they have night bowling and they have disco bowling and or like dark light bowling. There are still people who want that. So, in answer to your question, will there be movie theaters in the future? Yes, as many of them likely no, but um, they will have more amenities like moving chairs. Uh, I've been to the movies. I don't know if you've ever, but they have like beds. I've been with a girl in a bed. We saw, um, yeah, it was really funny. This girl and I, this really hot chick, she looked like a uh I used to tell her she looks like a Fox News anchor. She's just this really pretty blonde girl who I met on a dating app. She and I dated for some time, while ago. Uh, we went to dinner and we went to go see um what was it? In Inception, with Leonardo DiCaprio, and we went to this movie, and they were like, like we bought the tickets or whatever, and they were like, Inception, it's the third door on your left. And we were on a date, and we were like still like nervous about the whole, like we weren't paying attention to what I'm basically saying. We were just more about we were more thinking about each other than we were, oh yeah, it's third door on your left or whatever. So we're walking and we see the sign for Inception on the movie theater door. But instead of going into the third door on your left, we went onto the second door on your left. So we walk in and we noticed and we knew we were late to the movie because we had dinner, and we had chairs in the front row, and I believe or not the front row, but they had this like section that were they weren't chairs, they were like beds. I don't know if you've ever seen these, but they're like it's like a lounge bed. So like you don't like you and a person can like lie down, and we were basically so into each other that we weren't paying attention to the movie, and the movie's really confusing anyway. And so we had been in the movie for like 45 minutes, and all of a sudden it ended. We're like, what just went on? And we were like very, very confused as to what happened in this movie. And then we got out and we were like, what happened? That movie was like 45 minutes long. Like, we know we were late, but we were like, what's going on? And then we realized that we, we, we were, let's just say busy. Yeah. We were like, we had gone in the wrong theater. Anyway, I had gotten her a gift. She was really into the Beat Generation, which is like the generation before the hippies. It was like 1950s counterculture, and the one of the big authors of that time, his name is Jack Kerouac, and she had said that it was like one of her dreams was to get a used copy of his major work On the Road and read it, like a used version of it. And so I found a local bookstore that had it, and I read it and did all kinds of like highlighting and underlining. So like, if I couldn't find one that anybody had written in, I could just find just used ones. But so I figured, okay, I'll read it and I'll do it, and I gave it to her. And so I had my mind on that, I had my mind on her. But anyway, it was a movie theater that had like beds, and they were like that pleather that's easily cleanable or whatever. And so that becomes pretty popular. That those like not like beds in every section, but you're able to get a bed, or you'd be able to get a table, or you'd be able to sit in chairs that move and do all kinds of things like that. Um, and then yeah, exactly. And then there's also the idea of VR. So you would go to a place, and instead of looking at a screen, you just put on a VR headset, and doing that in public to some people will be attractive. And the idea is if you're able to get high during it and drink, that'd be a fun time.
Yeah, it'd have to be like non movies probably. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, there are families that watch those movies on those beds, those like first class beds. um, like
That's so weird. I never.
yeah, yeah, and it's like big enough for like two people, but it'd be big enough for two people and like two kids, like a family.
Oh, what the hell? Wait, is that in the? It's like its own theater itself. It's like the second, like this bed here.
No,
It's not just mixed in with like a chair.
the chair people are behind, and then like the front two rows are beds.
Aren't those the worst?
Yeah, but you're lying down, so it's like it,
That's how. I mean, you're not throwing your.
yeah, you're already lying down, and so it's not like it's not awkward.
Normally, you don't want the.
But if you're lying down, it's like perfect angle.
I mean, you're still kind of. Far back.
Yeah, they're still like tiered, like stadium seating. So
And like a bunch of theaters have this lounge line stuff.
no,
There's movie theaters apparently where they're all like that style. No chairs. They're all that like according to Korean.
yeah, I've not seen the whole thing like that. I've just like the local ones and like Irvine AMC is like a normal. They're like generally normal style. This was like a specific one uh, that was further closer to downtown, but or closer to downtown. But then there are like other like theaters that are just like normal. Well, they're like stadium seating. Then there are ones that are still flat, where it's like barely any kind of angle, and they just it just depends on how recent the um, movie is. I've been to them where they have speakers in the seats, or like the armrests go down, um, so that you can kind of make it like a love seat. So there are just interchangeable seats. I think you can. I've not seen one though that's only beds. The closest one was this one that I've been to that had the front two rows were beds, and um, if I recall, I don't remember. This was many years ago, but um, I did not want those kinds of seats. But because it was like I don't know, it was like my second or third date with this girl. It was like okay, but it was like I don't know, maybe that's a little too presumptuous. But those were the only seats I could get, and they turned out to be great. But um, it was just like like you were saying, like aren't those the worst seats? Or a little presumptive, but yeah, it definitely could have backfired. I think I told her though that these were the only seats that were available, or we got them, or we bought them together. I don't exactly recall. Um, what I do recall, uh she was vegan. I dated a lot of vegan, and she had a bug, um, and she um, it was just new to me. Like veganism was pretty new, and it's like I remember the first vegan meal I ever had. I just remember being like, it's just like a head of lettuce. Like this is it. It's like a salad, I think, or whatever. But yeah. Anyway, I just um, that's how the theater was.
What other things have related?
Television.
Like not like technology. Here.
Like the bathroom, you said?
No, just anything, any weird thing, any quirky thing. What do you think? What is the fake butter in the popcorn?
Yeah. So
One time I was at a movie theater. There's two popcorn. One of them good, one of them bad. That's bad. I was at a movie theater and I decided to down my like hard popcorn, the free butter,
yeah.
and I ate it all, and I felt bad. Like, it was not felt very, very bad. I should have. Second one, shout out to this movie theater in Collingwood. I hope that you're open, but I was at a summer camp in Collingwood, and we got to go to the movies, and we were watching like Pirates of the Caribbean, I think, the one where Jack Sparrow gets trapped in like that like, wooden ball sphere with like 8 of them. Amazing movie. But this theater, their extra large popcorn was like literally like bigger than the distance from like, my knee to the ground. Like it was like halfway up your thigh. Like giant endless bag of popcorn. And like pretty much every time I'm in a movie theater, if I'm eating popcorn, it's pretty much gone before the previews are even over. This bag like lasts like literally like a marathon, and like as I'm getting to like the end, there's still so popcorn left in the bag, but I'm trying to like down. So I think we made it like 95% of the way down, but there's still 5%, and I thought that was an amazing work, and possibly to for like a Nathan's for You style enhancement for a movie theater. I think that like the profit margin on popcorn is already like 9%. Why not just make it like an all-you-can-eat popcorn movie theater, or at least one giant like lifetime movie time size bag?
I think well, it's kind of an interesting premise. So at least when it comes to um popcorn, I don't recall ever having it in like a standard theater. There's an issue with the hashgacha, the kosher supervision. Like basically, it can get contaminated. So, um, there are some people, some Orthodox Jews, who consider movie theater popcorn to be kosher because there isn't a lot of cross contamination. Like really, like what's going to be contaminated? Like it's just like popcorn and oils and things. But it depends on like how it's cleaned and things like that. So there are those of us who generally abstain. But I can tell you that, and I like having all you can eat popcorn might be something that would be very popular. I think I've seen, I think it was at AMC or Century or perhaps Searchlight. All like you would buy one drink and it was like a drink club. So you let's say like I don't know, let's say it was like $30 for a plastic cup, but you could get unlimited refills every month. Does that make sense? Or for a month. So whenever you go to the movie theater, yeah, no, not free refills from when you're there. It's for the whole month. So it gets you to the theater more often. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Um, and I've seen um well, like candy, certainly. Um, Arcades have been big at movie theaters. They're not so big anymore, but the arcade at a movie theater used to be a happening place. Um,
Oh, and I think
do,
one big
that's big. Yeah, that's big. Um, I I don't really. I mean, obviously, having done this stream, I haven't been in the movies in a few years. Um, I've been there's like a movie theater at the Irvine Spectrum that's pretty standard. Same with the Orange, the outlets at Orange. That's the last one I think I've been to. I saw Joker there, and that was just like a standard movie theater with standard amenities. I mean, people people really try to think of like different ways to get people in. Um, okay, so I know what I was thinking. There was this thing called Movie Pass. Have you ever heard of it? It was a um it was a monthly subscription that you would buy, and you could go to movies for like a certain amount of movies for free, and it was very popular. It just wasn't that profitable. Yo, now give me a 10 bullet points like Joey Diaz about Movie Pass, that thing that allowed you to go to like a bunch of different movies per month. It went out of business, but it was a good idea, sort of. You got it. Here's 10 Joey Diaz style points on Movie Pass. $10 a month for unlimited movies. Oh yeah, that's what it was. What? This content may violate our usage guidelines. No, it doesn't. It's fine. Tell me what it was. Fair enough. What was Movie Pass? It was a subscription service launched in 2011. It let people watch multiple movies in theaters for a flat monthly fee. Kind of like Netflix, but for physical movie theaters. Here's how it worked. At its peak in 2018. You paid like $10 a month. You could see one movie per day in theaters, any 2D showing. Use the Movie Pass debit card to buy the ticket at the box office or kiosk. It worked at most major chains, AMC, Regal, etc., even though many theaters hated it. Why was it a big deal? It was insanely cheap. A single movie ticket could cost $12 to $15, so it saved money fast. People started going to tons of movies. Some saw like 20 a month. It briefly boomed with over 3 million subscribers at its peak. What was wrong? The business model made no sense. MoviePass paid full price for every ticket its users bought. It lost movie every time someone went to a movie. Can you imagine? Like, this is like a Zoot idea. I'm sorry. No offense to Zoot. Zoot, it's not necessarily a Zoot idea, but it's like something that he and I would talk about. It'd be like, every person that goes to see a movie is gonna lose. You're gonna lose money. It'd be like, yeah, just, just
I mean, sometimes it makes sense, like uh, they get whatever, but
right. Users abused it, watching movies every day, giving their cards to friends. That would be a big one. The company started restricting access, blocking new releases, limiting theaters, changing passwords. It got shady fast. In 2019, it shut down, and in 2020, it filed for bankruptcy. And now it relaunched in 2023 under new ownership and a tiered model and more limitations, still trying to recapture the idea of movie going as a subscription, but without burning itself alive this time. So that's what I think the future of movies is, Movie Pass, where you just have the ability to go to any theater you want, depending on whatever tier you have.
I mean, most things in life you can buy in bulk. So, like, I'm sure why they managed to scale so hard.
It's too.
Obviously, after the
It was too cheap. $9.95. That's less than a normal.
that's the thing.
Yeah. Well, keep
Why would they ever do?
keep in mind this was in 2011, so that with inflation, it's probably would be like
I mean, wouldn't the movie theaters want to do it though? Because like, okay, you can sell one ticket for $15 for someone, and you can pass like a 20% still making more money.
no. Wouldn't you be losing money?
No, you're getting more sales, even if they would not otherwise be.
Okay, that's the assumption. I gotcha. Um, that's a thought. I mean, if they just made it more, they had. I don't know what their tier system is, but okay, like today's day and age, I would say starting off, if you want to go to unlimited movies a month, any movie, that'd be like $50. Is that too expensive?
What do you mean? I don't think it should work like that. I think it's different levels.
I think so too, and that's what it is. It's tiered. So you could go to maybe two a month for $20, five a month for $30, unlimited for $50. What do you think of that?
I mean, unlimited for 50 seems really cheap.
I mean, they were doing unlimited for $9.95.
Yeah, which is even worse.
Right. So, but I think that kind of a system would be very popular because it'll get people who go to the theater all the time. And then on top of that, you'll get random people who really want to go see this movie and then buy the ticket. Does that make sense?
I mean, it just sounds like no brainer that are already going.
Yeah. Well, I mean, have you ever been to a movie like during the day? No one is there. And so it would be like beneficial to the place to have the ability to have those showings be filled earlier in the day. Here's another thing I think you could do that could help the theater, and that's cleanliness. So that's another reason why I think people don't go is it's really hard to clean a movie theater well in between two shows.
And they for sports stadiums they have like the plastic chairs. What they do is they like power wash.
Exactly. Exactly. Now in the
movie theater, like whatever, but
right in the
if there's a balance between comfortable seats, but also with a easily washable coating on it.
right, that's where this pleather comes in. Where I don't know whatever this bed was made out of, it's like it's not it's not plastic, but it's soft like leather, whatever. Or it is plastic, but it's soft. It's like a leather. Um, so like bathrooms in the future become like self cleaning, and I think you could make a movie theater self cleaning as well.
They already have those now, but some of them.
Right. Um, but I think you could make a self cleaning movie theater that basically once everybody left, that's a thought, like a new thought. Or you could have robots do it, but I even think robots couldn't do as good of a job. So basically,
I mean, the self-cleaning one is not a.
yeah. I mean, I was thinking like, yeah, okay, so the idea would be
I'm sure that we have the technology to like make that on it. Self-cleaning.
okay, so you seal a room and then have it sprayed with jets like a car wash, and then have it dry and just have like a either a robot or well, like a lot of movie theaters have cameras now anyway because they want to stop people from video recording their movies. So you just have somebody look over the camera to make sure all the stuff is removed or whatever. But basically, it would like self sanitize and then just have huge dryers that dry it out. You probably could sanitize it and clean it and everything in like maybe like 30 minutes, 15, 30 minutes. Now, it would be expensive. That's a lot of water, but I'm sure you could recycle the water as well and like sanitize it. So, a self cleaning movie theater. I think a lot of stuff becomes self cleaning. Um,
I know you agreed to the desalination a lot, but what
yeah.
about the dead zone? For concentrated amount of salt left over.
Yeah, you sell that. Yeah. People want salt. Salt was once a currency. When you say to someone, "Are you worth your salt?" that used to mean like, "Are you worth being paid?" In fact, the it's arguable. Um, the exact origin is unknown, but the dollar sign that's like an S with like a line through it was originally a marker for salt. So salt is in, and the reason why salt was so much in demand is because it could preserve things. You could take meat and put it in salt and save it for long periods of time without refrigeration.
Why are there things called dead zones?
In answer to your question, yeah, we're gonna have to ask. What are the dead zones that are created from desalination plants? Please answer like Joey Diaz. All right, cocksucker, let me break it down for you. You've got these desalination plants, right? They take that salty ass ocean water. Oh fuck it. Yes, you can. It starts to tell me. Then it's like this may violate our terms. Like, all right, strap in, you savage. Exactly. All right, strap in, you savage, because Uncle Joey's got another one for you, straight up from the School of Hard Knocks and Brian slapping truth. You ever hear? Right. You ever hear people go, "Oh, desalination is the future. We're saving the world." Yeah. Tell that to the fucking octopus who just got blasted with a salt tsunami thicker than a Bronx accent. Here's the thing, sweetheart. Desalination plants don't just fart out clean water and skip off into the sunset. They pump out they pump out this brine. Think of it as ocean water's evil twin, and one with the dead eyes and a record. This brine isn't just salty, it's as if the salt had a grudge against life. Add in chemicals they use to clean the pipes. We're talking anti-scalants, chlorine, heavy metals. Now you got a fucking Molotov cocktail for marine life. And this doesn't float off into the ether and fart into the wind. It sinks. It's heavier than ocean water, so it drops down into a drunk at a blackjack table, settles on the ocean floor, and just chokes everything. No oxygen, no life, just a dead zone. Do you think coral wants to live in that? Okay, so okay, so um, what's a way that desalination plants can avoid dead zones? All right, you dirty water loving degenerate. Uncle Joey's going to give you the real way desalination plants can stop turning the ocean into a fish cemetery, all right? The big issue is brine disposal, that toxic. Oh, come on, it was just telling me. It's okay, tell me. All right, you asked for it, Uncle Joey style. Okay, step one: go deep or go home. You don't stick a pipe right near the beach where the kids are playing with seashells. Now you build the outfall way offshore, deep waters, baby. Why? Because the currents are stronger and the salty sludge got room to spread out. Step two: put a diffuser on that sucker. Um, you can't just let the brine dribble out like weak coffee. No, you need diffusers, little nozzles that blast brine out under pressure at different angles, like a fucking Bellagio fountain of salty death. Why? Because it spreads stuff out, mixes it fast, and doesn't let it pile up in one spot. Step three: monitor the water like it owes you money. Install sensors, real-time monitoring, check salinity, temperature, oxygen, all that nerdy science shit. If something goes sideways, like oxygen levels dropping faster than your grades in high school, you shut it down or adjust it. Boom, ocean saved. All right, so the answer is you need a fish-friendly outfall pipe. Joey Diaz approved. You build it right. You dump it smart. You treat the ocean with respect. Okay, so you don't build a desalination plant. You at least don't put the pipe right next to the beach. You just have it out in the ocean. It doesn't have to be in the middle of the ocean. It can be like a few thousand meters into the ocean, and then you protect that. Then it'll mix up, and you won't have a dead zone. How's that sound, cocksucker?
That sounds good. I don't know why they're
The big issue with it is the energy, because it takes a lot of energy to do all that. But I also think that there's an issue of um, it's a very contentious issue because like Nestle owns like 50% of all the fresh water in the world, so they don't want to lose their grip on all of that, and they just sold their 50% share to some other company or whatever. You know the thing that I say, like, answer this like Joey Diaz. There's somebody who makes YouTube clips that explain um, scientific subjects, scientific, um, whatever, scientific. What's the word for which I'm looking? Scientific, um, scientific topics like Joey Diaz on like chemistry and biology and stuff. Then people put them when they think they're funny. They put them in the Joey Diaz subreddit, and they're. I mean, I don't know. It's like, how do you want to learn? Do you want to learn from some nerdy person who's like really boring, or somebody who's kind of making you laugh at the same time? And more than anything, the thing about the Joey Diaz is it gives analogies that like make sense. Like, oh, okay, well, this is how you do it, you dumb shit. Blah 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 blah. Right. There's also this thing. You can have Joey Diaz tell you stories. They're fake stories. They're from AI, but they're about like crime and stuff to read you to bed in 4 hour intervals on YouTube. It's all AI, right? And I would not know if I didn't know like as much as I know about AI. Not that I know a whole lot about it, but I didn't know that this could be done. I would think that somebody paid Joey Diaz to just start reading stories to people, meaning it sounds a lot like him. About desalination? No. Um. Yeah, movie theater self cleaning. I think things become like really like self cleaning becomes the way. It's very expensive to have employees do it, and robots, it's difficult for them to get in really small areas. So if you can seal off like just say a restroom, spray it down, and then have it self dry or have it like automatically dry, it's much more efficient. And if you're like, well, that sounds really expensive, it is. But here's a major issue that occurs that people don't think are like slip and fall accidents. So if you have somebody who's just like manually wiping the floor and they don't put the wet floor sign up, and somebody falls, they could sue you for $5 million and win. And there's a very good chance that they will win that. So in order to avoid those types of lawsuits, if you know that you're going to have a self-cleaning bathroom and you know at the end it's going to be bone dry, right there is a $5 million incentive to have it be self-cleaning. Exactly. We've got um the idea of uh,
What do you
it's it's like what we talked about the other day, where it's like a self.
did you ever go into the garden shop or self-cleaning?
Would I ever? Fuck yeah.
I don't know, like have you ever been for time back in like
No, no. Who am I,
what
Zoo?
was your first time doing it?
This husband who liked to be cuckolded wanted me to fuck his wife in one, and I did. And she was beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, this lady was maybe 45 and I was in my 20s, and she was like a 9.5. She was a really hot lady.
Guys,
What'd you say?
guys,
No, 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 no. They had no connection to the own. I don't know who owned the place, but basically like women would pay me to have sex with them, and um, or like husbands and wives would like pay me to fuck their wife in like a hotel or at their house or like a sex place like that, or like they had like yeah, that, what would I call it? They were like sex stores, but then there's also like sex. Um, there's this one place downtown that they had that just had like inflatables, and you would just get a room there, or it was just like they just had like inflatables everywhere, but the rooms were private, so you could do it there. And I wouldn't do it for the money, but it's like, hey, if you want to pay me to have sex with a beautiful woman, I'm not gonna turn that down. And um, I wasn't in a relationship or anything, and I I'm somebody who I'm trying to think every time it was a I don't know. Sometimes there might have been some younger women who were younger than I was, but it was generally older women and established. Like wanted generally like a younger guy to fuck the wife, and they pay him. So um, that certainly was one way. I really was from word of mouth. Like someone would find out that I could pleasure a woman really well, and so they would tell a friend or whatever, and that couple would want me, or just like a single lady. Um, Known as being a gigolo. It's not really a popular thing anymore. I mean, I guess it's not super popular, but um, it's just like a man who's paid to have sex with women. How would I find out about it? It was really word of mouth, but there's I have a really funny story about one couple, and it was um it's I think it's really funny. So my first real job was working at a country club, and I used to get I was 16, and I was younger than everybody there. I had to get the job basically like my my dad had to help me get the job or like something like he knew like the superintendent. So normally they wouldn't hire someone who was under 18 years old, but they hired me because I knew um like I had connections whatever at this country club, and these guys who I with whom I worked, they were all older than I was, and they would make fun of me just because like I was 16, I was like a virgin, like I was like really into school, and um so they would just make fun of me a lot. And they weren't they it's not like they would how would I describe it? They would bully me, but like a good rizzing, but like older brothers would bully you. Like not to the point where you'd cry, but like to the point where they're giving you shit. Well, fast forward, like I worked there. That was like my first real job, but before I went into working at a financial institution, and then I worked there and went to like finish school and everything, and fast forward like 10 years, and I saw a an ad that was like young couple looking for a third to um like fuck the wife, like compensation included, and um so I was like, okay, what is this? And I think I emailed them and got her picture. So they were like, okay, here's the address. And I go to this really nice house and um go up to the door, like ring the doorbell, and it's really hot nurse, like woman in nursing, um a nurse's outfit shows up, and I'm like, she's really hot, and I'm like, cha-ching, like perfect. And wouldn't you know it, the guy who's there is one of the guys who used to bully me as a little kid, and now, or as a younger person, and now he wants me to fuck his his wife, which is like the ultimate like reversal of fortune for someone. However, the second that I saw him, I just said, I can't do this. Apologies. And I left. And they ended up emailing me and they were like, look, if you're still into it, she likes you. Um, if you're interested, it's like, yeah, we know each other, but it's like not like we're gonna be doing anything. And so I was like, all right, well, she's pretty hot. And I went to their house. I used to fuck this chick all the time. Um, Basically, when I would go to bars and I'd either hook up with some chick at a bar, and if I didn't, I knew I could go over to their house and fuck this lady. And should I say lady? She wasn't. She was like my age. He was older, but she was my age. And yeah, and but it was like the ultimate reversal of fortune. Like usually, like the bully, like the guy who bullies you is like then you get the upper hand on him and you're the guy who fucks his wife and you got a bigger dick than he does and all this other shit. It was it was pretty wild. Um and they were really cool. Like as a like like it was just yeah, I mean so I did that for a few years and then I just became more serious with some women, and then I stopped that, and then um I became more religious and stopped that entirely, and um then the pandemic hit. I mean, I had gotten to be very religious, and um then started live streaming my life. However, I have all of those memories. Um, don't necessarily. I don't think I'll ever go back to that. I mean, I don't think I'll need to. I think I'll go viral and then have any normal relationship that I want to have, or even non-normal. I really think that once I go viral, I know I say that. I feel like I say that like almost like someone who is like, once I win the lottery, like that's basically how I feel when I say that. But I think there's a better chance of me going viral than winning a lottery. I know if I do it for long enough, then it's inevitable. If I did this for 50 years, somebody would find out about it. So I just say to myself, I just have to keep doing it. But once I do that, I know women to some extent, and I know that even if I were the ugliest dude on earth, the fact is, if I can make them famous and make their friends jealous, then every chick on earth is going to want to be with me. And not just that, but want to reproduce with me. And thus, I just have to stay, um, I have to stay, I just have to be patient. There was a certain part of this. It was like after 1 year of live streaming or something, maybe 1 or 2 years. It wasn't quite 2 years or something. But there was a moment that I had where I said, like on camera, it was like, I won the world. Like I have enough data now. It was the point where I had more data than like anybody had ever live streamed. Not just live streamed it, but archived it and it's not just I have one stream. I'm live right now on like 22 different streams, which are they all the same? Yeah, but I mean, they're the same actions, but they're different angles, which is very beneficial for what I'm doing as well. And it was like, all right, so long as I can just keep streaming consistently, I'm gonna win the world. Whether it's true or not is yet to be seen, but it's I get these random people um on Blue Sky, and they're absolutely right. They're like, low key, this rabbi is genius, or like they'll say like just about the stuff that I say. They're like, I thought he was bonkers when I first saw what he was doing, but it makes more sense than anything in the world. I mean, like you said, like when you first heard about me, you were like, that is the most nifty idea that I'd ever had. And it is. And for anyone who is along the way, like what Zoot said, Zoot just came out to me one day and he said, do you know why I started coming in here or like even following you or whatever? I'm like, no. He's like, because you said you could make me a trillionaire. And I'm like, well, I really do think that. I wouldn't say it if I don't think it. There's nothing that I say on this stream that I don't mean in my absolute heart. And you know how Zoot's very motivated by money. And he's like, I want to be a trillionaire. And so, and then he talks about it. Like, Zoot will be a character on this, as will you. People will love what you do because of the ideas with that we discussed. They'll be very exciting to people in the future. People will be like, "Oh, remember when there was the pimp blimp and that people didn't even know what a pimp blimp was?" And bear scare.
People don't realize how difficult it is to start a university. Like, practically impossible to start a university. Like, the groundwork was known as, I don't know when you're watching this, probably 2062 could be 3084. But the University of Vancouver, he started that.
Absolutely, 100%. And its initial class was 100% Chinese. It will eventually become more diverse, but It's gonna have a lot of Chinese people. That becomes a big thing. People are interested in how I do that. They're also interested. Projectors become really big. Projectors are already becoming bigger, but like also they'll have projectors that come out of your phone. So like if you just want to watch Netflix on your phone, you just point it at the wall, and it'll show up that way. TVs and stuff, you won't have TVs. It'll just everything will be projectors. But projectors will be have so many DPIs or like uh, pixels that you can't tell the difference between like a really good TV and a a projector. The thing about projectors, a really interesting aspect of it, or not just projectors, but any kind of TV, you just need to have it be 8K, and then the human eye cannot perceive anything better than that. You could say it's not like TVs need to keep getting better and better and better. It's like once it's at 8K, the human eye can't perceive anything better than that. So you can spend all of that research doing other things. Does that make sense? Thank you. Exactly. So we do. We do. It's just expensive. But yeah, 8K exists. And then another thing, and it's something that everybody always says, like, oh, you need a better camera and things like that. I don't really care about the cameras because I know that things will be just automatically upgraded to 8K. Like even with if you upload something on YouTube today, if it's really pixelated or something, YouTube will automatically upload it in standard definition. So, and you can have it do it in HD. So it's like already YouTube's starting to do that. So it's just, yeah, there, well, at least the way that I've learned that it will work in the future is like, let's say it's 720 or whatever. AI will be able to increase the amount of pixels so that it's 8K by default. Does that make sense? Exactly. Yeah, but you've got to understand that, like with quantum computing, all that could be done. Every upscale on Earth of every piece of video ever could be done in less than a second. That's like when you get into quantum computing, the the opportunities are endless. And even with just supercomputers, that could be done. Um, what else becomes really big? Um, so there's something with yeah. Um, those become people like to hear my stories from them. I don't have that many stories of them, but like they weren't that. Yeah, there was one in Santa Fe Springs. Um, and I've been to I've been I've seen. Let me think what movies I've seen. Just like a couple, because then they closed down because um the uh, yeah. I mean, it should have. I saw a movie not that long, like maybe 10 years ago at one. Called, okay. I saw Finding Dory there. I saw one in Las Vegas with a girl, vegan chick. Um, she this was kind of a funny story. She I had just gotten a new car. Oh, it was new to me. It was a pretty new car. It was just like a Toyota Corolla. Yeah, a different one. Yep, absolutely. I picked this girl up at the airport. It was an airport pickup, which I was with my friends and we were flying. We flew there to for spring break, and there was a girl there, and I picked her up at the airport, and we dated for like a summer. Um, well, she was vegan and wanted to go see Inspector Gadget, and she was. I think I could have potentially like I liked this girl, but the issue was she was. I like to smoke pot, and she didn't like any drugs, and that's a tough one, you know. And I've had girls like that who are just very straight edge, but nevertheless, she I met her like she introduced me to her parents and such. Like there was a chance that like she met some of my family. Um, anyway, she very cute girl, very kind-hearted woman. Um, she and I went to this vegan restaurant, and um, then she wanted to go get uh, she forget exactly where we got this, but there was like a um oh I think it's yeah. So Baskin Robbins offers um like Robbins is kosher, and we got um milkshakes, but she got like dairy, like non-dairy milkshakes. I think we both did. I don't recall exactly, but I do recall she told me that she's lactose intolerant. And I said, oh, okay. I mean, we don't have to get milkshakes. She was like, no, it's fine. I'll be fine. It was her idea. I was like, okay. So we get milkshake, and we go to this drive-in. Now, I'm not from Las Vegas, so she was like, she knew like the city a lot better than I did. So she told me where to go and everything, and we're in my new car, and we go to see Inspector Gadget, and I just remember her saying, "Uh oh," and I'm like, "What's wrong?" And I look over, and she whips the door open and starts vomiting violently out of the side of my new car. And I was like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "Uh huh." Blah, blah. I'm like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "Yeah, I'll be fine." Blah, blah. And she's just lactose intolerant, whatever. And she so I just remember taking her back to um her um her house, and
You're in California. Do you know what a dingbat is?
um I mean, I've heard that term. Isn't it just like somebody who isn't that smart?
Yes, but that's not the definition I'm looking for. There, you can look it up in
I'm not. What's a dingbat?
they they originated in California. It's a style of architecture, and you can look it up. The photos, they're like small little kind of like flex buildings, but they usually have like instead of having a garage, they have like
Yeah, I know what this is.
stilts.
Yeah. So
House,
I've
part of
also
the house sticks.
yeah, I've heard of this as being soft story architecture as well. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, these things can be dangerous in earthquakes. They crush what's ever underneath it.
I mean, so could any house.
Yeah,
It was probably because they're like
I worked just briefly for a company, Weinstein Construction, in the valley that would do retrofitting of these kinds of buildings, but we always call them soft still. I think that's like the correct.
What do you mean retro?
They would basically make them seismic safe. So I just did the yeah yeah it was there's a man I met well at Chabad of Sherman Oaks, which is a synagogue in Sherman Oaks, and he owned a company and asked me to do some work for his um, marketing, and so I built their like PowerPoints, and
Oh, Nathan?
yeah, definitely, and he, um, like we would daven every morning together, pray. Then after that, I'd go to his office and work on just some projects that I did over the course of I don't know, a few months, and then but what his company would do is if there was a soft stove or I guess that architecture, they would reinforce the interior walls like over where that car park is, so that if there was a um an earthquake, they would it would not fall because what it would do is it like crushes the cars underneath it. And what they would also do, the city of Los Angeles in like 2016 put out a map of all of the soft stone buildings in the entire city. And so what we would do at Weinstein Construction is um, we would basically have like salespeople who would go around and go to all of these different buildings and like they had a pitch and basically try to get business, and then the people who work for Mr. Weinstein would um, do the retrofitting and then we get paid. But what I did was um, the just like the PowerPoint for it. But basically, he had um, this like training course that you would go through to be one of his salespeople, and so I put together the marketing materials for that, and that was the job that I had before I worked at the startup at the technology company, Uber for car washing. Yeah,
Here, there,
definitely.
are they common? Were there a lot of them in California?
Absolutely. I think there were. I don't know about no. They are very popular in California. I don't know how many there are in the whole state, but if I recall, there were like 1,600 in the city of Los Angeles alone. But that doesn't include like the way the city of Los Angeles works is it's like kind of cookie cuttered. So there are other cities around that have incorporated. Um, so there were a lot of those buildings and that needed to be retrofitted before the big one, as they say. But are they popular? Extremely. And the reason why is because it allowed for parking in that wasn't street parking, like and like didn't need garages. How many soft stove
Well, why not just
buildings
build a
are in
garage?
Los Angeles? Why not build it with an open garage? Because it has an open
Like
garage.
that's what carport basically is. Garage. I was like,
Right. Oh, you're saying why don't they put a garage door opener on it?
I mean, they basically like it's just style of the take that is like a garage. There's a garage door in front, like a post office garage.
Yeah. Um. So it's so. Are you asking why didn't they just put a garage door over it?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, oh, I mean, I know a lot of them are. Um. I mean, I know a lot of them are. Um. Like, they have a garage door, but it's not like a garage door. It's like a garage door. Yeah. Oh, oh, I mean, I know a lot of them are. Um. Like, they have a garage door, but it's not like a garage door. It's like a garage door. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I know a lot of them are. like it's an apartment building, so you need to give people like garage door openers, and then
Right.
exactly right. And now that I think about it, it was I think 16,000 originally in Los Angeles, and at the time, I think like half of them had been retrofitted or something. So they still have to do a good amount, but it's like a process that they're completing, and um, I know a lot of them they put so they may not have like a garage door on them, but they'll put like a gate on them because a lot of people try to break into cars and things like that. But yeah, they're all over the valley, the San Fernando Valley. So they are. It's like probably the
I
most
think it's the funny term. I'm gonna go back to my
right. It is. And I mean, haven't you heard of it as like a not an intelligent person as well?
No, I've never in my life honestly heard it as itself.
Oh yeah,
Maybe it's my timeline.
sure. Well, let me look at whatever the dictionary definition is. Slang,
Why do you think
an empty.
drive-through users have time? Because not
Yeah.
don't anymore.
There are a few reasons. Land became very expensive, so like imagine how big a theater has to be. Okay, now imagine.
Oh, I guess more for
y-
driving.
y-
But can you fit more people? I guess you can, depends.
Not really. No, you can't. The cars take up a lot of space, and then each next to
There's
each.
potentially 5 people in each car.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work that way. Actually, the way that at least when I would go, we'd fit more than that in a car. We would just pack
Some
them.
people are in the car.
No, what we would do. Let me think how this worked. Um, we would. Okay, so I can recall. Well, there was a time I went to the one in Las Vegas, and I also saw Finding Dory at one. But like, I was an adult then. I was paying for a woman, like, or paying. I shouldn't say paying for a woman. Makes her sound like a hooker. No, I mean I was paying for a ticket for a date, um, and all of those things. But when I was a kid, I went to one, and I shouldn't say kid. I was in high school, I think. And the way my friends and I did this was okay. So we were in one of our friends' van, and it was okay. So we had. Let me think of what kind of van it was. Or so the way that the place worked is they would say, okay, how many are in your car full? And you'd be like, let's say five. They'd be like, okay, and they would count the five people in there, and then they would say, would you please open the trunk or open the back or whatever? Because they would want to check to make sure there weren't other people in there, or also if you didn't have alcohol or something like that. And what my friends and I did is, I think it was something like this. There were like five of us in the front seat and the middle seats and the back seat or something like that. But then two of us jumped in like behind the back seats. So we drove up there, and I think my friends like I had money for it, and a couple like the other ones did. But there were two friends we had. Perhaps it was something like this, who did not have money for it, and so they hopped in the back, and then they were like, okay, so there were seven of us in the van, and then they were like, okay, how many people? And we're like, we need five tickets or whatever, and they're like, okay, will you please pop the back or whatever, and our two friends, if I recall, or two of us, I forget exactly how it worked, jumped into the middle part. And so they opened up the back and they're like, oh, well, I guess they do just have five people. And they closed it, but the two people had jumped into the center area. And then I recall like meeting other friends there. I know what movie we saw. We saw um Troy, which had um two. It had like two big actors, Orlando Bloom and Brad Pitt, and also I think Angelina Jolie was in it. That's where Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt like fell in love or whatever. Anyway, so I remember seeing that. Um, but they just went away. The amount of space that you needed was big. I know like they would run like a there's a place in Santa Fe Springs that would run a flea market like during the week, and then at night they would do that. Like they basically had to have multi-use, and then eventually they just sell the land because it's so expensive, and then build multi-unit housing on it, which is far more profitable. So they basically got rid of them all in the valley years ago, but and most places. Um, no, I just don't think they were that profitable. So you got to think that if it's you can only use them at night. Think about that as well. You can't show movies during the day because it's light out and it has to be dark. So what do you do with what do you do with the land? Exactly. And you can only show a couple movies per night. So like how are you making money on this land?
Parking lot. I need to turn it into a parking lot.
Yeah, but at least the ones that I've seen, they didn't really have anything around them. They would be like it would just be like normal houses or whatever. Sometimes it like they're just trying to think about the one in Las Vegas. Um, it was just like residential houses around it, so it's not like anybody needed parking. It wasn't like there was a mall or something that was there, and they can only be used at night, and um, the the um, the concessions are where any movie makes money, and that's like a you're only going to sell concessions from like 9 p.m. till midnight. So like 3 hours a night, you're only going to show movies 3 hours a night because they can't be like open all night. Like you can only show one or two movies. Um, it just really the short answer to your question is land use became prioritized for other industries, particularly multi-unit housing.
They basically demolished them to build.
Yeah, but dingbats were generally built in like this.
I appreciate.
Right.
Oh, here's another. Uh, uh, movie. I'm not. No, yeah. Maybe notice this that sometimes capitals of country or province are not necessarily in like most major or like iconic part of state or example of like quick. Okay, Toronto is the capital of Ontario. That makes sense. I guess, yeah, how could it not be? Like the capital of British Columbia is Victoria.
Right.
And
you would think it'd be Vancouver. Exactly.
And yeah, so they're just like a whole bunch of that one. Not really like the main city that is. I mean, I guess oftentimes it is, but it doesn't. That makes sense.
Well, okay. Canada's a great example of this. Most anyone who you ask, hey, what's the capital of Canada, off the top of their head would think Toronto and not Ottawa.
Yeah.
A lot of people would say the same about the United States without knowledge. They wouldn't think Washington, D.C., they would think New York City. Absolutely. They're used to, like, Paris, France, and London, England. They're not used to. I mean, many people would even think in China it might be Shanghai when it's really Beijing. And capitals change. Like Japan was Kyoto for like 1,000 years before Tokyo, something like that. Let me make sure that's right. Yo, dog, wasn't the capital of Japan Kyoto before Tokyo? Yo, dog, wasn't the capital of Japan Kyoto before Tokyo, which was Ito? Uh, was Kyoto yes, absolutely. It was the capital for over 1,000 years, from 794 to 1868. The place we call Tokyo used to be a small fishing village called Ito. In 1868, during the Meiji Restoration, the emperor moved the capital from Kyoto to Ito. Ito was renamed Tokyo, which literally means Eastern Capital. Why was it changed? Why did they move it? It was a huge turning point in Japanese history tied to the Meiji Restoration. The big shift from Kyoto to Edo. In 1868, Japan ended over 250 years of rule by the Tokugawa shogunate, military government headquartered in Edo. The emperor, who had been living in Kyoto more as a symbolic figure, was restored to power in a movement called the Meiji Restoration. This was a major push to modernize and centralize Japan under imperial rule. So why move the capital? Political power shift. The Tokugawa shoguns had ruled from Edo, not Kyoto. When the shogunate was overthrown, Emperor Meiji moved to Edo to claim power and make it the true center of power. Renaming it Tokyo emphasized a new beginning, balancing Kyoto, which is Western capital, and Tokyo. Strategic and economic reasons. Edo was already Japan's largest city, a major economic and population hub. It had better infrastructure and access to trade routes, perfect for modernizing state. Pardon me. So TLDR, they moved the capital to centralize power, modernize the country, and break from the old feudal past. Tokyo became a face of the new Japan. All right.
I mean, it's pretty rare that capital, but
You know, the United States' first capital was not Washington D.C.
no, I did not know.
It was Philadelphia. A lot of Americans don't know this either. It was Philadelphia. It was New York for a little bit, and then became Washington D.C. Yo, dog, really quick. What was the history of moving the capital of the United States? Wasn't it first Philadelphia, then New York City for a brief time, then Washington D.C.? Yo, you're right on track. The U.S. capital definitely moved around before landing in Washington D.C. It was first Philadelphia, from 1774 to 1783. Then there were various temporary capitals. Congress met in Princeton, Annapolis, Trenton, and New York City. Then it was New York City from 1785 to 1790. Um, then it was Philadelphia again from 1790 to 1800. It served as a temporary capital while Washington D.C. was being built. So why were there so many changes? Security issues. There was like a mutiny in 1783. Political compromise. The South wanted the capital further south. The North wanted it in a major city. Philadelphia was always important, but Washington D.C. was picked as a neutral, new, and symbolic. But yeah, isn't that interesting? Like a lot of people think that it's always been Washington D.C., but in reality, Washington D.C. wasn't even a city at the founding of the United States, and it was built on a swamp. You hear that phrase, "drain the swamp"?
Yeah.
So it kind of goes back to the early days that Washington D.C. was built on a swamp. It's yeah. So even the United States' capital has moved